we have Professor Gopal Guru with us. Please have a round of applause. Good morning, everyone. We feel incredibly happy to witness such enthusiastic response and massive participation from the academic community. I, Ravikant Kisana,
and I, Aarushi Punia,
welcome you all to a discourse surrounding caste and race as we convene for a transformative conference devoted to the critical examination of the special issue, caste and racism in India, within the esteemed journal Critical Philosophy of Race, published by Penn State University Press.
This conference is organized by Professor Professor Divya and Professor Yashpal Jogdand of the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, supported by the Initiative for Caste Equity, Office of Diversity and Inclusion at IIT Delhi. One of the highlights of this publication This conference is organized by Professor Professor Divya and Professor Yashpal Jogdand of the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, supported by the Initiative for Caste Equity, Office of Diversity and Inclusion at IIT Delhi. One of the highlights of this publication is the English translation of Professor Bagade's landmark article, Subaltern Studies and the Transition in Indian History Writing, by Professor Yashpal Jogdand and Vaishnavi Bagade, that opens new avenues of insights for us.
I would like to request Professor Divya to deliver the welcome address. Professor Divya is an associate professor of philosophy and literature in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Delhi. She is the guest editor of the special issue on caste and racism in India in the journal Critical Philosophy of Race and is the author of the article published in the special issue, The Evasive Racism of Caste and the Homological Power of the Aryan Doctrine. I kindly invite Professor Divya. Please have a round of applause.
Good morning. On behalf of Yashpal and Dickens, I would like to welcome, first of all, Professor Gopal Guru, all the invited speakers and discussants, contributors who have traveled to Delhi for this conference, my colleagues from the HSS department, research scholars and students, and all of you in the audience. This conference received a phenomenal response with more than 1,000 registrations. It was planned initially on a very small budget, and we simply did not anticipate this kind of large audience. So we all request you to please forgive us for the modesty and the shortcomings in our arrangements. I would like to say that above all, it is you who have gathered here from so many disciplines, from so many universities and so many cities. You are the conference and you are the future. The genesis of the special issue was a Gyan workshop in 2017 on the topic of critical philosophy of race, and it was co-taught by Robert Bernasconi and me over a week. It was supported by the continuing education program of IIT Delhi and the HSS department. Robert, who could not join us today because of some unavoidable circumstances, is veritably the founder of the field of studies that we call critical philosophy of race. His writings have interrogated the persistence of racism and the promotion of race theories in the very body of European philosophy, at least since the 18th century. Robert is also the co-founder and co-editor of the journal in which this is a special issue, the journal Critical Philosophy of Race, and he's a co-founder and co-editor together with young African-American scholars who together exemplify the ethical and political necessity that those who come from oppressed communities must be at the forefront of any scholarship about their own oppression. This journal therefore exemplifies the rejection of what Professor Gopal Guru had called the pernicious divide between the theoretical Brahmins and the empirical Shudras in the social sciences. Among the sciences, philosophy is the oldest discipline, and most of the modern disciplines of humanities and social sciences have branched off from philosophy in the recent few centuries. And so sociology, anthropology, philology, linguistics, literary theory, political theory, and culture studies they do retain an ineradicable homology, that is to say, a common origin with and in philosophy. The investment, therefore, of all these disciplines, and above all of philosophy, in some or the other type of race theory and apologetics of racism, is therefore the subject of the necessary interdisciplinary field of critical philosophy of race. This makes it doubly incumbent upon philosophy itself to confront its own racism in its own history, and even the traditions of racism in philosophy. And yet, for that very reason, we cannot surrender philosophy to a permanent ownership by these racist traditions. We cannot allow philosophy to serve as the most exalted mask for discriminatory social orders of racism and caste, nor should we tolerate the abuse of this name philosophy for all kinds of credos, beliefs, ideologies, manifestos, and the hocus pocus of supremacisms. So critical philosophy of race is the field that confronts racisms as institutionalized and systemic discrimination based on birth or descent. And so it does not merely confront ideology nor mere prejudice as if it were an all too human and universal failing amongst all groups. Caste can be said to be the oldest racism, existing with minor variations across religions, across regions, in the subcontinent and in the diaspora, and it is present in other global expressions of supremacisms, for instance via the Aryan doctrine. The comparisons between caste and racism are not merely a tabulation of similarities and differences. It is therefore important to remember that the United States anti-racist discourse is shaped by the fact of the African Americans being a minority population, whereas on the subcontinent, the oppressed of the caste order are the majority population. So the comparisons between caste and race should reveal the analogous functions of dominating people by inferiorizing them through birth. And this must be recognized and annihilated in every history, in every tradition. But further, the comparisons of race and caste, made the earliest by Jyotirao Phule and later by Ambedkar, as well as by black thinkers in the United States, reveal the reciprocal inspirations between revolutionary traditions of anti-caste and anti-racist thought. And therefore, critical philosophy of caste and race assembles the memories of caste in society. I must insist that there is no philosophy of caste and there is no philosophy of race. There is only critical philosophy of caste and race. When I took up the editorial function of this special issue, I took the three meanings of critical in philosophy seriously into consideration, where the first is critical as the inflection point or limit that has to be reached and crossed towards revolutionary futures in academic practice. The annihilation of caste, as Baba Saheb Ambedkar called it, is the name of such a critical point. Second, criticism as the sense of evaluation according to criteria and telos, which is opposed to that which dominates the current academic practices in India and about India. And this means discarding the upper caste criteria of intellectual life for a new anti-caste horizon. And thirdly, critique in the Kantian sense of identifying the conceptual conditions of our political misery. That is, creating a community of invention which realizes those very conditions that are considered today impossible and impermissible. Again, all of you today in this audience are the community of invention and realization of the impossible in politics. In all these senses, the special issue introduces the research on caste as a desideratum in critical philosophy of race. It interrogates caste through race and the caste in race. Without it, the political and academic discourse had been conducted through various categories of religion, culture, theology, vague notions of human rights and class theories, but it had evaded the recognition of naked injustice coded in the name racism. This issue is one of the first emphatic anti-caste statements in the disciplinary field of philosophy, but it is only the most recent link in a much older chain of thinkers, visionaries, and writers. And we hope that through this conference and the discussions of experts on the contributions of the issue, new horizons of freedom and social justice will be created. Jay, I request Farhan Ibrahim to please inaugurate the session and chair.
Thank you, Divya, for your introduction, and this is to welcome you all warmly to IIT Delhi, those of you who come from outside, and a very, very warm welcome to Professor Gopal Guru, who is our keynote speaker. Professor Gopal Guru really needs no introduction to this audience. Nevertheless, to summarize it very briefly, he is a political theorist and the former chief editor of the journal Economic and Political Weekly, and is a retired professor of political science from the Center of Political Studies from Jawaharlal Nehru University. He was a visiting professor at Columbia University, Oxford University, and the University of Pennsylvania. Earlier, he taught at the University of Delhi and the University of Pune. He is an author and editor of Humiliation, and as the co-author, along with Sundar Sarukkai, of The Cracked Mirror and Experience, Caste and the Everyday Social. Very well. I'll also briefly introduce our discussant, Professor Dickens Leonard, who is an assistant professor of literature at the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at IIT Delhi. He researches on the writings of the 19th century Tamil intellectual I.O.P. Das. He has published journal articles on anti-caste thought and Tamil films. He is the author of the article Sarithiram as Interpretive Pedagogy in the special issue on caste in the critical philosophy of race and caste. Warm welcome to you. And this is over to you.
Moving the image on the screen. Let me thank the organizers for inviting me to make the initial statement about to the conference that is picked up around the issue on critical theory of race and caste, edited by Divya. I also thank and it is great pleasure for me to say something about caste and race. Share something with the inspiring cases. Am I audible now? Oh, okay. I was saying good things about you people. So I'm completely thank you for having come here, and I would like to also say that I feel really motivated, prompted to say something meaningful this morning. I thought, when I accepted this invitation, I thought, what is there so special about this topic? Because this topic has been in circulation, intellectual circles. It has been debated, discussed widely across several regions and also countries. I would have said it is a buzzword now, but I won't say that. But the way Divya has explained to us the content of this special issue, it brings to us very, very serious note and reflective deliberation on the relationship between two words. Should I say Dalit? I think I should say Dalit and black, and I wouldn't say other words. Dalit and black, these two words or categories belong to the same logical class, as Divya has very convincingly brought out.
they belong to the same logical class in the sense that they share common origin, as you said exactly. And I would just add origin in terms of the ontological origin to begin with, and also the epistemological later. If it is not epistemological, it can't be a critical philosophy. So it has to be basically both the ontological and the epistemological. Ontological, that you are in a way both Dalit and Black. I would say, I would also add many other deprived communities to these two words. But so both these words belong to the same common origin in terms of their battered origin. They are so much, actually they are born into a historical question, and that historical question has been really problematic for not just for them, but for the entire society. So, in a way, I would like to submit to your consideration that Divya has already given a keynote to us. I don't have anything special to say, Divya, frankly speaking. It was a profound statement that you made about the interrelationship between the two words. But since you invited me, I have to say something. So I'll try to say something about what I mean by this very important intertextual relationship between the two words, the blacks and the Dalits. I would have qualified the word Dalit, but I don't have time at this moment. I have my own take on Dalit. Dalit is something which is different. And as the other day in HCU, let me do some self-promotion. Give a talk on spectre of a Dalit. So Dalit is not simply, and I think Ankit is sitting there, we are discussing in a classroom, what is the spectre? Is this spectre different from the spectre used by Marx in his Communist Manifesto, the very first line? So there is no time to really discuss this. Maybe in JNU we can go and discuss this sometime later, if that is a proper place to discuss. So I won't do that. I will just focus on three words I use in my title. A shared moral universe of Dalits and the blacks. Now I am using three words in this. Shared and sharing and moral. Now before I really discuss something very problematic about this, let me also say something about the very idea of this talk. I am not claiming that this is something which is a finished proposal. It is just a proposal. Developing a moral universe through this interaction between the two important categories. This moral universe has to be taken in terms of its own ongoing, developing, work in progress proposal. So I would like you to share your thoughts and insights with me, and then we can possibly create some kind of community of inventors, as you said. We can do that. So I would like to submit to you that this is, I'm not giving any key to you. Everybody has a key, so we will just collectively think about it. But I have something special thing to say about what is sharing, what is shared, and what is moral. These three words I will have to explain in the course of my deliberation. Now I'm raising 3 points in the three questions in my talk. First is why an argument for sharing the universe is preferable to the one which is advanced in favor of the conception of the universe which is exclusive and solitary. And it's not building on what Divya was saying. No, I didn't read this. I didn't have time to read the issue you sent to me because it was on screen, so I couldn't really read it carefully. So I think, but I can claim that it has some bearing on what you said in your introductory remarks. So the first question is about why it is preferable to other conceptions of universe, which are basically exclusive and solitary in character. This is the first question. Why is it preferable? Sharing. Second question, why is the language of shared universe significant? The word share, it has got something to do with history. I would like to suggest that the word share in the title of the talk connotes an element of historiography. Historiography that offers an intellectual account of the conceptual shift in the discourse on casteism and racism. So I would like to define historiography as something which is dealing with the conceptual shift in the very understanding of this racism and casteism. It's not simply events, description, chronology, time sequence. I'm not dealing with that historiography so far. So it's a shift that I have in mind. Conceptual shifts in the discourse under reference is integral to the language of sharing. The shifting nature of language results not from social or cognitive generosity. These words are, I think, significant. Generosity of the thinkers, but it has something to do with the historical necessity of the thinkers. I mean, all thinkers today, and we would like to think about this shift in terms of its necessity, sheer necessity, and not out of some fancy, fashionable generosity. Conceptual history of the discourse on caste and race, therefore, is self-reflective and not stagnant or self-serving. So I think there is a flow in the understanding of historiography. There is no stagnation involved in this. So I think second point is about historiography of the intellectual career of this movement for racism and casteism, intellectual movement. And finally, why is moral content of Dalits and the blacks universe normatively adequate? Is it really adequate normatively? And if it is adequate, why it is different from other competing, combating conceptions of universe? And these are, I think, the universe. That different. Universe is a big, very, very big concept. It has many connotations, many meanings, many perspectives. For example, individual by C.B. McPherson's pervasive individualism can be one universe. Then Marxist universe is also there. Feminist, you can raise this question. Feminist is not there, but we can discuss this during the question and this time permits. So this moral universe is normatively different. That's my claim. From the individual, the social, the Marxist, the Marxist, and also physical, cultural, civilizational, and anthropological. They are all universe in their own rights. And you can actually dispense the very discourse of racism and casteism of either anthropology or culture. I'm also escaping that. Is this discourse limited to culture or anthropology? We're all the beneficiaries. We are anthropologically constructed Dalits and the blacks. It comes from there. So I'm trying to say something different on the moral universe, which should not be collapsed into these different things, different conception of the universe. Now these are three questions. What is sharing? What is shared and what is moral? Three. Now let's quickly deal with them one by one. Share. Sorry. अभी भी problem है? Okay. Now, social significance of the language of sharing. Let's talk about that. Is it obligatory on the part of the Dalits and the blacks to share the moral conception of the universe? Is it obligatory? Is it an autonomous will to share? Very insane. Is it will to share? I mean, you want to become a big person by sharing. So, is it that? Or is it instrumental that you share the universe like sharing data information for the policy purposes? Sharing does not have any instrumental trust, like switch sharing in the electoral politics or sharing information. Sharing through translation studies is also another kind of sharing that may help you in establishing what are the differences and similarities. The comparative studies are all about this. Now, in philosophy, East and West, you find this tendency. What is similar, what is not similar. Whether do we have our own Heidegger in this country? So you will have this kind of a fancy fascination for sharing. So we are not actually interested in that kind of question. So the sharing is a historical need for us. Sharing is a historical need to progressively move out of the cultural, anthropological, civilizational, particular, and reach out to each other for the theoretical consolidation of moral concerns. So I am always suggesting a theory of moral concerns in a way, and as you very rightly said. Why Dalits and blacks should be the privileged subject of producing this moral universe? Why not Adivasi? Why not women? Why not other embattled communities, minorities? Why not? That's why I said this is just the proposal. You can be the part of this proposal. We can build up the proposal to give. So there is no solitary claim that is suggested here. So it's a historical necessity to go for this sharing, but there is an ethical urge rather than fascinating option in the theoretical act of weaving together common understanding of interrogation of the structures of operation, and you can add other words, humiliation, operation, discrimination, exploitation, marginalization, and all that. These are all words that belong to the same pattern. So sharing is actually important for these purposes. Sharing should not be understood as some kind of sharing your concern, your emotions, sharing your take, your standpoint, standing with your standpoint. Sharing not something which is in a way reading some novels of black writers and finding oneself to be one with the blacks, which is called unity of mind. You are sharing just to produce unity of mind at a very abstract level. But we really want sharing of different kind, which actually will produce unity of experience. So unity of experience becomes absolutely so important And the root, as I said, is only through ontology and then to epistemology. That's the journey. For any scholar, thinker, activist trying to produce some kind of a critical philosophy, the root is this. You may say from Heidegger to Kant, or from Heidegger I would prefer Hegel to Kant, and why I will explain it later. So sharing is not for unity of mind. Oh, I read your poem, I am with you mentally. I empathize with you. Not that kind of superficial, very instrumental sharing. It's very deeply felt experience sharing. So that's why Dalits and the blacks actually, there's a case, very strong case for thinking commonly about both the categories. So this is, sharing is something which is, produced through the unity of experience and mind. And this sharing will always involve the production of rich insights, theoretical insights, and not simply the slogans, shortcuts, short-circuiting the argument, short-circuiting the discourse itself. And forgive me for my being slightly critical about this slogan, which is called Black Lives Matter. And there are people who say, rich life matters, this life matters, this other life matters. Okay, let them lie. But you have to go from ready-made thinking into something very serious. That's my appeal. There's another, and Thirumal is there, we had a discussion in UPW, you remember that. Sharing is also not swapping the categories. You and Isabella Wilkinson said, and I'm just repeating, and Thiru had a very interesting take on this, that we have more casteism in the US. I'm just caricaturing this. It's not that simple. We have more casteism in the US than in India. That's what she said. I'm quoting her. These are not my words. I'm just quoting her. Now this is called swapping. Why do you want to do this? And I'm going to argue that, although there are differences between the two situations, for example, one difference is that, you are seeing, phenomenologically you are seeing somebody's color and you develop your prejudice, you consolidate your prejudice. Seeing is one. In our country is touching, the phenomenology of touch, about which Sundar and I did some work. There is obvious difference between the two, but there is a conversion as well, about which we will talk in the moral universe. So sharing itself is not something which is swapping, which is something which is very well interwoven into its own complexities. Now, embarking on the mode of sharing for creating counterweight to the force of Dalitness and blackness, and point you're making. Wages of freedom, wages of Dalitness, wages of blackness, all that. Actually, when you share, you actually increase, you actually sharpen the edge, so to say, of thinking. The critical overlap between the two is aimed at preventing the perspectives from falling into collective melancholy and creating marathon, or preventing the discourse of falling into marathon-like conditions. For example, and it happens, and I have also come across expression of my dukkha, my pain is greater than yours. There's a marathon. This sharing is not for attempting at marathon. It's simply to appreciate, make a collective sense, go ahead. So my dukkha is not greater, my dukkha is not even different. My dukkha, my pains, my agony, my existential conditions are also the same, and they are not different. So don't, in marathon, because of the policy orientation, because of the state and its politics, you begin to participate in this marathon, isn't it? Is the word intersectionality some kind of expression marathon? I don't know. I'm just leaving this with you. A lot of skepticism in this. I'm just leaving this skepticism because you are now hearing very often the word intersectionality. Now, intersectionality, just by the way, intersectionality is radically different from interdisciplinarity. And we will have to find out the qualitative difference between the two expressions. So this sharing is not to produce some kind of marathonization. I'm just using it first for my own benefit. It's not for marathonization and individualization of dukkha. We don't want to individualize to this. Otherwise, you will not be able to produce some kind of critical philosophy of these two terms that are at our attention at the moment. So this is the sharing, the act of sharing therefore actually is to possibly avoid or eliminate moral dualism in our eminent being. I mean, they say that I'm different than yours. My dukkha is different than your dukkha. So, but my dukkha is not morally inferior. It is authentic. It is proper. But that's so we grant some kind of moral advantage to this personal dukkha, but that is not the issue here. This moral dualism is eliminated because of the sharing, because you are not actually privileging one dukkha over another. So that's the purpose of sharing. So I think the word sharing stands for this emancipatory project. So this is sharing about sharing. I'm just cutting out something in detail. So I would have said sharing also is not for pluralism and this and that. I'm just avoiding that. Now the other point is about what is shared. And as I mentioned to you that shared is already a past tense. You already shared the experience of the common experience of the two categories that we are actually discussing. Historiography of both, for example, both Du Bois and Dr. Ambedkar accounts for conceptual development that follows almost the same genealogy. For example, discourse on racism, as has been viewed by Du Bois, accounts for the conceptual shifts in their whole historical progression. And then categories actually undergo some kind of a change in themselves because they are self-reflective, therefore they undergo some change. And therefore, I'm just quoting him, he says that now you start with nigger, therefore the word negritude in your, one of these things has to be rethought about it. So you begin, ontologically begin with this category called negro. Nigger, nigger is another register. There are others, but I'm just giving a broad trajectory. The Negro to black to African American and to, I don't know, the significant other and to others. So you have constant invention in terms of producing. Community is inventing something constantly new. That's the sensitivity of the particular discourse. So you actually are trying to account, and then Du Bois is giving conceptual justification for each stage of shifting. Same fashion you find Dr. Ambedkar is doing the same thing in our country. That you begin with different registers in his historiography. One is the spatio-temporal, the broken man. Broken man linked to the dynamics of the space. You are a broken man separated from the main village as the blacks are separated from the main society, and they are actually reduced to Harlem. And you are actually reduced to now Dalit Wada, colony and all that. And this is not the name that the Dalits are given to themselves, but others are given them this description. So you have this spatial-temporal condition within which the categories are imagined by Dr. Ambedkar. And then you will also become hyenas in terms of time and space. You are allowed to only walk in the night. That's Ambedkar. So your existence is no different from the animal being. So you have one register. The other register is the official. You from different classes to scheduled caste, and now scheduled caste has been a settled concept altogether, constitutionally codified and verified and validated through certain judicial injunctions. So this is, but then there is a political cultural. You start from the untouchables to Pada Dalit, he is not mine, to Dalit and to New Buddhist perhaps. So there is a definite shift happening historically, and these categories have actually proved their tenacity and conceptual robustness fighting with other categories, proving their own, relevance in terms of like Shudra and all that. In the field of categories, you have this competing field of categories, you have this. So I think there is some history, conceptual history attached to this genealogy of categories undergoing shifts regularly. Now this is one way of looking at conceptual history of these categories which are constitutive of the race and then the caste discourse. Now let me come to the last. How much time do we have? 5-10 minutes. Okay. Let me. Now I will read on the screen now because of time. I'll just summarize what I want to say in the third and very important segment of my talk. Moral universe is the critique basically of the mainstream dominant conception of moral universe as provided by great Kant. So I may have some difference with what you said. Now, Kantian conception of moral universe, as you know, is based on categorical imperative that everyone is capable of producing this morally desirable universe in which you have mutual respect, dignity. You will actually find values in persons as intrinsically very, very desirable. There is no exchange of values. Values are absolutely a human being as a thinking being, as is intrinsically, inherently valuable. All that will be possible in the moral constitution of this universe. And but you will have to legislate that moral law. You have to legislate and apply it to yourself. There is nobody from outside the reason, The moral reason is not coming from inside, it has to be generated from within. And it is therefore an autonomous insight that you have to develop to actually respect yourself so that you can respect others. And the same dictum, you will not insult person because you will not take the insult to yourself. So that's the symbol. I will not harm people because I don't want to be harmed by others. So you can simplify it. All that is there. But our problem, the Dalit black problem is that how do you actually make a person to really follow this? Because there is some kind of unpredictability involved in this, and that is my take on caste. You can just debate this, I am good today, but I may not be good tomorrow. There is no gap, there is no certainty involved in this. And Kant is not talking about the very particular context, particular situation within which a person is born. It's a general framework that is offering. So there is a problem with this. And you are not actually involving others to the concept of moral universe is not emerging through the deliberation. No dialogue, no deliberation. That's the biggest problem that I find with Kantian notion of social moral universe. So you have to critique this particular. And there is assumption in Kant, that's what I say. There is an assumption in Kant that this problem is there. And for good reasons, Kant available to the Dalits and the blacks, particularly blacks. It was not in his imagination. Dalits was not in his imagination. As we all know, his own understanding of black was very regressive. And he always thought that only the blacks are going to be inferior in terms of intellectual capacity, expression, everything. It's only the white male subject maybe, is superior all the time. Now, but then he had to revise his, at the instance of Rousseau, he had to revise the law. Then he changed it. To be fair to Kant, he changed it. And he then said, for everybody. But David Hume did not go for the revision of his racism. David Hume, we all talk about David Hume, play gaga about him as a great empiricist and all that. And very close to empiricism and experience. But this fellow did not revise his understanding of black. They are going to be permanently inferior. But when we talk about philosophy, we don't talk about these things. There is very strict racism in philosophy. But that prejudice is parroted as philosophy. But that's how we have to be methodologically very serious about doing the job as we are doing. But we have to be sensitive also about these pitfalls, moral pitfalls in doing philosophy itself or history itself. And all these people, for the particular is so problematic. You take for example Du Bois, Ambedkar, Fanon, and Toni Morrison. No time, but what did they say? They say, I'm just summarizing. The blacks, Dalits, women, Adivasi, for example, they do not grow in the eyes of the other, the superior, dominant, privileged other. And that I'm just summarizing what they have taken long quotations I have drawn. And then they say, and Fanon, for example, you are nice, good, in spite of you being a black. And you are black because you are bad because not because you are black, but because you are inherently bad by disposition. In both the expression you have black underlined, underscored, so to say. You speak good English or Sanskrit in spite of you being a Dalit. Very close. What is underscored is your being that, so that's how in the particular situation you get this. And we have to actually do something very radical, drastic on this to move out of this. And the very last point, madam, I was just making last point. We can discuss it, and I would love to discuss with you certain things which are yet to be discussed, and I have not been able to flesh them out completely and clearly. So we can discuss this if time permits and protocol permits. We will discuss that. Now, let me put a revolutionary philosopher whose name is Babura Bagul. He says, we do not want to think in solitary mode. We want to think together with those people who also require their own liberation, own emancipation. It's not only women, Dalit, not that. And he in his one of the writings says, this is a very honest, earnest invitation to the people to come forward on the table to discuss. They can keep their symbols of casteism outside, and he is actually the markers of the body. He is asking them to keep outside, and I don't want to name them now. Keep all those markers, angularities outside. Come forward, discuss and debate, and collectively develop the emancipation for everybody, including blacks and Dalits. So I think this is what the blacks. We know. There's a criticism within the Dalit black discourse. Conrad versus debate, not agreeing with the Du Bois and things like there are issues involved in this. So, but you can sort it out. But the problem is to come to discuss. This is simply an invitation to really flesh out a proposal. So should we do that? Moral universe can be imagined fleshed out through this deliberation, as Babura Bagul would really want you to do. And all the institutional structures, formats, seminar, conferences are meant for this. And we should give a serious thought to this. With this, I think I should stop. And thank you very much for this.
Thank you so much, Professor Guru, for elucidating us with what is the necessity of discussing the moral universe, shared universe. Professor Farana, please request you to go ahead as the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Guru, for this really exciting note to inaugurate our conference. Instead of being between you and our esteemed audience, I will just read out, and thankfully I had written some part on sharing, and I'm so happy that you concentrated on that. So I have 3 parts to this write-up, just to place this talk within the trajectory of Professor Guru and see the conceptual links, and I have a couple of opening remarks to open the discussion. Professor Guru is as we all know, and as we heard him today, is a distinctive thinker for a generation, a generative thinker of distinction. And distinction is something he practiced today. He wants to tell what he's not meaning.
Don't take him seriously.
He has been, I'm coming, sir, I'm coming. I should come back at the end. No? He has been an endearing and a troubling nudging all of us scholars to live the life of the mind for almost 3 decades now, as if it is the most active practice of freedom. Professor Guru, as we all know, provides concepts to study equality, lived experience, ethics of theorization, theory as a liberative practice, and his classic work Humiliation, and my favorite chapter, Rejection of Rejection. And he's a very poetic thinker. Look at the title, Cracked Mirror. The idea of India from an anti-caste history of thought, or even his latest explorations on experience, caste on the everyday social. He went on to become the chief editor, but even there he did something more. Letters from the editor's desk, meeting all his writers, all his readers every week. In a sense, he projects a practice of freedom in thought. And today, for the note without a key, Professor Guru compellingly shared with us a quintessential share for shared morality, a shared universe, a universe of subjects in their claim for character and personhood. As a distinctive thinker, he asked us to move away, separate his concern with the share with other concerns at scale and weight. He used a lot of disciplinary identification, but I'm just trying to say, distinguish the concerns at scale and weight, compare and contrast the worlds. He used universe, I'm using worlds measured by race and caste. So Professor Guru in his keynote has highlighted us a sharing that matters on the moral grounds of a universality. This is a universal reclamation. In a sense, it's a moral universe of a reconstitution and, importantly, a reconstruction. This reconstitution of values for me, of this moral universe, for Guru is an embodiment, of course, but it is also, in his own terms, an experience of virtues. It's an experience of virtue as an affect. Earlier, while foregrounding the idea of Maitri, uses it as a concept in his book, as an ethical rationale, Guru and his co-author Sarukai had called for moral virtues to be an anchoring concept. The metaphor is very important. Anchoring concept, but also this anchoring concept should work as a bridging concept. Anchoring and bridging. It sinks, anchor sinks, but by bridging, it reaches far across. It sinks and reaches far across. It anchors to bridge. From Du Bois to Ambedkar, back and forth. So can the Dalit and the Black share a universe of morals in this reconstitution of values? Do they sink together to reach far across together? Because the deepest pit is never visible and the farthest shore is never seen. The shared Dalit Black moral universe for Professor Guru touches deep and reaches far. And this is a historical necessity, he says, and not generosity. And as a committed, engaging pedagogue, Professor Guru has emphasized mutual participation, even in his speech. And the mutual participation, which better job than teaching? He has asked us to ask questions. By exercising the privilege of a discussant, let me take a couple of minutes to pose some hard questions. So you have said that sharing and share give the deepest cut. But there is a sharing of the universe of the oppressor. The subject who practices and believes and embodies the master function of race and caste. They exist for us. The subject who practices, believes and embodies the master function of caste and race, and they too share the universe. They exist. There is an unmoral sharing, now actually collusion and the collaboration of corporal deals that are made by racists and castes. And they govern the world, they scrutinize the world, they calculate the world. How can a shared moral universe, your favorite term is rejects, but I want to use abjects because they are rejected and thrown out. The abjects of the world of the oppressors engage with them. Right? Does it have the power? Does it have the power to engage? That's the first question. And you ask for an ethical urge, you move towards ethical urge and autonomous insight. And I want to ask the second question. The Dalit and the black universe of imagination also needs figures and figurations who can confront and corroborate as organic catalysts. Organic catalyst is Conway West himself. He asked to be organic catalyst. But philosophy is a pedagogy, and you are a committed pedagogue. Philosophy as a pedagogy is often whitewashed, mansplained, and often in India, I don't want to use the B word, it's Brahminized. How do we think of figures, critical figures, who does the function of sharing, exposing the limits of each other so that all limits are exposed to each other. So how do we think of figures and figurations? Thank you, Professor Guru, because it was like a meal and I was just eating everything that you offered.
Professor Guru, would you like to respond?
Thank you. Is it working? Is it working? Yes. Thank you, Lenny, for your reflection on what I said in my talk. The talk, talk without key, I think, which is very good. I confess that I don't have key. So you are actually endorsing what I was saying. This is the modesty. One should really have the modesty. Sometimes one should also have arrogance. And as you are, I want people who are committed to ask questions to be the front runners of asking questions. Are they front runners? They are back. I would have given the metaphor analogy of the football. So the fellow who is doesn't score the goal himself, but doesn't allow others to score the goal. So we don't want that kind of people. Yeah. But your 2 points are very important. One is that if the problematic figure embodied with all these problems, evil prejudices, and yet that he or she speaks the language of the universal, of, for example, doing away with casteism, doing away with racism, castelessness, racelessness. How do you understand this? And we are not actually stopping them from doing this. People can make postures, people can announce their own or declare their own intentions, which may be very decent declarations. We know we don't need to actually doubt that. Let us give them the benefit of doubt. And giving them benefit doubt is the right that people should, the Dalits and the blacks and women, Adivasi, everybody should keep to themselves. Now, our problem is that you make a promise, perhaps write things about castelessness, racelessness, fine, but there is no follow-up. They lack follow-up. This is the complaint which has been registered by everybody. Du Bois is one. Babasaheb Ambedkar, he is also complaining, why? So there is no follow-up on what you say. If you follow up, then we have no problem. But do you follow up? Structural interests do not really allow you to go for a follow-up. You have constitution, everything, but follow-up is the question. So follow-up is the question. So I would like to then say, look here, we don't really put any conditions on them. They can speak, but the question is follow-up. That means, you have to, what you say is you have to do. And there should not be any kind of incongruence between your self-perception as the reformer or radical revolutionary, your self-perception and your self-expression. And that's the point when we're talking, studying text, we discuss this in our classroom. We have no problem in imagining social universe if you really remove that incongruence between the self-perception and the self-expression. And there is an ontological separation between the two. So we have to remove them on. You are going only for the epistemological flight into the ideas of abstraction. But no, that won't do. Okay. And the other one is about figure. If I am a Buddhist, I would not really require any figure. I mean, Ambedkar never required any figure. Attadipo bhava is all about be your own guide. But sometimes this is very idealistic. But as a historical process, you require some guiding force, exemplar. Because those are people who have actually achieved that kind of status by critically appropriating the resources that are available in particular tradition. They borrow from there, and they also develop their own, they belong to that. As Dr. Baba Ambedkar said, Neo Buddhism. So you actually do this. Okay, so this is we require, but you should not really have a permanent dependency on these figures. That's what they would say. But that's why this very famous song, I don't know who's the Rumesh Baba Saheb Ambedkar Putalatna Bahere. Great Sambhaji Bhagat sings that very beautifully in Marathi. Putalatna Bahere, Bhajnatna Bahere, all this come from all this estrangement, so to say. So that's it.
Thank you so much. We have not very much time, but we would like to take some questions from the floor. So could I request that we'll take questions in groups of 3 and then request Professor Guru to respond. So if you can raise your hands and we'll have someone with a mic coming around to you. So we'll take 3 questions at a time. And a request to please keep your questions brief, okay? Because we'd like to get in as many questions as we can. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for historical figures. The historical figures of Africans like Martin Luther King Jr. He was influenced by Mahatma Gandhi, and Gandhi's moral universe was mainly from the Brahminical perspective. Like he was an opponent, like he opposed untouchability. But he was like his moral universe from that Varna order of the society and Brahmanical literature, ritualistic things. So then how do we reconcile these both dichotomies where the historical figures of blacks like Martin Luther King Jr., who was so much influenced by Gandhi and all his ideas which are taken from this not Dalit or not African, like Afro-American universe, and they were sharing between them, but it's like a dichotomy, it seems to me. So how do you reconcile these both? Thank you.
Hello everyone, and thank you for the fascinating lecture, Professor Guru. My name is Bhupendra, and I have this curiosity that what is so critical about the critical philosophy of caste and race and the real question for action. So, Professor Guru, I was wondering the need of moral social universe or shared universe can be, like how can it be realized and cultivated beyond the academic or scholar universe, and how can it create the kind of activist zeal which is also very urgent? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Pratyush. This question is about the annihilation of caste. Now, like we had a debate, we were having a group debate around the identity and whether somebody who is having a sense of pride in the identity and who is assertive about the identity, whether that is going to annihilate or perhaps contribute to the annihilation of caste or liberation from the whole system, or the other way around, when you there is also another debate that the whole identity is or the caste identity is in itself Brahmanical. Perhaps that was why Ambedkar chose to convert from Hinduism to Buddhism and so on. Both sides, if we look at but then when people convert to other religion, we have seen that there have been new categories formed, such as Christian Dalits or Buddhist Dalits. So how do we look at this whole annihilation through the identity? Thank you.
Well, let's begin with the last intervention. I mean, you are raising difficult points, and to which I don't have a very clear and confident answer. I would have said categorical, but confident. How to connect, how to establish relationship between caste as right and identity. So I have a right to be, I have a right to carry a particular identity with me. The identity which is actually given to me, and also I have also developed that identity myself. For example, Dalit is not given, it is actually adopted. It's a struggle concept. It has come from the struggle. It is not given by anybody. But that identity actually will underplay the question of rights, because it's a identity which is based on solidarity principles and not the individual right principle. If it is a collective right, then identity it actually resonates with the formation of identity. If it is individual right versus collective identity, then there is a problem. Now, sometimes right also becomes a problem. Caste as right, while it is enabling because you get your reservations because of the caste. But you have to carry that as a carapace. You have to carry that burden all the time. You have to carry your certificate all the time to show that you are from that caste. Is it not a burden? It's a burden, no? But you are not carrying that burden yourself, but it is actually hipped onto you by somebody, imposed, dumped onto you. So it's a problem with those people who actually pursue it in this fashion. So it's not the person who's carrying this burden. Burden is dumped onto you. Like women, Adivasi, they are actually, the identities are ascribed to them, and they want to walk out from that identity. So that's one big problem. And the other problem is about Dalit Buddhism. I'm somebody who has gone to the court. Why do you call me Dalit? I am Buddhist. So, and then there was injunction by the media that there was a inventory, advisory issued by the court to the media. And we did a desk on that sometimes. But it's very difficult to answer this, de-link this. It's like, Du Bois said black is an umbrella concept. Everything comes under the black. A Negro, African American. So it's just and as we yesterday said, concepts, it becomes sovereign, so to say. It's become sovereign, which is regulating the, operation of all these smaller identities within this big umbrella. Now the question, I have no answer. You have to decide whether Buddhism, Buddhist or Dalit, are they umbrella? Which one is the umbrella concept? Encapsulating all the, so but I think there are two registers. Dalit is absolutely, it's a politically charged. Buddhist is morally driven. But we have to go from the political to the moral, as I mentioned in my talk. And where you find, why do you call it Buddhist? Can you not call it a Maitri, straightway? Mitra, you are just a friend. You're not a Buddhist, you are a friend, who is compassionate and all that. It's Buddhist conception of Maitri. And that is what Bagul was hinting at. The moral universe is basically based on Maitri, not even friendship of Derrida and Aristotle. It's different, absolutely. So that's the sphere we want to develop, in which you will have all these categories, powers will disappear, they will be erased out. So that's the ideal way of looking at it. That's one. And what is this physical about caste? And there are two ways of looking at it. Physical is, you always feel physicality of caste, a space, you're separated, and you require some mediator. The space becomes a mediator to separate you. Okay, your body becomes physical body becomes the mediator to separate you from other bodies which are so to say pure bodies. Okay, but most interestingly, caste has another interesting function to perform, to perpetuate this prejudice and give some leeway to this prejudice to actually exhibit itself. And Du Bois actually uses that very interesting metaphor, a rear mirror. The rear mirror. And what is the rear mirror? A fellow who is actually confident of himself, sitting in the driver's seat, but all the time is skeptical about the fellow following him to the rear. Who is this fellow following him? Is a Dalit or the black. And that is what the spectre is about. That's what the spectre is about. Okay. And I know what is Gandhi. I didn't mention Gandhi and Martin Luther King in my talk. I should have mentioned that. Yeah, so there are different ways of looking at the universe. Both of them share universe at some level through their imagining the word, harmonious word, peaceful word, producing this word through peaceful means and all that, love. All that discourse will come into play. Purifying the heart, purification of mind. And this art, D.R. Nagaraj said very famously. But the question is, Gandhi's is a difficult universe to follow, in the sense that, his universe will be the universe in which you become absolutely a zero, without any value addition on yourself. And Ambedkar would say you have to become like a ocean, from where you can measure all the heights. But we don't require heights anymore. There is no hierarchy. Moral universe is without any kind of hierarchies, any kind of asymmetries based on particularities, nothing. And that kind of a calmness as ocean is about. And you measure the heights from the sea level, the sea. So these are two very closely related versions of universe, isn't it? So what is then capitalism will have no business to survive and flourish if there is a self which is actually committed to become zero. No. That's why these are difficult options. And you might say these are all ahistorical options. Historically, not, you can't endorse them. History doesn't really endorse these things. It's just because history is progressing either through Hegelian mind ideas or through practice, empirical experience. So that's the point.
So the organizers tell me we can only take 3 more questions because the next session is starting. So we had a couple of questions here and maybe one in the center, right? So let's have the person in the black here, and then.
So first things first, the title of this conference is Critical Philosophy of Caste and Race. So, but the talk which went ahead was only talking about Dalits and blacks. So is caste about Dalits or race about blacks? Is just about Dalits or just about blacks? And then again I have some things to quote from Ambedkar's chapter, Untouchables and Slaves. So he says, a person is permitted to hold another as a slave. There is no compulsion on him if he doesn't want to. Law of slavery permits emancipation, but once an untouchable, always an untouchable. Of the two, untouchability is beyond doubt worse. The two means slavery and untouchability. Untouchability is not only worse than slavery but is positively cruel as compared to slavery. Untouchable is last to be employed, first to be fired. Untouchability is cruelty as compared to slavery because it throws upon the untouchable the responsibility for maintaining himself without opening to him fully all the ways of earning a living. Untouchables, unlike the slaves, are owned by the Hindus for purposes which further their interests and are disowned by them when owning them places them under burden. The untouchables can claim none of the advantages of an unfree social order and are left to bear all the disadvantages of a free social order. So in that sense, how are we equating the moral universe of the untouchables? I would use the word untouchables and blacks.
Thank you. Okay, I think you had your hand up. Yeah.
Often that the Savarna also uses the same interpretation to argue that caste in itself is something natural because of its global modulation, something also that Ms. Pandian talked about in his one step out of modernity. So I just wanted to understand, so how do we defend this solidarity against these Brahminical accusations of naturalization of caste and its global presence? That's all. Thank you.
Good morning, sir, and good morning to all the panel members. My name is Isha Lal. I'm second year PhD scholar from Jawaharlal Nehru University. So I have a question and a kind of reflection. So, sir, in your speech, you spoke about genealogical sequence of various categories that are used to refer to individuals from oppressed communities, that and each of the category have a unique spatio-temporal origin. Sir, I have a reflection. Why is that we never sort of reflect on that the sense of stigma that is attached to a group of people eventually also gets attached to the subsequent categories that are used to talk about them in various ways. But what I feel that none of the categories are able to encapsulate the pain, the trauma, the conflict of being a Dalit that one goes through in everyday life. So shouldn't that be the starting point of creating the universal moral, the moral universe that you spoke about creating? Shouldn't we talk about the pain, the experiences, the conflict that that one goes through being a Dalit? That should be a part of the discourse.
Okay, if you, a couple of sentences, no more, because we are really out of time.
Thank you so much. I am Namrata Pal from JNU. I am doing my PhD at Center for Women's Studies. My question is regarding the confusion and marathon of categories only. My work is on denotified tribes in general and specifically on Sasi community, which falls under SC category. So, but as you talked about the confusion and history of categories, it has been shifting from, for denotified tribes from criminal tribe to ex-criminal tribes, to denotified to Vimukta, and now the official category of scheduled caste, scheduled tribe and others. So there are these collectives who do not identify, even though they fall under SC category, but they do not identify themselves as Dalits, obviously because of the stigma that comes with it. And so I have been dealing with this confusion for so long. My work is on gender and labor, and I have been asked this question again and again, that how do you look at it? Because they have remained far from Ambedkarite movements, and they themselves don't acknowledge that they are Dalits. So, yeah, can you suggest me or, elaborate on it? Thank you.
Is it okay? Yeah. Thank you for your comments. Yeah, let's start with this last question. So, why do categories which are supposed to be abstract, universal, get to be reduced to some kind of a stigma? Yeah, attached to them by people who do not want to give any credence any credence to the elevation of identity to an idea. You know, for example, why do you call some people as social justice communities? Why can't you straightway call them untouchables, SCs or what? But you call them social justice community. You are actually in a way stigmatizing. You are not allowing categories to enjoy their universal status. So who is calling the shot? They are using this shortcut to actually discriminate you, put you down, humiliate you morally. That however hard you try to become ideas from identity, you are not the part of ideas, you are the part of identity. But so that's the struggle. You have to get them to know, look here, no, you still understand the methodological protocols of how to develop theory. Don't actually, don't really impose, don't allow your prejudice to interfere into the theory building. The initiative, that's what you need to be a front runner, not a complainer. You say that, look here, I am on the superior position. I am talking about the position which is authorial, theoretically. Yeah, you take that position. But complaining is fine, but you know, this, in Bihar, social justice community, at the stand you find that people, oh, you are from social justice community. But social justice, John Rawls did 20 years intellectual labor to produce this social justice thing. I mean, there are many people. So tell them, that's my submission. And about I have a very particular problem. I mean, in West Bengal, the census, Namashudras said, oh, no, we don't want SC category. There's a fight. People said they wanted to walk out from the census. As somebody who is not SC, they wanted to actually disclaim. But that is one way of looking at your own self-perception. So that's the point. Then you have what is the language of solidarity? How do you bring them together? As I mentioned to you, I think somebody mentioned this. I have mentioned that, you know, we are not actually trying to reduce caste to race and race to caste. We'll just find out what is the common ground on which they can come together. In terms of the anthropological, sociological, they may not. And Ambedkar did say that in so many words. But our thrust of philosophizing has to be to address the moral questions. You know, what is the moral concern that they have common interest in? To be treated as human being with dignity is one common concern, isn't it? So that you should come, but then for that should be your focus. And there they can come, and then you have, therefore, if that is your central point, you have to actually negotiate with your smaller points, physical, temporal, anthropological, all that you can negotiate. Keep them in the background. Don't allow them to dominate the discourse. It's a very liberal principle that I'm talking. I'm invoking the liberal principle. You have to really rally around the common concerns and then find out what is universal in the particular. I mean, no identity basically regressive by its own, on its own terms. It is vibrant. It is looking for outlet towards universal. But the organizing principle, inner organizing principle of any identity, women, Adivasi, Dalit, black, everybody, is the urge for being treated as human being, freedom. But the outer expression, of course, is very parochial, narrow. Because other categories, and this is the debate between Dalit and the class. Yeah, you don't have, for Ambedkar, Phule and others did not have universal category available immediately. Therefore, they had this narrow, SC and others. And Dalit is not a caste category, sorry, it's a critique of caste basically. But you know, you are trampled down, you are so lazy in terms of imagining. The same definition is being repeated. Have you ever asked this question? Just find out, I'm giving you the homework. Just find out whether there's any scholar who has really defeated this. Somebody has given this definition to you and you are trying to repeat it. It has become a rhetoric now. Repetition is rhetorical. Just find out how, is there any, and you know, Gajendra, we did this seminar, special issue on Dalit. That was long back, 20, 30 years back. but no reference. How do you account for this kind of a intellectual laziness? This is the, that's I think, so that's it. I think Ambedkar did that, and I did mention that, seeing and touching. And I would really advise you to read A Cracked Mirror. That will give you some answer.
Thank you so much, Professor Guru. I know there are many more questions out there, but I invite you to discuss them over a cup of tea and coffee outside. We have a 10-minute break, and I'm sure Professor Guru will be happy to respond over tea. So please join me in thanking Professor Gopal Guru for sharing his thoughts and ideas with us this morning, and also a big round for our organizers, Yashpal, Divya, and Lenny, for putting together this fantastic couple of days. Thank you so much.
Cultural histories of northeastern India, including embodiment studies focusing on discriminatory practices of Dalit Bahujans in higher educational institutions in India. I now hand over the mic to Professor P. Thirumal for further introductions.
Thank you. A spirited session in the morning. I welcome you all to the first business session. I'm happy to be participating in this event. The panelists in this, as she just mentioned, Aarushi Punia and Dr. Amit Thorat. Thorat is the discussant and the author of the text, The Necessity of Dalititude, being Dalit in Academic and Urban Spaces. I have pondered on this question for some time, what it is urban and academic question. But I was also thinking whether it is an epochal question or a sorry. So, being a Dalit in academic and urban spaces, I was wondering whether this question is an epochal question or a kind of question which escapes a space, temporality kind of space. I think we have gathered here in some ways, as Professor Gopal Guru was telling, there's a certain history to the concepts that we are talking today, and but the question is, have we interpreted enough? Are we ready for a change? I mean, this question of interpretation and change keeps coming back to us, and the question that seems to be particularly important for this conference is, have we interpreted enough? And that seems to be the basis for this, should I say, this conference. And I'll just give a brief bio of Aarushi Punia, IIT Delhi. She's a research scholar here. She's working in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences. She's in a final year of doctoral study and has been researching Palestinian and Dalit literature. Is it audible? Yeah. She is in her final year of doctoral study and has been researching Palestinian and Dalit literature since June 2016. She has developed a comparative framework that examines narrative strategies adopted by Palestinian and Dalit writers while opposing the modern carceral state. Our research interests, areas of research interest are political philosophy and narratology. I'm very keen to listen to your presentation, Aarushi. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Professor Thirumal, for such a warm introduction, and thank you, Professor Thorat, for being on my panel as well. I'd like to begin by thanking the conference organizers, Professor Dwivedi, Professor Jogdand, and Professor Dickens, for achieving a breakthrough moment in the history of IIT Delhi and its academic engagement with caste. As a researcher on caste, who writes on casteism in academia, research, and pedagogical practices, this conference and the coming together of so many anti-caste individuals is nothing short of a dream come true. I'd like to take a few minutes to share the series of events that led me to write this article, which has become foundational for my analysis on caste-based discrimination in urban spaces and academic institutes. In the early years of my doctoral research, I attended a Global Institute for Academic Networks, or GYAN special course at IIT Delhi on critical philosophy of race that was co-taught by Professor Robert Bernasconi from Penn State University and Professor Dwivedi from IIT Delhi, who also happens to be my supervisor. As is the aftermath of any great course, I too was left with a lot of reflections and unanswered questions. Why are caste and race seen as different when most of the practices of segregation and humiliation fall under the category of textbook racism? Following that thought, I discovered two things. The first, that often research on caste was dominated by upper castes, and the second made it self-evident that these researchers did not want us to see the similarities between race and caste. A lifetime of caste-based discrimination, both personally experienced and witnessed, had made me believe I'd be safer in academic and public spaces if I didn't discuss caste at all, a feeling that perhaps was shared by many members of the community. For many people like me who lacked the courage to write about their experiences, there were two types of writings we encountered when we tried to research on caste. The first, the works of many anti-caste Dalit scholars and writers from Ambedkar, Om Prakash Valmiki, Bama, Kalyani Thakur Charal, Gopal Guru, T. Saujanya, and Suraj Yengde, to name a few. The second were writings on caste by upper caste scholars. I found that the former were often reluctantly accommodated at the fringes of syllabi, whereas the latter had an institutional authority, such that even journal article reviewers would direct me to their works. This article marked the beginning of my attempt to chart a fearless path and fix this asymmetry. Initially, my conversations with my supervisor mirrored Wordsworth, and I quote, a spontaneous overflow of powerful feelings, where I recounted traumatic incidents that left me enraged and powerless. As we discussed the constellation of instances of passive and aggressive assault, both personal and publicly known, I saw a pattern of caste-based discrimination in urban and academic spaces, or rather what should be called and outlawed as caste-based discrimination, but isn't. And that is what I have discussed in this article. In many ways, this article and this special issue gave me the courage and the hope that I didn't have 7 years ago, that things truly can change. And that is the hope I wish to share with all of you today. In the interest of time, the rest of my presentation will be broadly divided in 3 parts. The first, a summarization of key concepts of my article, the necessity of Dalitude, being Dalit in urban and academic spaces in 21st century in India. The second, an indication of research projects that I plan to undertake that continue the work of critical philosophy of caste and race. And the third, an invitation and proposal to the members of the audience here about how the concepts produced in my research can be integrated in their work, whether academic, artistic, journalistic, legal, or political. In my paper, the first argument pertains to caste-based profiling, which is similar to racial profiling. I consider multiple examples in this regard. For instance, I argue that Brahmanical texts like the Bhagavad Gita or Manusmriti refer to Dalits as Chandalas or Atishudras, whereas the 21st century colloquialism is to call Dalits SCST or reserved category, invoking not a constitutional register but a false argument about meritocracy and articulating an anti-reservation hatred. At the same time, caste names like Chamar, Bhangi, Mala, Madiga, Pulaya, Paraya are also used as slurs in urban spaces and not necessarily for Dalits, but for anyone who appears as an outlier to the Brahmanical cultural order, which now refers also to well-speaking or fashionably dressed people. I assert that using caste names as slurs for Dalits and non-Dalits alike is a modern and urban practice of caste-based profiling, where education and economic empowerment have prevented the caste of an individual from being clearly and obviously known. Slurs cause extreme humiliation for Dalits, for those who are public about their Dalit identity feel that they are the obvious target for such slander, whereas those who pass, or in other words, Dalits who safeguard themselves from physical or verbal assault by not revealing their identity, start believing and internalizing that there is something truly deplorable about their lower caste history. Therefore, caste-based profiling is the new morphology of caste-based discrimination in urban and academic spaces, the successor of the criminal practice of untouchability, but one that is legally or culturally not acknowledged as such. My next argument pertains to what I call caste-ization, a process that is created and used by upper or dominant castes to ensure that Dalits remain socially and occupationally inferior to them. First, they conduct caste-based profiling through seemingly innocuous questions such as, where are your grandparents from? What language do you speak at home? What percentage did you get in your 12th boards? Or even blatant questions about caste in the context of eating together on dinner tables or even marriages. Next, they ensure that the age-old caste-based distinctions persist, or rather can be cemented through segregation. Casteization ensures that upper castes continue to direct the discourse on caste, from nomenclature, as we spoke in the morning, to even controlling research on caste and Dalit studies. The impact of casteization is not always overt. For instance, for Dalits who pass in public spaces, when an upper caste uses the slur of Chamar, it is similar to what Althusser describes as interpellation, which is when a policeman hails you and says, hey, you there, and you turn around and respond to that call. In academic spaces, the stereotyping of Dalit scholars as meek, inarticulate, and unintelligent is gatekeeping that prevents Dalits from directing the discourse on caste. Many Dalit scholars actually choose not to research on caste, as this is considered the new marker, the new caste marker in universities, and inevitably leads to discrimination, such as Dalit students being terminated from PhD programs or Dalit faculty not being hired. So given our two major problems of profiling and casteization, what can we do? My answer sought inspiration from the Black civil rights movement and the invention of new artistic forms which use the oppressor's language to destroy racism from within. Inspired by negritude, I propose Dalitude, where Dalits write in multiple languages, forms, and media to refute stereotypical gazes and challenge Brahmanical profiling and casteization. This political attempt at a self-definition extends its scope beyond literary works by ensuring that Dalit voices everywhere are heard. Dalitude finds expression in all Dalit writing on caste, whether in memoirs, articles, or academic research. It attempts to change the narrative about caste and reorient it from a Dalit perspective, influencing the discourse around caste across all disciplines. It enables Dalits to reclaim public spaces from which they have been excluded. For me, the coming together of people from the DBA community and anti-caste individuals today for this conference is a clear example of the power of Dalitude. Now that I've summarized the key concepts of my article, I want to signal the possibilities to extend the project of Dalitude. A research project that I have undertaken signals the casteism in pedagogical practices and the research category of Indian writing in English, which have invisibilized the history of Dalit intellectuals and writers. To counter this, I have proposed an academic inquiry into the field of Dalit writing in English that begins from the 19th century with Phule and Ambedkar, continues through the life writing of Dalit writers like Valmiki and Bama, and finds expression today in literary works of Yashika Dutt, Meena Kandasamy, the opinion articles of Christina Dhanraj and Thenmodi Sundarajan, the podcasts of Anurag Verma, and so on. At this point, I would also like to announce that we plan to gather a set of responses and commentaries on new directions for each article of the special issue on critical philosophy of caste and race, just as Professor Guru said this morning. And for that, I would like to invite all of you to reflect and send us your thoughts. For everyone present here today, I urge you to imagine how you can create Dalitude in your own respective fields. For academicians, that would mean undertaking research from a lower caste perspective, honoring their intellectual contributions and not perpetuating caste blindness. For administrators, it implies creating systems and practices that safeguard and amplify Dalit voices, whether through caste sensitization workshops, instating SC/ST cells, or being truly invested in the success of Dalit students and professors. For legislators or lawyers, it means creating legal provisions such that the new morphology of caste discrimination, such as profiling in urban and academic spaces, can be constitutionally recognized. For writers and artists, it means creating a chasm in spaces occupied by oppressors and slowly and steadily widening the passage so that it can be occupied by more and more Dalits and their works which will follow. Dalitude has started, and it is our duty to continue it. Thank you.
Thank you, Arisha. This is a call for producing concepts, not just for philosophical work, but also for producing changes in society. So there's a certain kind of a praxis associated with this kind of work. And I will be very happy to read your work when you finish it. Thank you. Professor Amit Thorat, I would welcome you. But before you take the mic, Professor Amit Thorat is Assistant Professor of Economics at the Center for the Study of Regional Development, Jawaharlal Nehru University. His research has been on issues of poverty, income, educational and health inequalities in general, and across social, ethnic, and religious communities in particular in the context of India. Currently, he's working on understanding people's beliefs around personal and social identity in India and its implication for social behavior, individual distress, and economic outcomes. Over to you, Amit.
Thank you very much. It's indeed a surprise, a pleasure, and a delight to be in IIT and talk about caste. So yes, I join you in celebrating this, definitely, first for IIT. I really enjoyed reading your paper. I am an economist by training. I look at outcomes of people. I measure income, poverty, inequality, etc. So the realm I'm getting into is more emotional, more descriptive, more historical in a sense, and also looking at academia. To be honest, I had some specific comments and then general comments. It's always difficult to write about caste, especially in journals when your audience might be a little bit informed about caste, but you are not sure how much they know about caste. So while starting about caste, you wonder whether you should, how much detail you must go into about explaining what is caste, how is it different from race, how is it similar with race, etc. And I think you had to rush through that as well, because you're assuming you're writing for an informed audience. But when you try and explain what caste means and how it functions in the society or how it's observed, I found certain things that stood out to me as something which is observed and articulated. Sometimes we feel an injustice happening, we know there is something wrong that is happening, but we are unable to articulate it and put words to it. So I'm just going to read out a few experts from your paper and then comment on those. And in the end, I'll just summarize. In the paper, you mention about the Hathras incidents, which I think most of you know here. And you write that the girl who suffered from a gruesome fate because she was a Dalit must now, in death, be represented only as a victim of gender violence. The very people who ensure that Dalits never forget their caste when they're alive are only too eager to erase their caste while speaking of them post-mortem. This dichotomy where when you're constantly being identified as Dalit or made aware of your identity, and when an atrocity happens or injustice happens which has caste overtones to it or is directly because of your identity, then it's kind of obfuscated as being a general crime, etc. And this tendency we see quite a lot. And I thought that articulation was important. Having said that, untouchables, you write, adopted the term Dalit for themselves, which means oppressed and broken. But interestingly, it is a term not used by the Indian government. The upper caste still consider the Dalit to be doubly inferior through scriptural definition as well as occupational activity. My comment here, and I might sound controversial or problematic, is that while the term Dalit might still represent, if not all, but a majority of the people who continue to face caste oppression, exclusion and violence, I'm beginning to wonder if people like us in academia, who also face some kind of exclusion and alienation of various forms, if not as vehement or brutal, feel like a Dalit anymore. So being oppressed or excluded. And I'm saying that because does that identity as a Dalit capture the anger, the frustration, the desire to speak out, as well as knowing and feeling that we inhabit a space, I wouldn't say a higher moral or ethical consciousness, but definitely somewhere in a more higher framework of justice, you feel somewhere, you understand justice somewhere more than others do. And when we self-identify as Dalits, how much of that is a representative of this new identity we want to forge? So that's an open question, and I'm not, but when I call myself an Ambedkarite Dalit or as a Dalit, part of the Dalit movement, I'm also standing with people who identify as Dalits. So that's also a political statement there. You write elsewhere that the Dalit entered the public imagery as someone naturally and intellectually inferior, mostly brown and evidently disgusting. Belonging to untouchable caste is seen as an intergenerational infection, for it leaves its trail of pollution through bloodline. I think that was very, very strong and very important. And it captures the feeling and emotions I feel of the non-Dalits very well. It's almost like I felt it myself, but have not been able to articulate, or even if I could, didn't find the space to say it out, that it's almost as if they believe that we are carrying some kinds of diseases intergenerationally and we are going to pollute them, contrary to any logic or germ theory of disease. But yes, it exists. Clothing. You mentioned clothing, such as signaling one's upper caste-ness by wearing a sacred thread around the chest, growing a lock of hair on the back of the head, and smearing sandalwood on the forehead. So we grew up seeing this very rarely, once in a while in the city, but now you see it more often in campuses, teachers, students. It's quite in your face assertion of your upper caste identity, and you're like kind of shocked. I mean, is this a student or someone's lost his way and walked into the university? You really don't know. But it turns out that it's not the case. Even in my cousin sister who was studying in Ambedkar psychology, they had students coming in dhoti and, you know, smeared forehead and long shikha. So I'm like, there is this new kind of a assertion also happening, which is, we can talk about it. The consistent profiling through which upper caste dissects speech, manners, and habits of people make it impossible to isolate it as caste-based discrimination, whereas it is precisely that. So I think that's so true. I feel this as the constant state of being for the non-Dalits, actually. This being termed as profiling is a word we borrow from the Western sense of racial profiling, but I think this has existed for a very long time in India and Southeast Asian contexts, and especially in academic spaces where access to general seats for Dalits and tribals is very rare. You have very few people who manage to get access, even if they're meritocratic or have the ability, because they are asked to enter institutions through the reserve quota. So there is no out for them. They cannot pass themselves. They cannot hide anyways. So that's something which they have to live with and experience. Caste-based profiling is practiced by upper caste irrespective of where they live. The profiling has a twofold purpose. It creates a network of upper caste who seek to support and promote one another, and it discriminates against Dalits by depriving them of opportunities of material and economic advancement. And I have been thinking of this, and my observation is, and not really a comment, is that I was also trying to understand this behavior. And I think this is now a standard practice which is honed to perfection, almost at a subconscious level. You don't have to actively do it. This is how the mind works. At one end, the notion of Brahmins being superior to all works as almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy, a placebo effect to encourage self-belief, confidence, a feeling of we can do anything. At the same time, the constant identification, exclusion of non-Brahmins, Dalits in particular, allows them to at all times be aware of their control, space of influence and power through their networks, and works constantly to maintain their privilege and hegemony. So it's just there. It's how the psychology works and is honed to perfection, I suppose. And people here in the audience can, who are psychologists, can comment. Then I have some particular comments on, you refer to the Cisco case in US, and I just wanted to kind of clarify that they dropped the lawsuit against the two Indian people involved in that, but the case continues against Cisco. I think probably because of lack of evidence, or probably it's not going to, the given state of laws that exist in California may not allow them to win the case, so that's one thing. You also mentioned the report by Tenmoy Sundarajan, and that finds that 1 in 4 Dalits surveyed reported facing physical and verbal assault, 1 in 3 faced educational discrimination, and 2 in 3 workplace discrimination. So while the survey is a very good indicator of what might be happening within the diaspora community, I think there is a problem with the methodology. We just have to be, I'm just flagging that out. The sample finally comes to about 12,000 people collected through either a snowballing or a purposive kind of a sampling framework, which means that you get to people through your organizations, or civil society organization, or religious or caste groups, which means these people are already very aware about their rights, etc., and what's happening. But there might be a whole slew of people who may not be aware and need also to be surveyed. So a randomized sampling approach would be better. Large sample would really get to the heart of the problem. But it is indicative, and I'm not taking away from it. But we have to be careful while putting it out, because methodologically there are lots of problems there. And I've looked at the methodology in the appendix. So, and they also claim, and I quote, in this version of the survey, we do not employ the use of statistical testing to establish statistical significance of the results, but we plan to do so in future iterations. Okay, I'm just gonna, there are other things, but Dalitude, okay. So I think what you describe as Dalitude First, of course, I have a little bit of a problem with the word Dalit. So anything a derivative or a derivation of Dalitude to me is, I mean, we can always have other words. But I think it has already existed, that sense of revolt and rebelliousness, and even in academics, right, from the early Ambedkarite movements in Maharashtra through writings and in academia, people have done it, but not at the scale and with the confidence it is happening now. So I wouldn't want to say that, yes, there is a new turn, there is a new kind of a shot in the arm and conversation happening, but I don't want to take away from that history of that kind of revolt and struggles on the backs of which academia and literature around now rests. So, and I'm a little not sure about this word, Dalitude, but I like what it represents now, and also what you're trying to say about it historically. Also, I felt that a lot of what you say is already felt, experienced by Dalit academics since ever, because they had no access to academic spaces except through reserved seats. And it's only in some places like IIT and elsewhere where very few Dalits, tribals, Bahujan have managed to get into general category seats, where they can actually explore their simple humanness and not be categorized as Dalit, non-Dalit, etc. So if we want to be humans and just navigate the academic space, how do you do that? Because if you're not Dalit, then what are you? You're either an upper caste, middle caste, tribal, you are some identity, right? You're not just a human, because everyone else is identifying themselves as somebody else. How do you even start thinking about yourself as a neutral human being? So I think sometimes there's no option for most people to not engage with their identity. They grow up and they either accept their identity or they have to hide it. And hiding your identity over time takes an immense toll psychologically. And I think you cannot sustain it after a while. And once you've made to a position where you think you'll get respect now, you're like an academic and you've made it to Columbia or IIT or JNU, whatever, then you feel you're strong enough to come out. So that's a luxury and a privilege for a very few, I think, and the rest have to deal with their identity in one form or the other. That's what I thought. So I think your paper is very interesting. I enjoyed reading it. It's just that I may be wrong, but I think it's the gazes of that rare breed of people who have the luxury of having gone through life and not really having to choose their identity at every space, every time. Okay, I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thanks, Amit, for those comments. Aarushi, would you want to respond to that?
I think first, thanks, Professor Thorat, for such a literally a word-by-word, line-by-line engagement with my paper. I can't tell you how amazing that feels. At the same time, I think I'd like to respond to some of your comments. They may be sort of responses in verbatim and some coupled up together. So you raised the point of, the problematic of the commemoration of Manisha Valmiki's death. And that incident I included it in the paper because I think there was a very clear and stark difference in the way the Nirbhaya protests played out in the country, in the capital. I've been at both times, where everybody from my institute sort of went in this feminist collective to India Gate and sat for days in a candlelit march, whereas for Manisha Valmiki, there was barely a murmur. And at that time, I remember that there was a very small protest organized for Manisha Valmiki right in front of Jantar Mantar. And at that point of time, the police imposed the 144A, so you couldn't even go there. At that point of time, I think the reason to say that was also to distance myself from the problematic of the feminist gaze on Dalit women particularly, which refuses to acknowledge that rapes that happen with women are especially because of their caste. It's not that they just happen to be Dalit. So there's been more research and journalistic work on Valmiki's death, and where people have gone to her village 2 years later. And the Thakur men are just sitting there and everybody says that, no, nothing like this happened, it's not about caste. Whereas it clearly is. So you can see an entire village coming together to protect the men, whereas in Nirbhaya's case, it's almost like the entire nation came together to capture those men. So in some senses, I was trying to, sort of draw attention to the kind of different experiences that these women have had post-mortem. I think you raise a very complex question for me when you say, what does it really feel to be a Dalit, right? What does it feel like to be a Dalit? And in some senses, I think Professor Guru gave us some answers in the morning when he said, I don't think any of us really have the option to identify as a Dalit. It's an identity which is imposed upon you. Now, it's up to you whether at some point of time you were born in conditions where it's imposed upon you and everybody around you knows. Or like you said, there is that small minority which somehow escaped that immediate identification and being publicly known. And it's a phenomenon that I wanted to study within the city and academic spaces, particularly because those are the spaces that I have been and I can speak of very confidently. And you're right, it's a very small minority. I wouldn't call it a luxury. I'll refrain from calling that, and because of the only reason that these people have never been able to form a community or a collective of their own, right? There's a large strand of scholarship which also writes about middle-class Dalits with disdain, almost as though they are traitors for the cause. So I think what I wanted to bring to the front was the difficulty of these kind of Dalits who, like you said, have had to pass for obvious reasons, not because of luxury, but just they had that one stroke of luck where they were not born in a village where everybody knew where they came from. And in that sense, they have had to navigate the same hurdles, right? They go for the same seats. I know multiple Dalit scholars who actually renounce reservation, who say, okay, we want to enter the institute on unreserved seats, and they're actively discouraged from doing that. So if actually the oppressor were so eager for us to drop our caste, I want to say it's never easy, right? So when you actually say that, is it possible for that small minority to live a life of simple humanness, my answer is going to be no. At no point is it a life of simple humanness, and like you said, it's a life full of trauma, feeling like you're a traitor to the cause, feeling like you've somehow, by some luck, navigated the system and gotten through, and then you're also sort of alienated from your own community by thoughts like this. So in that sense, when you say, okay, like you've done your research, you've done your master's, your PhD, you've reached Columbia University, and now you choose to come out, I'm going to tell you you're not going to be safe even then. So, and I think that's where at least, that's what I have to say on this small minority that you spoke about. The other things that I also want to draw attention to are phrases that you also refer to of my paper, like the trail of pollution, and you're absolutely right, there's nothing new in that. There's been research where the oldest forms of anti-Semitism have also been connected with a certain kind of disease that is passed through the bloodline. And in that sense, I think that is the contribution of the special issue, to really talk about multiple kinds of racism where perhaps the attitude towards caste has actually informed all of the others. And I also want to talk about, the proverbial Brahmanical thread which sort of pops out at you whenever you're walking at an institute now. And I mean, I have no qualms in saying that there are IIT professors who are dressed like that as well. So can you imagine what it's like to be one of the few Dalit students who have somehow cracked through the system, gotten in, and see a professor who walks with sandalwood on the head, a long lock on the back of their head, and a thread. So clearly, I think there is something about the institute which has disempowered us, even if we've gotten through, where perhaps I may not be able to wear a t-shirt which marks my Dalitness, but a Brahmanical professor feels that he has the power to walk with those kind of markers. And in that sense, I think, I want to sort of like also go back to what you said. You're absolutely right. It's an art which has been practiced to perfection, where signaling these caste markers are to align everybody in the institute that, what, I may be intellectually superior because I'm an IIT, but I'm also scripturally, occupationally, traditionally, historically superior in every way. And you cannot come and say anything to me. And in that case, it's a very clear, powerful statement. And in that sense, I think I also want to shift now to what you said about California. Well, I mean, the case may be dropped, but I think even with California, caste discrimination has been outlawed now. I mean, at least that I know of, that where at least historically in institutes where anti-racism was acknowledged, caste is also now announced as a protected category. That's a win for the state, for the number of people who've been living there, and actually bringing out these incidents. And I think the interesting thing to me was, I'm not an economist, but when you say that, okay, randomized sampling would have been better, my hunch is that perhaps the numbers would be much more, right? So when you're saying that, okay, 1 out of 4 experienced discrimination, perhaps those numbers may go up to 6 out of 10. And I think for me, the survey was just an indicator of perhaps what's happening within the diaspora of what we can know, and the first kind of study that was really conducted. But yeah, I think those are my comments in a slightly disparate manner, but nonetheless to actually thought-provoking questions that you asked. But I'd just like to sort of end my response on a note that it's never easy. No matter who you are, no matter where you come from, it's not easy. But yes, thank you so much.
The floor is open and I welcome questions. Please be brief, and shall we start with the friend here?
Aarushi, I read your paper when we were coming up with this volume. But you, in your presentation today, you briefly mentioned that about the feeling of being enraged when you witness casteist practices in the campus, beyond the campus. But in my own experiences of dealing with the caste question in the academic space, I have also seen an extreme level of hatred, and I would prefer to use the term resentment, among Dalits. Right? So let's think of an example where there are 2 or 3 PhD fellows working in the same department, feeling jealous about each other's achievement. Do you see that as simple professional jealousy, or do you see a sense of counterproductive anger or jealousy or envy? And do you see that as part of the larger caste-based structure that we live in, or is it something that you would like to see through some other critical lens? That's the question.
Hello, yeah, thank you. So, doing Dalitude or being Dalit in academic spaces vis-a-vis counter assertion of Brahmanical identity that is going on nowadays, how do you see the undoing and erasure that happens as well? I'll cite the examples from Delhi University, for instance, where there has been a undoing in syllabus and curriculum most recently, and it is continuing. And a lot of struggle has gone in inclusion of those texts that have been removed from, for instance, from the English department, in the philosophy department, and economics department, and political science department, to cite a few. So this erasure and undoing, how do you see that? And the second question is perhaps to Professor Thorat. You mentioned about the idea of seat or gaining a place inside the academic institution. So how do you see the change in terminology? I mean, the term general has now been replaced by you are in some institution. So does that make a difference? I mean, we have this tendency to coin new terms, but this change in terminology or nomenclature, does it make any difference at all? Thank you.
Hi, thank you for the talk. My questions are going to mirror what Amit said. I want to I understand that the presentation only has 15 minutes, but I want to hear more about negritude and how exactly that connection is made, because like the history of negritude was responding to colonialism and slavery. So I want to mirror Amit again. There's a disconnect with Dalit emancipatory history with how you are. So I want to know more how critically, philosophically you're thinking through negritude. And my second question is that how blackness has translated into the US is very different. Like even within Africa, people relate to being black is really different. And that has crucial history with negritude and also its relation to language. It was in French. So I want to, and so many of these questions are what it means to be Dalit, yet you're using DBA in your, so there's just like, I can't reconcile with all these kind of grand statements you're putting out while using negritude. So I feel like there's a huge disconnect with the histories of being black in negritude movement and using the category of Dalitude. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for the questions. I'll go chronologically, so I'll answer yours first. I mean, it would be perhaps the limitedness of my experience where I have been perhaps lucky to witness solidarity and fraternity in the truest sense between Dalits, where perhaps I think we know that we need to look out for each other. It's almost like a primal survival instinct where we need to sort of collect in numbers, boost each other up. And while I can understand that there might be this kind of hatred and resentment between Dalits, colloquially in urban spaces, there have been statements made between subcastes of, what are considered the scheduled categories about one being superior and one being inferior. And in some senses, perhaps it is an internalization of the Brahmanical division of the caste order. At the same time, I understand what you're saying about that anger being counterproductive, but I wonder if for any of us, we can have a moment to perhaps reflect that we've all been put in this rat race and been made to run without really understand that A, we never opted to be in this rat race, and B, it's a race whose rules are governed by somebody else. So I think at some point of time for each Dalit academic, there would need to be a sustained kind of awakening in that sense, where you become truly conscious of the fact that you are a community. And I think that kind of consciousness is deliberately blocked through this sort of engineered competition between Dalits. So at no point would I actually ever really blame any singular Dalit in saying that, you think you need to succeed at the cost of someone else. But I think I would invite a reflection or a dialogue at least that you need to understand why you feel that you need to compete with another Dalit. I think I can personally say I've never had that feeling, and I've been lucky to not be around such people either. To ever have given someone a chance also to where I can explain, okay, the fight is not between us. And in some senses, you're right, it is a percolation of how deeply Dalits imbibe the caste-based hierarchy as well. Where they're constantly made to think about everybody as an opponent. And I think that those are exactly the thoughts that Brahmanical structures want us to have. And it is our duty today to dispel those completely. To the next question about Dalitude. Thanks for really asking. And, I actually spoke about it in my presentation as well. You're absolutely right to note that, there's so many times that Ambedkar and Phule have been incorporated in syllabi, dropped from syllabi, and I can speak academically of English literature for the longest time as well. And though that is truly one of my research projects, that where I investigate the category of Indian writing in English, and you look at these anthologies by Salman Rushdie, Meenakshi Mukherjee, Priyambada Gopal, some of the big names in English academia, and you realize that there's not one single Dalit author in those, right? Whereas clearly it is evidence documented that Ambedkar was perhaps one of the first people to write a memoir in the English language, waiting for a visa, even if short, cropped, in whichever manner, has clearly one of the first Indian works written. So actually, I think my investigation has been to show that these academics who define these categories are actually only concerned with representing a post-colonial encounter in a way where it is the Indian who's under attack or experiences trauma must now respond to the colonial encounter with a chutnification of language is the upper caste. And I think that is what is the duty of everyone here. That's what I meant, that in all of your fields, it is our duty to really point out those erasures, look at every tradition historically, academic, historical, economic traditions, and be like, okay, what if there was a Dalit perspective actually, what if it intruded into this? Because I feel that's all we do. So what if I intruded in that tradition, and then I could sort of, in that sense, really undo the erasure that you actually spoke about. And that started as a journal paper for me. It's going to become a monograph and like a lot more. So it sort of really snowballs. And then you'll be able to actually push back to these academics who've been talking about Indian writing in English, but have never included Dalits, right? Where even perhaps a 21st century anthology would not include Meena Kandasamy or Yashika Dutt. What does that mean? Can we really study like that today? No, we can't. And I think it is our duty to constantly push back by signaling the erasure which has happened on Dalit history. And thanks, Akhil, for your question. So you're right. I think at least from the way that I adopted negritude was from Sartre's work in Black Orpheus, and how he sort of talks about using the oppressor's language to speak back to them. And I think that is the primary thought which struck with me. I do understand that it may appear as though I have glossed through some distinctions of Franco-Algerian racism and African-American identities, and how they sort of like negotiate with negritude and black identity as such. And I assure you, I'm sure that's complex. I think if the conversations are anything to go by today, all of us today here are really struggling to understand what is a Dalit identity as well. But at some point, I think it is my personal politics to sort of take a step back from nomenclature, because for the longest time that has been the tool of discrimination. And it's almost like a game of naming that has been invented by upper caste, right? Like, okay, what do we really call Dalits? Should we call them scheduled caste, reserve category? Should we call them by their caste names? What should we call them? And I think my pushback is always saying that you are nobody to call us anything. And at least as far as the community, the academic or the lay community is concerned, there seems to be some consensus despite the difficulties in adopting the term Dalit. There seems to be some consensus that, okay, perhaps this is an umbrella term, to use Professor Guru's term, that is one that we can sort of rally under. I think so that was my reason of talking about Dalitude and imagining it in a certain way where we really sort of infiltrate the ranks. It's almost like an army maneuver where you use everything that they have, every idea, every concept, and you sort of absolutely explode it from within. That's what I mean by Dalitude, which is why I meant that this conference held in IIT Delhi is a moment of Dalitude. Thank you. I think if there are more questions, I'm happy to take them.
Hello. Hi. Here. My PhD work specifically deals with past.
I think the question was about DU and syllabus and etc. Yeah, I mean, you're right, that's happening, but I mean, it was happening earlier as well, and it's probably happening even more now. Sorry? Yes, with more ferocity, but there are also new courses being started in Delhi School of Economics. You have now a comparative course between Ambedkar and other economic, thought givers. They wanted to have a course specifically on Ambedkar, but the negotiations couldn't, there were negotiations between a certain group of academics and others, and then it is there. There is a course on Dalit literature in Hindi, which IGNOU provides, which has compiled literature, Dalit literature, prose, poetry, and autobiographical accounts in more than 15 languages. It's translated into Hindi and it's a master's course. So it's not that things are not happening, and you have to keep working and doing your bit, and things around you may be falling apart, but I think you have to work. I want to respond to, quickly, if I am allowed, to the intra-Dalit animosity which you talked about. I think there is, that happens, of course. There's a human nature to competitiveness. But there is also a historic psychological trauma which leads to that, right? Because you have to fend for yourself. It's between fending for yourself versus being a collective as an academic community or anything, and then fighting other groups. But that cultural capital, that social network and then capital is not there. You're first generation learner or second generation learner, you're not going to get it immediately. Whereas if you look at upper caste, they don't know each other, but they'll support each other blindly in any forum, because there's a historicity to their cultural capital. So you can't expect them to, within a generation or two, have the same, So you have to take that and understand that like that, I think. So there was a thing about, the question was about general versus unreserved. So I think they are all the same. As Akhil was hinting towards, if you want to look at, expressive and very, very pointed terminology, you can come with oppressors, enslavers, practicing untouchability. You can always come up with interesting terminologies, right?
Can we move on to the next batch of questions?
Hi. In my PhD, I'm specifically looking at passing or concealing caste among Dalits, and I just want to put out a question what Leela Bulugod has said, romance of resistance, where, because both of you said that the passing community within the Dalit community is a very small minority, but in my research, I don't think so. That's the case, and it's actually a very sizable community, and this question basically is relevant for most of us who are doing anything called Dalit studies, or because we are mostly engaging with small islands of resistance in these education spaces, and not looking the majority of the sections who are not actually the so-called resistance. And, yeah.
I have two questions and one comment. Particularly, I acknowledge that upper castes have committed lots of unexcusable offenses, and which are quite known and recorded at different places. But I just want to understand that how it can be established that the upper castes want to close down discourse about the distinction between race and caste. What are the basis to establish that they don't want to make caste equivalent to race, etc.? What kind of discourse they have tried to promote to close down that distinction? That is one. And second, I want to ask that in case non-Dalit upper caste are really, seriously empathetic to the cause with which other Dalits are being faced or they are suffering, how would you like to view them, or why it's not possible that they can be included in that fold in any manner. Thirdly is my comment about though it's quite, I'm partly agreed with the fact the kind of protest which should have been happened at the time of death of Manisha Balmiki did not happen. But partly we need to look at in the context of expedient politics which is going on particularly from 2014, and where each and every protest is being tried to be crushed down with heavy hand, probably we all know that. And we need to find out some way out to getting out of that also, which is happening every day with everyone, irrespective kind of protest it may be. It's another kind of challenge which is posed by this neoliberal fascist regime upon that. Yeah, thank you so much.
We have time only for one last question. Please make it short.
Hello, Aarushi. I really enjoyed your presentation. I just completed my PhD in anthropology on the topic contemporary African migration to India. And my field is Bengaluru. And I'm also looking at their social exclusion and the marginalization that they go through. And so it's very close to what we are talking today and in this conference. And I'm really trying to understand, while I'm trying to curate a paper, of what really is the distinction between the caste and race and the casteization and the racialization. And I saw it coming together in the context of these young African migrants with students and traders in terms of the food that they eat, the clothing, their culture. You can see that kind of similarity of the purity and the pollution, but it's very difficult because it's so, covert, right? It's not all out there. So nobody says that, oh, I'm discriminating against you because you eat this particular thing, and it's similar to other communities in our culture who eat certain things, or, culturally or food-wise. So I just really wanted to understand your perspective. How would you really understand this distinction? What is the distinction between a lock of hair and the hair locks, the hair braids? Thank you.
Thanks. So to your question first, at least that I know of, there's been no statistical analysis for obvious reasons of Dalits who pass in public spaces, right? Because it would defeat the purpose. At the same time, I think if we were to make a hunch, mathematically, maybe sir can assist me, just think out of the box. So I think if we have 30% of the population, roughly, maybe 28% of the population that would be Dalit, then we have, but reservation is about. I get what you're saying. Give me a minute to continue. So typically, while the reserve seats are much lesser in number in proportion to the population, at the same time, I think you are forced to reveal yourself to the institute. And at the same time, there are still Dalits who choose not to apply through reservation. So even if we look at just the university as such a space, or even if just literature as such a space, right, where you have memoirs of Dalits who've been out and public about their identity, at the same time, there are perhaps two that I know of, Yashika Dutt and Baburao Bagal, who actually speak about passing. In that sense, it's a smaller percentage, but I think over time, we can just make a rough estimate. Again, like I said, I didn't say it's a small minority as such, but I think over time, it is growing sizably in number, and we can only make an estimate, perhaps a ballpark figure that it must be, I don't know how to do that math also, actually. But yeah, okay. So to your questions, thank you. I think my response to why upper caste people don't want caste to be seen as race, and this is historical also in some ways, that in 2001 there was a World Conference Against Racism, and the Indian state and bureaucracy, everybody truly blocked the NCDHR, the National Commission for Dalit Human Rights, to go into a UN conference and say that casteism is something that should be acknowledged as racism, right? And we can understand that the people who were in power at that point of time truly gained something from caste not being acknowledged as racism. And there, again, I have a few hypotheses in this regard, which is that for the first time, perhaps everybody would have to truly question that what are the kind of public offices what are the kind of people who occupy public and institutional and academic spaces? Which caste do they belong to? And had they had to reveal that, I think the answer is very obvious. We'd really find that despite being a numerical minority, right? The Bihar census shows us that upper castes and Brahmins are only 3%. And yet they continue to occupy the majority of institutes, political offices, legislature, judiciary, you name it. So I think they have something very crucial to gain by not letting caste being perceived as race, because at that point of time, then everything would be under the scanner. And they would actually lose everything that they have protected for over 2,000 years. Their network would go. And for once, one might actually be able to challenge and push back to their numbers in these kind of spaces. To your second question about empathetic upper castes, how do we integrate? I thank you for that question. And I want to say that I think there are examples out there of empathetic upper castes, and what they actually do, I can only tell you by observation. They do what Professor Guru spoke about it, in his talk in the morning. They follow up. So let's say you're like a anti-caste, upper caste academic. Yes. It's not what they typically do is, let's say, commission a book on caste, publish a book on caste and where they're the editor, but like, let's say other people are writers, but that's the one and only book of their career, one and only academic engagement on caste. And I think it sort of takes a monumental effort on the side of upper caste to build that kind of solidarity and really prove that you're an ally to the cause. I think for obvious reasons, the DBA community is suspicious till proven trustworthy, is perhaps the perspective on upper caste empathizers. And also just quick answer to about your question about Manisha Valmiki. So yes, of course, protests are not easy, but I think I'll also comment on the kind of social media outrage that Nirbhaya received, the judicial quickness with which her case moved, and how that's the complete opposite in Manisha Valmiki's case. And I'm sorry, yes. To your question about the difference between racialization and casteization, I think our attempt has been to show that it is in fact racialization which has been informed by all of these practices, right? So actually, if you read Professor Vankete's paper on eating practices and how non-vegetarian food is actually looked at with disdain, you'll see that there is, that practice has sort of almost migrated as well to the disdain that, like black eating practices are looked at or black cultural traditions are looked at. And in some senses, that will be proven when Professor Dwivedi talks about the evasive racism of caste as well. I think those are my answers, but thank you everybody for your questions.
Yeah, I think we have to close the session, and thanks for that very spirited presentation of yours and the more meditative response from the discussant. I like that energy, and that should inform this conference, I think. I thank the organizers and the audience sitting here. We'll close this session now. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. There are many eateries outside where maybe you could grab lunch. Please make sure to be here 5 minutes before 2 p.m., which is when we will have the next session. So you have about 25 minutes.
In this session, we have Dr. Yashpal Jogdand with us as the speaker. Dr. Yashpal is an associate professor of psychology at the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Delhi. Dr. Purnima from IIT Delhi only is chairing our session, who will introduce our speaker. We also are very pleased to have Dr. Arvind Mishra with us from JNU as a discussant. The title of Dr. Jogdand's talk is Ground Down and Locked in a Paperweight Towards a Critical Psychology of Caste-Based Humiliation. Now I would request Dr. Purnima to take the lead. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, I take it. No. We should look forward to a very interesting session, because I think first time in IIT, we are having a session where 3 social psychologists are on the dais and talking about caste, and mostly it will be Yashpal talking about caste and the psychology of caste. This is something that has been overlooked by psychologists to a very great extent. Even when they deal with caste, it is like a selection variable or a categorical variable without any nuanced understanding of how caste influences emotions, cognitions, behaviors, etc., and how the notion of caste is embedded in the larger socio-cultural context. And I'm really happy, and I think I have told Yashpal that through his work, there are 2 gaps that he would be fulfilling in the realm of psychology research. One, positioning caste as an important socio-cultural structural variable, which has been overlooked. And secondly, developing a program of research, because psychology research is dominated by one-shot studies. And this domination of one-shot studies by researchers has not facilitated any kind of theory development. So therefore, I expect from Yashpal, and I think I have told him at other times, that I am expecting a theory of caste-based humiliation coming from Professor Yashpal Jogdand in the near future, because he has established this program of research. And secondly, being a social psychologist, he is looking at the context, and for us, the context is very broad. It is cultural, social, political, economic, etc. And how the individual, one and the group, once they are embedded in this kind of a context where they have gone through prolonged deprivation, a deprivation that has been there over the centuries, how it has impacted not just their emotions, their feelings, but also their potential in many ways. And I do hope, Yashpal, that soon we would have a theory from you. Okay, so let me introduce now. I took, if I don't get any chance, let me just begin. Okay, so Yashpal is our colleague. He is Associate Professor of Psychology in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences. And he is the faculty advisor of Initiative for Caste Equity under the Office of Diversity and Inclusion. And this is a great step in a place like IIT. I think all of you would agree. His research examines prejudice, stereotype, humiliation, leadership, caste and casteism, coping with resistance, etc. He is a great scholar and a very, very prolific researcher. And I have no doubts in saying that, being a senior. I have seen him grow since he was doing MPhil at JNU. And so it's been a long, long journey together, where I have been kind of looking at what he's doing, what he's writing, etc. He is on the editorial board of a number of journals, prestigious journals. He was also the recipient of Young Psychologist Award from the National Academy of Psychology. And of course, you will hear him today, and I think that will validate a lot of things that I have said. So, welcome Yashpal, and we are looking forward to your lecture. Then is also Professor Arvind Mishra. He is professor at Zakir Hussain Center for Education. Educational Studies. There I get confused always. Yeah, at JNU. And well, Yashpal has been Arvind's student, did his MPhil with him. So, you know, you have a small group here where each one has been following each one over the years. And so we can also predict what each one is going to speak to some extent. Arvind has been a great friend, and we worked together and discussed critically many things. His PhD was in identity, I think Bihari identity, if I remember. And then he has a wide-ranging interest on theoretical psychology, on critique of psychology, on, colonial mindset. These are all kinds of things that he is interested in. He's also He's also on the editorial board of Psychology and Developing Societies. He's joined it recently. A large number of books that he has written and edited. And since I don't have a list, I don't want to make any mistake. But again, a prolific writer, researcher. And of course, we are all three good friends who are trying to build social psychology in India, which has not been that prolific, because psychology has been more recognized for clinical positive now and organizational behavior. So I think that's the common goal and the common journey. I will not take much time. Yashpal, can we go ahead with you? And how much time would you take? 40 minutes? 30 minutes?
I think I'll take 15 minutes.
Okay, 15 minutes. Oh, I thought looking at your paper, you will need that much.
I need more space, certainly.
Yes.
But I'll just take 15 minutes because I would really like to hear from you both and also from the audience. And but thank you so much for the kind and encouraging bio note. But I have been now making this sort of a mistake of always saying bio net. And my colleague, organizer, conspirator, Divya, has said that that is a really meaningful mispronunciation, that it's all a bio net, and that bio net is now being laid out in front of me, and it's reminding me why I undertook the trouble of writing this article in a journal of philosophy, being a thorough psychology student from the beginning. So it takes me back to the days of Aurangabad, who is now renamed as Sambhajinagar, but it's still Aurangabad for us. So in Aurangabad, when I was a student doing masters in psychology, had an opportunity to interact with Comrade Sharad Patil, one of the towering anti-caste intellectuals and activists. And in the audience, we have Professor Bagade, Professor Santosh, Professor Prabodhan, and I think all of us have been engaging with Comrade Sharad Patil's work and have definitely learnt from it. And so that was a great opportunity for me to interact with him, and I posed a question to Comrade that I'm a student of psychology, but I'm interested in caste. He said, your future is doomed. You should move to philosophy. And although that was a discouraging comment, it stayed with me. And thankfully, I didn't take his advice. I stayed with philosophy. And now, at this moment, when we are thinking about critical philosophy of caste and race, we are interrogating these categories of caste and race, categories of being black, being Dalit, being whatever that we want to be, and the emancipatory possibilities of that. that really reminds me of the fact that I have learned in the psychology textbook that I got as a first year BA student, that psychology was earlier part of philosophy and then it got separated. And here I'm talking about a psychology that is needed to address caste. Here I'm talking about a psychology of caste-based humiliation, and I'm adding a prefix of critical psychology of caste-based humiliation. So in the way, and that in a sense suggests to me that in the way from philosophy, psychology was born, all these interactions on the critical philosophy hopefully will lead to development of a meaningful emancipatory psychology of caste. Psychology of caste aimed at, with the kind of moral commitment, moral universe that Gopal Guru was hinting at, with some sense of value position and some sense of commitment to the society. So let me talk about the title. What do I mean by the title? And the title describes a condition, and the title of the article also describes a possibility. Ground down and locked in a paperweight is a condition. It's a condition described ably by revolutionary Dalit poet Namdev Dhasal. And the possibility that what exactly we need, what sort of tools we need to address this condition, to transform this condition. And the writing that article, and in a sense, was an attempt to grapple with the condition that I felt myself trapped in, being a psychology student, but want to ask these questions, critical questions of caste, which has also been part of my lived experience. So how do I articulate that? And what are the tools, what are the grounds that are possible for that? And one of the things that I have learned from my training with my PhD supervisor, Stephen Reicher, who is a very well-known crowd psychologist, very well-known social and political psychologist. And one thing that he always emphasized is, especially he's very fond of a quote by Thomas Pynchon, novelist Thomas Pynchon, who's in one of the novels, there is a line, if they can get you asking the wrong questions, they don't have to worry about the answers. So the least that I wanted to do in this project was at least not to ask wrong questions. So this is a project of just trying to ask the right question, or just try to get to the kind of question, take to the space where the questions could be posed. So how do we pose this question of caste-based humiliation? How do we address the issue of caste-based humiliation? And one of the things that I see in the way psychology has grappled with humiliation, that it is, in a sense, going in a very different direction, that the kind of direction that needs to be charted in the Indian context. So I would like to, now I am also in a dilemma, because in psychology, conference is a different affair, where we have systematic PowerPoints, and we have been very well trained to do that. We also teach that to our students. Many of our students are here. But there is another format, a more discursive, intense, serious, and more dialogical format that we have now developed here in this conference. And so I'll try to do both. I'll try to highlight, but I'll also try to read some of the passages from the article that I think are central to the argument that I'm trying to make. So first, I would like to begin with the kind of problems that we face while we want to understand humiliation as a psychological category. You know, we all are familiar with Gopal Guru's theorization of humiliation, which in a sense is approaching humiliation as a normative category, as a project in philosophy, as a project in political theory. But how do you understand it as something that is psychological? At one place in Gopal Guru's theorization, he emphasizes that humiliation is a psychological injury. But we need to go beyond that. We need to talk more about this psychological injury. Where is this coming from? How it is harmful? What exactly is getting injured? How it is getting injured? So what are the psychological details of this injury? Can we understand them? Because the kind of response that we need to develop for humiliation need to have that sort of psychological understanding as well. Otherwise, it will be an incomplete project of emancipation. So one of the questions that I want to pose, and I hope this was a right question to ask. Why caste-based humiliation remains under-examined in psychological literature? And there are three reasons that I cite. First, psychologists have been studying humiliation primarily as a self-conscious emotion at individual and interpersonal levels. What happens between you and me? You do something and I feel humiliated. They have made, however, little effort to understand the group-based, societal, cultural dimensions of humiliation. So they are not really talking about humiliation that a subject feels simply by being a member of a particular social category. Simply, we are talking about carrying the burden of caste. So how a psychology that is only limited to you as an individual, only limits the subject to his or her or their individuality, can address the structural, societal, cultural, political dimensions of this experience. Second, the mainstream psychological theorization of humiliation is still rooted in Euro-American settings, and I'll make it clear why that is a problem, and makes assumptions that are potentially incompatible with the caste context. And we must question those assumptions. To put it differently, the essentialist and universal psychology of humiliation has little explanatory power to address the complexities of the caste context and the experience of Dalits. And third point that I have made, and I think when I was making this point, I also meant this is also something that may be very particular to me, autobiographical, or this may also be symbolic, but I needed some sort of a courage, or I needed to break through some sort of a barrier to come to this point, to have the confidence to make this point. And let me make that point. Third, psychology has ignored the contributions of anti-caste thinkers and activists such as B.R. Ambedkar, whose writings are replete with brilliant psychological insights. Indian psychologists have made rightful critique of mainstream Euro-American psychology for its culture blindness and called for indigenization. They have demanded decolonization of psychological sciences, but have not made much effort to address the internal colonialism Dalit experience in Indian society. The psychological thoughts of mainly mainstream Hindu texts and thinkers such as Patanjali, Gandhi, Aurobindo, others have been studied and taught in Indian university. They are part of the syllabi. However, anti-caste perspectives and radical thinkers such as Ambedkar have been relegated to non-scientific spheres. As a result, psychology in India and elsewhere remain caste blind. And these are the reasons why we must grapple with the issues of caste from a psychological lens. And while doing that, we must take, I argue, a critical approach. Now we can discuss and debate what exactly we mean by critical. For me, and I'm just starting, for me, critical is at least being aware to the power relations. And what I wanted to emphasize in the article is that psychology is a power relation because it is defining us. It is defining our subjectivity. It is defining our social relations. It is defining our universe as a whole. So how can we think of it as an innocuous enterprise? How can we let it go without any critical scrutiny, without asking many more questions? And from that point of view, I would like to highlight that the kind of assumptions that psychologists make about human self and agency as a consequence of being situated in Euro-American settings are quite problematic. For example, Charles Taylor has mapped in his book, who's very well known for his theory of recognition, has mapped the development of selfhood in Western context and shown how the Western conception of selfhood has come to imbibe various elements of morality and human agency, such that having a self means having a sense of value and agency. As a result, the starting point of most, if not all, psychological theorization on humiliation is a particular form of selfhood that has an awareness of its value and rights. It is invariably assumed that people have selfhood with value and rights to perceive devaluation as unjust and that they simultaneously internalize an inferior idea of self. There is a great deal of experimental work just devoted to proving this point. In effect, what happens through this theorization that there is an imposition of a universal and culture-blind theorization of humiliation. In the Indian context, especially in the caste system, the mainstream Euro-American psychological theorization of humiliation cannot go very far. The assumption of selfhood with value and rights may not correspond with the reality on ground. While mainstream Euro-American psychology focuses on why and how people feel humiliated, the psychology of humiliation in the caste context will need to address not just the question of why and how people feel humiliated, but also why and how people do not feel humiliated despite incessant and gratuitous attack on their dignity and self-worth. Why people do not feel humiliated despite being the victims of the social structure, despite being locked in the social structure. So we need to carefully look into the specificity of events, appraisals, experiences, responses, memories involving caste-based humiliation. The immediate problem is determining what condition will awaken people to their humiliation and unite them in annihilating the caste system, the root cause of their humiliation. Our approach, therefore, needs to be critical, context-sensitive, ethically based, and much more radical. We are looking into what is called as a Fanonian zone of non-being. Revolutionary Dalit poet Namdeo Dasal has used evocative imagery to describe the zone where Dalits are sheared and locked in a glass paperweight while shit and savage is seeping out of their bodies. Fanon reminds us that while this zone is extraordinarily sterile, there is a prospect that an authentic upheaval can be born. Therefore, psychology has to adopt a critical orientation in the caste context. It cannot be uncritical, it cannot be status quoist while talking about caste. Of course, we need to build on an existing scientific foundation, but we must also confront the power relationship constituted by psychology as a form of knowledge. And this is a central argument that I wanted to make. Then I go on to describing the experience of caste-based humiliation in more serious and less serious forms. So there's a lot of description about the various ways humiliation is felt. And one of the critical points as a social psychologist I could make there was that most of the humiliation is felt not because something is happening with you. It is felt because you are a member of a social category whose member is getting humiliated. So from then, you need to theorize humiliation as a social, as a collective emotion, which you are feeling not because something is happening with you, but it is you're feeling that emotion because something is happening with a fellow group member. So in that sense, humiliation is also exclusive, and humiliation is also have this expansive impact on people and communities. What that means that humiliating an individual is enough to humiliate an entire community. And that makes humiliation a serious moral, political question, which psychology and other social sciences and humanities must grapple with. So I have a lot to say, but I'll just end with one of the another important question that has not been properly asked is the focus on resistance, because all this talk about the serious impact of humiliation on mental health, on different aspects of human beings is in a sense creates that disempowering sense of what exactly then are we doing? If we are not responding to humiliation, are we accepting humiliation? And so part of the problem with psychological theorization of humiliation is that it is proposing a theorization where you see that the way human subject is positioned is in terms of acceptance of the humiliation. But not much attention is given to the ability and the resilience to address humiliation. And what we find when we look at the responses to humiliation, there are these two diametrically opposite categories. Or one set of scholars are saying humiliation is explosive, it leads to war, genocide, terrorism. Look at what happened during World War II, humiliation of Versailles Accord led to rise of Nazism and to World War II. So we have many accounts of like that. You read read into terrorism, you read into mythology, you will find humiliation as an explosive element, which is a very much destructive potential. And there are other set of scholars who talk about humiliation as an element, as a tool of social control, as a tool of demobilizing people, which in a sense it imposes some condition of powerlessness. So humiliation, the response to humiliation is talked in terms of these binaries of action versus inaction. But what about the space in between? What about the resistance, that the ability to resist humiliation through so many ways, which I think we all don't know the hidden transcripts of resistance. So there is more to learn in terms of how people on an everyday basis experience and engage with humiliation, how they resist. And there is definitely need to go beyond these binary categories of action versus inaction. So I'll just read out the conclusion, which will summarize the basic point that I want to make, and then I'll stop. The main point of this article has been to stress that we need psychology to understand caste-based humiliation. However, while there is much in psychology that could be helpful, the dominant tendencies rooted in Euro-American psychological theory and practice might limit the scope for raising questions important for the caste context. The existing psychological theory and research attempts to answer why and how people feel humiliated. The question in the caste context, however, is why and how people do not feel humiliated despite attacks on their dignity and self-worth. It is important to examine how people could be awakened to their humiliation and unite to annihilate the caste system. Our psychology, therefore, needs to adopt a critical orientation. And I stop with this.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Yashpal. Very interesting and very provocative also at times, and also critiquing the psychology research the way it is conducted. Let me now go over to Professor Arvind Mishra, who is the discussant.
At the outset, I would like to thank the organizer for giving me opportunity to be part of this very academic event. I would also like to congratulate the organizer for taking up this important issue in place like IIT Delhi, where it is needed more than it is needed in JNU. And it will become clear during my course of presentation. As Professor Purnima Singh has already said, that we are closely and academically related, and we read each other's work. We agree also, sometimes we disagree. So it's a very, very exciting thing. And I think this design, putting me as a discussant on Yashpal's presentation, I think it has given me chance again to read, although I read his paper long back, but when you have to make some kind of formal presentation or you have to be discussant, you have to be more careful. I do not know, and Yashpal may tell me later on, that how far I have understood the crux of his paper. I will start by saying, because I will take up the subtitle of his paper, that is Critical Psychology of Caste-Based Humiliation. Sometimes I wonder, can there be critical psychology? Is it oxymoron? Can criticality and psychology go together? Because psychology as a discipline we know, and allow me to be slightly historical, that this discipline was part of philosophy, and it got separated despite reluctance from the founder of the discipline, Wilhelm Wundt, who is given credit to start this discipline by establishing first laboratory at Leipzig University in 1879. But textbook of psychology very cleverly conceals this fact that he never wanted psychology to be an independent discipline. He wanted psychology to be part of philosophy. But subsequent psychologists, invoking psychologists, said that Wundt was great champion of experimental psychology. So, discipline of psychology tells full of lies. And if I get time, I think I can talk for 4 hours what are the lies that are disseminated, that got institutionalized. Yeah. but some distorted facts also. So when I was saying that it is oxymoron, that criticality and psychology, because psychology tried to be, because in 19th century, it was heyday of science, and it was a particular kind of science, positivistic science. We know that those who read a bit of history and philosophy of science, the image of science and understanding of science itself has undergone transformation among scientists. But psychologists are stuck to 19th century notion of psychology, what we call Newtonian psychology. So even present day psychology, in the name of being, and in IIT kind of situation, I think this kind of psychology flourishes more. So it is again an exception that social psychology is getting some kind of visibility, which tries to challenge a certain brand of psychology, which is considered to be more scientific. So we are talking about caste system. There is a caste system within the discipline of psychology, and that is some branch of psychology is at the top of hierarchy, and social psychology comes either in middle or somewhere else. So social psychology itself suffers from some kind of untouchability or invisibility or some kind of indignity, and IIT kind of situation will allow cognitive psychology to flourish, which is very, very technical. Should psychology be technical? I think I take interest in critical psychology, and by making psychology technical, what we are trying to do, we are not giving chance to a scholar and a student to ask important question. Yashpal, in the abstract first sentence, he says that discipline of psychology does not allow us to ask important question related to caste. I will go one step further, that discipline of psychology, by taking certain kind of ontological and corresponding epistemological position, is not allowing important question about sufferings of human being and all kinds of suffering. Caste-based humiliation is one kind of suffering, but there are other kinds of suffering also in society, and all those kinds of sufferings are not recognized as suffering. Why? Because of the design of the discipline, because of the discourse of the discipline, the way discipline has been institutionalized. I was talking about that should psychology be technical? Because by technical, what we mean that we churn number. Otherwise, in psychology research, there is hardly any scope for number. We talk to human beings, we try to know them, and they tell about their feelings. So it comes in narrative form. What we do, we try to convert them into number. And how do we convert? That's again another story. There is no so-called scientific basis for converting human narrative as number. But psychologists do not know except churning the number and playing with the number with the help of statistics. So they, compulsively they have to convert human story in terms of number. And we know that even in physical science, when one form of energy gets converted into another form of energy, there is a loss of energy. When you convert human story and powerful story of suffering, but the moment it gets converted in terms of number, there is a huge loss. So if we do scientific psychology, and I think there is no need to say that scientific psychology, because psychology by definition has to be scientific, and one particular kind of, where number is very, very important. And the moment we convert human feelings, suffering, their aspirations, their frustration in terms of number, they lose their teeth. It becomes toothless, and you hardly get any kind of. So when we read even research, although there is a scarcity of research on humiliation, but if you read any research in typical mainstream psychology journal, first shock you will get, you have to encounter many tables, and you have to encounter statistical analysis, and half of you will be put off by that. what is this? I wanted to know about human humiliation, but what I am getting, a lot of numbers, I am getting statistical analysis, and it is not incomprehensible. So by making our narrative, by making our knowledge something which is not easily comprehensible, which is not accessible to human cognition itself, does not allow a proper discussion around the issue. So generally, psychological research are only cited when you are doing PhD or writing paper, but it does not come into public discourse. One scholar has said that whenever there is a seminar which is interdisciplinary in nature and which is of social and political importance, psychologists are conspicuous by their absence in those seminars. So this is another symptom of psychology. So when Yashpal is trying to develop a critical psychology of caste-based humiliation, I think I will say that it is not possible to do a real psychology of caste by remaining within the structure of psychology. Because structure of psychology is very powerful, it is very, very suffocating, and it allows only one kind of discourse to be generated, and other kind of discourse are marginalized, they are suffocated, they are vanquished, they are made invisible. So it's a big challenge for us that can we, and as Dr. Ambedkar, when he found that within Hindu system, it is not possible for Dalit to have self-dignity, so he took another route. No? So one may say that it is a pessimistic stance, but I will raise this question. It's not that I'm very, very clear about that can we do meaningful work related to caste within the structure of psychology, the way psychology is there, unless we break the citadel of psychology, which is very, very strong. There are many gatekeepers. APA is one of the important gatekeeper. Will APA allow us to talk very meaningfully about caste? Yeah. So he had to publish his paper in not psychology journal, in journal which is related with philosophy. And definitely that discipline is much more wide, very interested in genuine kind of issues. It's not an accident that psychology is very individualistic. No, it's not that because people are ignorant, they do not know what I am talking about. I think there is a design, there is a wider design. And I know that in a paper, you have limited, there is a word limit and you have to tell main story. So Yashpal had something very important to convey. So other things he could not say or he could not elaborate because he had simply hinted at. Psychology is a part of colonial discourse. It was also a tool of colonialism. And in his paper, he has said that, of course, some psychologists are talking about decolonization of psychology. I am one of them. What about internal colonialism? I will say that there is connivance between external colonialism and internal colonialism. So internal colonialism supported external colonialism and vice versa. So discipline of psychology developed in one particular way in India, because this discipline came to India as part of colonial project. And it developed in this country in one particular way because of internal colonialism that was supported by external colonialism. And that needs to be also recognized, that who speak, and if caste has been taken up in psychology, in what form? Professor Purnima Singh in her opening remarks said that caste is not taken in its totality, it is only taken as demographic variable, because we know certain kind of vocabulary in psychology, independent variable, dependent variable, then you have criterion variable, you have predictor variable. So our thinking itself is colonized by certain kind of concepts, So when you enter into discipline, I think it happens in all discipline, we get socialized in the culture of discipline. And one of the important agent of that socialization are the concepts. The psychological concepts colonize our thinking, and due to colonization of our thinking, it becomes very narrow. So the fruitful aspect of caste or very creative aspect of caste get obliterated, or it appears very incomprehensible. And in psychology, there is another concept called error variable. So what is the definition of error variable? And it makes sense here that part of total variance for which we do not have any explanation. Psychologists do not have explanations for majority of important things. So they are taken as error variable. So caste or important part of caste becomes part of error variable, and error variable need not to be explained. And that's how we protect ourselves from complexity and also the bad consequence or negative consequence of caste. So if psychologists are not doing research on caste in a meaningful way, does it create any sense of guilt? I do not see that Indian psychologists, either in private conversation or in their formal academic writing, have ever expressed sense of collective guilt for neglecting an important aspect of human suffering in Indian society. If psychologists do not have sense of guilt, who else will have? But what is the defense mechanism? The defense mechanism is that only manageable part of caste will be studied by psychologists, but important part of caste becomes unmanageable, so they become part of error variance. So psychologists will not study that. I think there is enough bashing of psychology. What Yashpal has said, the resistance aspect, there are many barriers to resistance also. And one of the barriers which psychologists will not like, because I am attacking on their job, on their profession, because psychologists are known for doing counseling and psychotherapy. This institute also employs, but what is their role? What do they do? Counselor and psychotherapist. The most of the psychological problem with which human beings suffer are due to our social structure, our broader social condition. But all counselors and psychologists, there may be very few exceptions. They do not have sensitive outlet. They individualize problem which is by nature societal, political, philosophical. And they try to convince the so-called patient or sufferer that there is some problem in your psychic makeup or ego strength, and try to develop your ego strength. It's a kind of blaming the victim. We all are victim of unjust social system, but here comes a discipline, rather than trying to understand your problem, gives a message that you are to be blamed, because develop your personality, develop your ego strength. So psychologists are doing. So this is one of the barrier to resistance. So this kind of psychology, individualized psychology, which is called help providing psychology, counseling or psychotherapy, I consider them as barrier to resistance. So there is enough arrangement within the discipline that this discipline should not study resistance, should not develop sensitivity towards resistance. But situation is not very, very pessimistic. There is another barrier also. Nowadays in psychology, there is a fashion of doing positive psychology. And what is message? That despite all the problem in the world, let us be positive. If world around me is not positive, how can I be positive? And if you become positive, It means, what is indirect message? Don't pay attention, don't try to analyze the source of your suffering, only become positive. That's another message. So what positive psychology is doing, it is trying to create a kind of toxic positivity, and which is bad for society. Unless society is healthy, individual cannot become healthy. So positive psychology, by deflecting our attention from structural violence and structural problem, is trying to shift analytical gaze on individual and trying to overburden individual and blaming the victim. It is deflecting our attention from social justice. And so these are the barriers to resistance. But despite all these problems, is there any possibility for resistance? Can we create resistance within the structure? We have neoliberalism, capitalism, we all are part of that, sometimes knowingly, mostly unknowingly. Yes, I get some confidence from one of the Foucault's statement. Wherever there is domination, there will be resistance. And there is all kinds of domination over us. And human beings have innate capacity to respond to it. Yashpal, in his conclusion, in his paper, has said, and that kind of psychology we share, that, and Yashpal has done his PhD from St. Andrews University with Steve Reicher, who is one of the champion of European branch of a European version of social psychology, that is based on one important concept, social identity. So in social identity, or through this concept, psychologists take interest in structural variable, the structure of society, ideology, the system of economy. And if we become sensitive towards all these things, that these are also relevant things for psychologists and for psychological discourse, there can be beginning of resistance. I will end my presentation by quoting Sergei Moscovici, who was one of the leaders of social psychology in Europe. I have shared with some of my students, and I can see them in audience. So for them it would be repetition. Still, I would read for others. What he says that if psychologists are unable to produce forms of social psychology that other social scientists find useful, then those social scientists will invent their own forms of social psychology. Dr. Ambedkar had already done that long back. So, message is that if you want to look for useful social psychology, don't read social psychology book. Read some other books also, other disciplines also. I am very serious in saying. This historically is what has happened. It is difficult for social psychologists within psychology to gain an adequate appreciation of the distorting effects of parent discipline. Distorting effect of parent discipline. So I was talking about individualization, the outdated model of science. These are the distorting effect of parent discipline of psychology and social psychology. It is prudent, however, to look for other forms of social psychology that are not subject to same distorting influence. There is no need for psychologists to invent new forms of social psychology. They already exist, but they do so in discipline other than in psychology. And that's why if you want to do relevant kind of psychology, we should not remain confined to social psychology. We should read history, we should read political science, anthropology, philosophy, cultural studies. Only then we can have appreciation of social psychology. This is what Moscovici is also saying. They already exist, but they do so in discipline other than psychology. One needs merely to be literate in those disciplines. And psychologists are not sufficiently literate in those disciplines. So this message is more for psychologists and not for other scholars who are in the audience. Thank you.
thank you, Professor Arvind, for a very good critique of psychology, which probably was intriguing many people out here about the kind of work that we do as psychologists. Let me now open it for some questions. We can take some questions. Okay. Okay. So Professor Yashpal is going to respond to Professor Arvind, and after that we will take up some questions.
Thank you so much, sir. I think I have got your anger, and I'm carrying it forward, certainly. Of course, the anger has to be there, and the anger is born out of an experience of dissonance. The dissonance is that while we live as human beings and have various sets of experiences and aspirations, when we read these texts, we do not find any reflection of them there. And that dissonance, that this is a concept of, say, self-esteem, is talking about me. It is defining me. But my own way of understanding or being or experiencing self-esteem, does it find a way there? I think because of that, I think the anger, the frustration, and I would still call it constructive, because it would be self-canceling to criticize psychology and still continue doing it. So certainly that anger is positive. It is when Baba Sahib quotes Buddha in terms of anger, and he emphasizes there are two kinds of anger that Buddha has referred to: the prem mulak anger born out of love, and an anger born out of hatred. And this is an anger that is born out of love. It has that imagination of moral universe that Professor Guru was trying to hint at. So certainly it is constructive, and it is positive in that sense. Okay, so, and it reminded me some of the very interesting and funny facts in psychology, especially in terms of the lies and the myths. So as a response, as a criticism, as the criticism against the mainstream, so-called mainstream psychology grew, there was this emergence that we as students of psychology observed of critical psychology. Now, critical psychology is a more like a subfield of psychology now. So, but what exactly it means to be critical? Because when you just Google critical psychology, you will find textbooks. Now, if your critical psychology can be contained within this idea of a textbook, if a textbook of a critical psychology can be written, then it already is is giving into that idea of being an oxymoron itself. So certainly it needs to have more dialogic possibilities and not get contained within the textbook, because the textbook is already outdated as it is published. Certainly, unless you leave the textbook behind, you never learn anything about the discipline or anything about any matter. So those aspects are there, the aspiration for scientific respectability that is ingrained in psychology. So adoption of, and especially the adoption of empiricism, positivism, has led to this fascination or fetishization of the methods, where experimental method is almost treated as a king. Whatever you do with experiment is almost leading you to discovery of a new phenomena, giving you much more argumentative power, and giving you much more credibility. You read a finding of an experiment and you read a very brilliant critical essay. Tell me what really makes an impact. A survey is done, and its finding you read in newspapers, but a very brilliant critical essay is written. Does it find place in the newspaper? So while I agree very much to the spirit of the criticism that Professor Mishra has made, I would also like to use this power of scientific respectability to argue for the issues that really matter to us. And I would certainly be open to using those same methods to address the critical questions of caste, because for me, the main issue is to open up that space where there is a possibility for me to talk about the mental universe, the psychological aspect of being a Dalit. So how do I talk about what are the feelings, what are the memories, what are the experiences, how do I articulate that? And for that space, I need some sort of a starting point. So if not, if psychology cannot be an end point of anything, I hope it can be a starting point. We can leave it behind and we can maybe develop new things, but at least for the start, we need a foundation. Maybe it's a problematic foundation we are starting with, but it's still a start. And that also reminded me of the kind of work that psychologists have done on race and racism, and this is a conference which really raises those categories. And what has been, and that in a sense, one of the important highlights in the recent years, in American Psychology Association, one of the dominating organizations that is controlling all the affairs in psychology, has much more credibility, respectability, and also money and network. Just in last few years, if you go at APA's website, there is an apology that is published. Apology given to the people of color for psychology's role in perpetuating racism, in perpetuating status quo. That apology is officially there. As a result of apology, you see that many journal editorial boards have now need to adopt a diversity, equity, inclusion policy, need to adopt people of color, people belonging to various sets of stigmatized social groups in their editorial board. So certainly some sort of a resistance within psychology is possible and is needed. If we leave that project out completely, there is a danger that it may turn into a very different weapon, which we may even lose access to. So if not for, I think, not for a better use, I would at least keep an access to psychology to me, so that I have an agency to make intervention when it is needed. So certainly, and when it comes to the more so-called helpful forms of psychology, more positive, or especially when there is a lot of discussion in terms of psychological harm, suicides, and anything, psychological help is mentioned. Counseling, psychotherapy, of course, are thriving fields all over the world. And in fact, they have turned into another commodity. A commodification of psychology, psychological research and project is another concern that we, of course, need to confront and discuss and also dismantle. But all this is rooted in that sort of an hedonistic assumption that psychologists have made, that what is really good for a human being. That good is defined in terms of you adjusting to your given circumstances, you not feeling any dissonance. We have a theory of cognitive dissonance in psychology, social psychology. And it's emphasized that human beings are motivated to have a mental state that is balanced. But dissonance is important. That suffering, anger is important. And that also leads you to realize what is the nature of the reality around you. So from that point of view, one of the points that I wanted to make in this article is that even to be able to understand, to apprise the fact that I was humiliated is a form of resistance. Because if I lose my ability to understand, acknowledge, and speak to myself and speak to others that this humiliation has happened and is possible, then the harm has already happened. So my resistance begins on a cognitive level. My resistance begins on the cognitive level. So I need those cognitive resources to make sense of this fact that this particular interaction or a situation has led me, has disempowered me, and led me to feeling bad about myself, feeling less about myself, feeling unworthy about myself, or ashamed about myself. And at the same time, the resistance also has to be social. I must have the capacity to communicate it to the humiliator that this is not wrong. I'm not taking it. But how do I do that? There are very limited possibilities of resistance. So that is why it is very important to ask these questions. And one of my experiences, especially while communicating these arguments to the international audience in psychology, is that certainly they have to respond to this. Certainly they have to listen. They don't have answers. So far, I have been communicating these points at the international forums of psychology, and there are no answers. because the questions of resistance have not been asked, the questions of resilience have not been posed adequately, and we must start posing them. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that talk. I am a little, I don't know if this is relevant, but my question is about how do we then link this to clinical psychology? Do we then also say that even medication is kind of just a way of pacifying people and not addressing the systemic issues? Or I'm just a little unclear on that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for such a lovely and lively and engaging panel, I think. But sir, I think first I want to thank you for giving us the vocabulary for humiliation as well. And I can't recall if it was in this paper or another, but you liken it to a thumb being cut off. And for the first time, I think we have a physical vocabulary in which to equate experiences of caste-based humiliation. So I have 3 questions. My first is, coming from my own session where we spoke about passing. And in your paper, you make these distinctions that humiliation is experienced whether you experience it firsthand or you witness another member of the community experiencing it as well. So in that sense, would you call humiliation experienced when one is passing as an example or an exception to that humiliation? And my second question is that, you also speak about the distinction of people who have perhaps been humiliated so much that they no longer perceive it as humiliation anymore. So in that sense, how does one arrive at that stage, right? So is it that the first time I feel humiliated, do I not respond to it in that way, or does it take like multiple n number of experiences of humiliation for me to now harden myself and not feel that as humiliating anymore? So what I'm trying to ask is that psychologically, does that amplify your response, or does, do you stop getting bothered by it? And my third question is actually that, can social psychology actually empower us in any way? Like you said, can it help us cope with humiliation? So yes, at one level, there is that dissonance that you said is valuable and the resistance which is necessary, but how does that really translate into actual practices for us? And I just have a comment and perhaps a question for Professor Mishra as well, if that's okay. You also spoke about counselors and therapists and how they've almost sort of like created a rot within the system of psychology. I have just a rebuttal, not a defense, but as someone who also takes therapy, I also understand that somewhere the discipline has failed them. It's not given them the tools to understand these experiences of caste discrimination. So when I talk to my therapist, if there's been an experience of sexual discrimination or any of that kind, she can respond to it in the register of feminism. But the minute I speak about caste, it's almost though she feels apologetic and she says that, do you want me to connect you with people who are actually trained in this? So I wonder if it's a larger disciplinary failure that you're pointing towards the way you did with psychology. But yeah, those are my questions.
Yashpal, this is for you. I mean, thank you for doing this, what you do, and asking the questions you ask. I want to also ask about, is there already in psychological literature or methodology where the perpetrator, where this all starts, in the mind of the oppressor, right? Where is it coming from? We are all thinking about humiliation and these bad effects, but where the cause, where it starts, the mind of the oppressor and perpetrator. I mean, can we also, do we have a vocabulary, a framework, an understanding, maybe borrowed from Euro-American, I don't know, methodologies, which we can apply here to also make the perpetrator realize what they're doing. I think they don't realize what they do. It's normalized. And to inculcate a sense of guilt, ownership of that guilt. The onus is always lying on the victim to get some sense of, a closure or everything, therapy and all this. I mean, why not shift the focus on the perpetrator? I mean, where the problem lies.
Although I did try to explain during my presentation, no, let's think about some other problem. In Delhi, most of us use water purifier because we get drinking water from Yamuna. First, what we do as a human being collectively, we pollute Yamuna. No, through human intervention, a river which was relatively clean at the point of origin, but by the time it reaches Delhi and other places, they get polluted, not naturally, but by the brilliant intervention of human being. And then what we do, through scientific method, we have created instrument like AquaGuard and all sorts of things. I think psychotherapy and counseling are like that. First, we create a social system. No, we cannot say that we are a passive recipient of social system. We all are part of making the social reality is essentially created by human beings collectively. And unless we acknowledge our own complicity in making a system which is responsible for human suffering, what we are doing, we are deflecting our attention. Now, counselor has got magical power. And what is the language of counseling? I would be slightly nuanced in my saying that dominant training which a counselor or psychotherapist receives, that look for problem within the individual. And solution is also within the individual. Dominant framework. There may be some exception, and I compliment those who are socially and politically sensitive. I have yet to come there. Those kind of psychologists and counselors. So medicalization, I think, when do we need medicine? If problem is biological in nature. But if most of the psychological problems, origin is not biology, origin is in social space. So is it not ridiculous that origin of problem is in society and we are looking for solution in biology and chemical intervention? So this is what psychiatrists do, because they know few medicines. So whatever problems you go with, they know 6 or 7 types of medicine and one of them would be prescribed because they do not know the 7th or 8th. They need to be educated to know the 7th kind of medicine, that is a social medicine, political medicine, humanities. So now there is a move, and a very important paper has been published in psychology, from psychological science to psychological humanities. I think psychologists need to be humanized, because the overdose of science has taken away humanness from psychologists. Okay? And there is overdose of 19th century model of science which is considered outdated by scientists themselves. So psychologists need to re-educate themselves about meaning of science which they are so obsessed with. And second, they have to appreciate humanities, that humanity can be a model for doing meaningful psychology. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Arvind. Over to you, Yashpal. There are a series of questions, but please be.
No, I'll be very brief. But we can continue the conversation. This is just the start of the conversation. So the first question was about how do we link to clinical psychology, the whole project of doing a clinical psychology. And the confusion is I think all right. It's a state that is necessary. It's a state that is necessary, and I think we should start bearing with this state of confusion, where we feel confused whether the tools we have got from these disciplines are adequate enough. And certainly that confusion must stay on. That is the soil from which our research questions will grow, and our critical approach will develop. So certainly the challenge is to stay with the confusion, asking and keep asking the right questions, explore the possibilities of asking the right question in the way you want to approach clinical psychology. What exactly is the notion of clinical in clinical psychology? What exactly is the notion of psychology? I think that needs to be taken as a construction that is possible, a definition that is possible. But we are very much dominated by textbooks in psychology. Our minds are conditioned by the textbook. We just keep on repeating the same definitions and just take them for granted. I think that there is that danger. So that there is notion of clinical psychology, counseling psychology, social psychology, all these sub-disciplines in the introductory psychology textbook. This is a tree that you get, diversity of psychology. They say diversity, but they compartmentalize it. But the compartment won't work in real life. So certainly, we take that as something that we get, but we can move on and move beyond it. So that's my brief response. Aarushi, I think all three questions are quite thought-provoking and need more space to engage with. But the humiliation experienced when one is passing, so what is one doing when one is passing? One is concealing the sense of who one is and pretending to be someone else or not disclosing it. That there is a deep shame, and there is this imposition of stigma that one finds oneself in that situation, and that is the passing. Sometimes passing is also not intentional. Sometimes you just don't disclose who you are, and other people make racist, casteist, sexist comment, and you just let that moment go. But you feel bad. Why haven't you said anything? You should have said something. And that becomes deeply humiliating, that I should have said something. That stays with you. That's a hurt that stays with you. And that is why humiliation, the sense of humiliation does not go away. It becomes a memory. It becomes part of your life narrative. If this is a matter that is part of even interpersonal interactions, think about what happens when we have created a system of humiliation in the name of caste, in the name of race. So in that system of humiliation, the hurt is already there. That's why we need a mental register to understand and deal with that hurt. Because we need to heal. That is also one of the important functions of psychology, to heal. So that's my brief response. Second, appraisal of humiliation. How do we arrive at that? How do we arrive to understand that one is feeling humiliated? My quick response is that we do not arrive at it individually. It's not an individual project at all. We get the tools for that arrival from the leadership and mobilization that make it possible for us to see the operation that is surrounding us, see the social structure that we are all locked in. That's why the appraisal in itself is an act of resistance. It starts on a cognitive level. So when we think of Ambedkar, and I think one of the key points I wanted to make through this article is that Ambedkar was a very valuable psychological thinker that we have missed. Because how can we not consider people like Ambedkar, scholars like Ambedkar, Phule, Periyar as psychological thinkers whose main conceptual category involved the notion of human self. The core concept, the core concern is about self-respect. Can there be anything more psychological than the notion of human self? But we have missed that. We have relegated them to political spheres, to making them constitutionalist and making them whatever, just labeling them all the other things, but not these critical aspects that were really important. But that is why a new psychology is possible, and perhaps we need to go back and explore and build through that. Then, can social psychology really empower? Now, can it really empower? My belief, and this is a matter of belief, is that it can really empower given it is a right kind of social psychology. Asking the right kind of questions, having a moral project at its heart. Psychology can harm, but it can also heal. I believe that we can develop a psychology that can lead us to the moment of healing, to the space of healing. And that is why all these discussions. So it is definitely, we are all very angry at psychology, all this discussion. I mean, I'll reflect on it. I'll feel, oh, so much bashing has happened and so much thing. And then I'm going next day to my classroom and teaching them again, the variables. So certainly, I need to be morally consistent, intellectually consistent. But that is a space I think we should all aspire to. To Amit's question, turning the analytic gaze on the perpetrator, I think this is a very critical question and critical aspect, but perpetrators are very slippery. They're very slippery. We met Professor Gopal Guru, and he mentioned that sometimes you get trapped into certain sort of debate, but the way the pahlwans, the wrestlers, put oil on their body and they come out of the grip. I think the perpetrators have that skill. I don't know from where, that they don't get trapped into that notion of guilt. They find a way out of that guilt. But I think our project should be that of asking those questions that put perpetrators on spot, that make them answer those questions, make them question their moral positions. I think that's my brief response, but we can have more discussion, and certainly we need to move towards that vocabulary where where we start questioning the categories of perpetrator and oppressor, perpetrator, oppressed. I think even those are social constructions that we need to understand.
There are, do we have time? No? We have also eaten the...
5 minutes and then
tea time. We have already used... Take more questions and maybe then interact at tea time. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Arjun and I'm from Zakir Hussain Center, Jawaharlal Nehru University. So my question is, as sir was also saying, that this psychology has already been colonized, and I feel like anything which has been colonized in India, be it education or anything for that matter, is also Brahmanized pretty much. So what do you suggest? The central question comes to sir, that when he is saying that we need a lot of research in psychology of caste, so do we need a lot of research in psychology of caste, or do we need an entire discipline of psychology which caters the experiences, lived in reality, subjectivities of caste per se? Another question comes from the central question of your paper, how humiliation is understood. So I'm wondering with you that how is this humiliation internalized and become part of our structure around which the Dalit subjectivity is created? And I'm asking specifically this question in the light of humiliation and pressure which forces individual, especially those individuals who studies in technical institutions like this, and it forces them to commit suicide and end their life. So how do we understand the subjectivity which is created and constructed out of that humiliation that your paper is talking about? Thank you very much.
So Arjun, you can discuss this question with Professor Yashpal during tea time. Yeah, I saw one. Yeah.
That's in the spirit of session, that it is about raising the questions.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Yashpal and Professor Arvind. I am Vareni Avasthi. I'm a PhD scholar at Delhi University, and my work is concerning identity discourses. So my question was around the loss of identity that occurs when a person goes through caste humiliation, right? Because the moment they decide to distance themselves from their identity or from their community, they also go through a loss of identity, right? On the other hand, if they decide to resist, they have to pay an emotional toll, a mental, physical, and emotional toll when they decide to resist. So what are your thoughts on those? Those were the two things that I wanted to ask. Thank you.
I think due to in psychology and generally in mental health practice, recently there's this conversation around affirmative practices. So as a critical psychologist, and especially given India's context, how do you see that happening, especially psychology? There's a need to contextualize as well as to universalize. So where does this dilemma get solved in terms of like shaping a curriculum or something like that?
Thank you so much, Professor Yashpal and Professor Arvind, for raising many questions and issues, and also to the people who asked questions. I'm sorry we don't have enough time, but during the tea break, you can ask your questions and interact with the speakers.
Yeah, the tea is being served outside. Please have it. And I request everyone to be here in another 10 minutes. Thank you.
So today the chair for the session is Milind Wakankar. He teaches in the literature and the philosophy department of the Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. He received his PhD in English and comparative literature and post-colonial theory from Columbia University. He's interested in researching about the Sufi and Bhakti corpus of Jaisi, Tulsi, Sur, Kabir Das, Dhyaneshwara, Tukaram, Eknath, along with the Marathi anti-Brahmin tradition from Phule to Patil. He's the author of Subalternity and Religion, the prehistory of Dalit empowerment in South Asia. So without any delay, we'll start the session.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the third session of this very exciting conference. I'm honored to be asked to be chair of the session number 3. And we have a very interesting format here where the speaker speaks for about 10 minutes of the emphasis and I think 30 minutes to the discussant. The emphasis is on dialogue and a kind of a to and fro. So I will first introduce our speaker, who is, just one sec, who is Kalyan Kumar Das from Presidency University. And the subject of his presentation is going to be Nietzsche contra Manu. And of course, I was very happy, as I was just saying a little while ago to Ankit, that the old troublemaker Nietzsche is back in circulation. So Nietzsche contra Manu, and so this is Ambedkar's Nietzsche moment and the politics of Dalit rage, right? So Nietzsche and Manu, and Kalyan is an assistant professor of English at Presidency University, Calcutta, and he's written many articles, Dalit studies in the field of Ambedkar studies, subaltern studies, historiography, and cultural studies. Published in many journals, including this eminent journal, Critical Philosophy of Race, Dewey Studies, EPW Bangla Journal, and the Contemporary Voice of Dalit. And his research is, he analyzes literary texts produced by Dalits in Bengal, and he does this to understand how the politics of identity formation or identification is mediated through cultural and textual productions. And he is the author of an article which is Nietzsche contra Manu, which is there in this particular special issue of CPR. And our respondent is Ankit Kawade, who's at the Center for Political Studies, JNU. And his PhD research is on Nietzsche and the relation to Iqbal, Rajwade, and Ambedkar. And he has a book coming out from Navayan, which is on the same subject. And he was also an editorial assistant with EPW. He is currently editorial assistant at the EPW. So I'll ask Professor Kalyan Kumar Das to begin.
Thank you, Milind, for that introduction, and thanks to Divya and Robert for inviting me to contribute to this special issue of CPR. It has been a very enriching, intellectually enriching journey for me. I have learned a lot in the process of writing this piece, especially about Nietzsche's philosophy. Now, the previous panel discussion was both a conspiracy against me as well as a blessing for me, because they talked a lot about Dalit rage, although within the context of humiliation, which is a natural connection, it seems. And at the same time, it's a blessing for me in the sense that my deliberations have already got some kind of an introduction in the form of the previous panel's focus on the question of humiliation. I missed the first part of the previous panel, though, but I've read that article. So I'm going to briefly talk about some of the aspects that I explore in this article. It's impossible to summarize the entire article because it's a roughly 11,000 words long article, so it would be difficult for me to put together all the thoughts that I have tried to explore in that article. I can instead share the journey of how I ended up writing this. I think and in course of doing that, it will be perhaps clearer, although in a brief way, about the main arguments for you to understand. When I was working on Bangla Dalit writings, I was focusing one chapter in one of my PhD chapters. I was focusing on the Bengali Dalit writer Manoranjan Byapari's writings. Itibritte Chondal Jibon, that's the name of the text. And in Bangla, there is this proverb, there is a proverbial anger of the Chandal that we often talk about, Chandaler Rag, Chandal's rage. Most of the texts that I was reading in Dalit writings, whether it is in Marathi, of course in translation for me, or the Tamil Dalit writings, or Hindi or Bengali, they were full of anger, rage. So it was obvious for me to engage with the question of rage, Dalit rage. I was also teaching courses on feminist folk discourses on rage, Belux's essay on killing rage. I was also teaching Fanon, whose book Black Skin, White Mask is all about anger. Although different shades of anger that we must talk about philosophically, critically. So I had to engage with the question of rage, also in an autobiographical way, because as a member of the depressed caste social group, I have been feeling enraged about a lot of issues. So rage was an obvious point for me. Experiences of humiliation led me to anger, as the previous panel was also trying to focus. Around the same time, I witnessed 2-3 important events. For instance, Ashish Nandi made a comment about the SC, ST and OBCs becoming increasingly corrupt. There was one Ambedkar cartoon controversy that unfolded in 2011 and 12 around that time. And in all those publicly discussed issues, people were talking about, especially caste Hindus, they were talking about Dalits as an angry constituency. Angry, impatient, and therefore stupid constituency. People who can't think, people are so enraged, impatient, they don't want to hear anything, they don't want to appreciate a sense of humor. Some people even went on to suggest that Dr. Ambedkar would have appreciated that cartoon. So all kinds of things were said, and I realized that this is a far deeper concern than I initially thought it to be. Around that time, I was also reading Ambedkar's writings, and I came across a text called Philosophy of Hinduism by Ambedkar, where Ambedkar offers us a critique of Hinduism. He puts Hinduism on trial, as he puts it, as he describes it in that book. And in that book, he offers us a reading of Nietzsche. At the outset, I must tell you that Ambedkar behaves almost like a quintessential liberal thinker. In my other intellectual projects, I have been trying to think of Ambedkar beyond the template of liberal modernity. But as far as this particular text is concerned, his go-to person is John Stuart Mill. He's constantly talking about liberty, equality, fraternity. And I was wondering whether philosophy of Hinduism can offer us anything beyond the familiar liberal modernity Ambedkar that Partha Chatterjee is talking about in his book, Politics of the Governed. That was my larger concern. And when I started reading philosophy of Hinduism carefully, I came across his references to Nietzsche. And Nietzsche is, of course, important for a literature professor like me because I deal with post-continental, post-Nietzschean continental philosophy. I deal with Foucault and stuff like that, Derrida, of course. So I thought if I have to think of Ambedkar beyond the familiar template of liberal modernity, I should come up with something where somebody like Nietzsche is not so uncomfortably hobnobbing with Ambedkar's writings. If that can be persuasively proved, then I might have a point. That was the intellectual anxiety with which I started. So I read Ambedkar's text, and I realized that Ambedkar attacks Nietzsche, somewhat predictably, because he's coming from a liberal modernity template. He has issues against Nietzsche, as Milind just put it, the familiar troublemaker Nietzsche as a thinker. So he unequivocally attacks Nietzsche in the book. Then comes a very interesting twist in his reading of Nietzsche. He's attacking Nietzsche because Nietzsche is apparently supporting Manusmriti. And Ambedkar is, for obvious reasons, attacking Manusmriti, so he ends up attacking Nietzsche. And he says that Ambedkar says in Philosophy of Hinduism that Nietzsche's project and Manu's project, although they are apparently similar, and Nietzsche, of course, upholds Manusmriti, Nietzsche and Ambedkar, they are very different thinkers. Right? There is one line, and I'm sure Ankit will focus on that in his response to my piece, where Ambedkar says this, and that was a point of departure for me. And these two things got put together because I was dealing with the question of anger, and in Nietzsche's writings, I was already familiar with some of Nietzsche's writings, where Nietzsche talks about the idea of ressentiment, which is different from resentment and anger, although these are also part of the larger conceptualization of ressentiment that Nietzsche talks about in some of his writings. So in a different way, Nietzsche's project was also very similar to Ambedkar's project in Philosophy of Hinduism. Nietzsche was critiquing Christianity, Ambedkar was critiquing Hinduism. Both of them were putting these two religious dispensations on some kind of a trial. And in doing that kind of a critique, Nietzsche was looking at Manusmriti, Ambedkar was attacking Manusmriti. So how does one put these two thinkers together? As I said, that particular line where Ambedkar says that Manusmriti's project is to cement the interests of a particular group, social group, and pretend that that social group is a cluster of supermen or Ubermensch. Instead, Nietzsche's project is to build a cluster of supermen. Now, whether that can be built, how will that be built, these are arguable, debatable issues. We can endlessly talk about them, and we should. But that's what differentiates Nietzsche's project from Manusmriti. And I took that as an opportunity to think of revisit Nietzsche's philosophy in terms of how he attempts the critique of Christianity. His critique of Christianity, to the best of my knowledge, is articulated through a critique of Christianity as a morality of taming. And somehow, in a very reductive reading, it seems that Nietzsche is looking at Manusmriti as something to uphold, because Manusmriti apparently offers him a morality of breeding as opposed to a morality of taming. And the morality of breeding is acceptable, more acceptable. Again, as I said, it's a reductive, superficial reading of Nietzsche. But apparently it seems that Nietzsche is going for a morality of breeding because it can somehow negate that Christian obsession with the morality of taming. And that's where the Nietzsche scholarship, the familiar Nietzsche scholarship stops. When I was looking deeper into it, I realized that Nietzsche is not just discarding morality of taming in favor of morality of breeding, he is also discarding morality as such. Any initiative to improve mankind through a template of morality is somehow against the human being's natural instincts. It seems that's the kind of apparent reading that was on offer when I started reading somewhat deeper, in a deeper way. So that's what I came across. And I realized that this Ambedkarite reading of Nietzsche, that Nietzsche's project is different from Manu, can be taken through this discussion on morality to critique anger, Dalit anger. And I revisited Manusmriti. We are all familiar with that part of Manusmriti that talks about the duties of the four Varnas. The Varna duty of the Shudra is to serve the upper three Varnas. That much we all know, but we don't focus on a subclause. The subclause is a negation of anger. Manusmriti says, and if you go by the translations that are available to us, Manusmriti is trying to negate anger. It says, serve the upper three Varnas without anger, without resentment. And I was quite interested to see why he is suggesting that. And my hunch, and I cannot go into greater details, Ankit's response might offer you a better view of what I have been trying to argue. My hunch is that we can possibly draw a distinction between Dalit rage and the Nietzschean ressentiment. If we take the Ambedkarite model of reading Nietzsche, he's reading Nietzsche against Nietzsche, as it were, and if we think of Nietzsche's critique of morality of taming, as well as his critique of morality of breeding, morality as such, Nietzsche famously said, any kind of morality is a pious fraud, pia fros, right? And if we put these 3 to 4 things together, we might have a critical lens to dissociate Dalit rage, which is an important point for revolutionary politics, and this is a point that was underscored by the previous panel as well, and I completely agree with it. That Dalit rage can then be saved, as it were, from getting transformed into some kind of a ressentiment. Now, I'll just finish my brief presentation with a reference to how Nietzsche understands ressentiment. Of course, one easy way of understanding ressentiment is to take it as envy, as jealousy, as anger, loosely speaking. But if one reads Nietzsche a little more carefully, one will realize that the fundamental paradox that constitutes ressentiment as an emotive, thymotic kind of energy, it is built upon an expectation, a moral expectation. The people who are oppressed, they seem to be assuming that if they complain about their victimization, about their oppression, they start articulating how they are being oppressed and cornered and excluded, the people who are oppressing them will probably share their moral outlook. My question is, and this is also perhaps a Nietzschean question, what if the caste Hindus don't share your moral outlook? What happens to your psychological response to experiences of victimization when you realize that they are not bothered about your moral outlook as far as your sufferings at their hands is concerned, right? You start internalizing those moments of shame and humiliation and so on. And it becomes a very counterproductive kind of rage. So our job as people engaged in anti-caste politics is perhaps to think of a possibility of Dalit rage that does not let itself be completely subsumed by that Nietzschean notion of ressentiment. And we can take the cue of this possibility from Ambedkar's own reading of Friedrich Wilhelm Nietzsche, right? So I think I should stop here and let Ankit respond to my piece. Thank you.
Is reflexes of rage for a Dalit experience to come. So again, to reiterate, really happy to be a part of this conference. I wish to begin my presentation by pointing out that Kalyan's paper is a welcome addition or intervention in the comparative studies of Ambedkar's moral and political philosophy. After Ambedkar has been comparatively studied with thinkers like Marx, Weber, Gramsci, Hegel, Rawls, Sartre, Fanon, Benjamin, Arendt, to name a few thinkers, it is interesting that Kalyan has now studied Ambedkar alongside Nietzsche. In some ways, I am also invested in this broader exercise of reading Ambedkar comparatively and reading Ambedkar alongside Nietzsche more specifically. So I read this paper with a lot of interest, apart from all the papers in this very important special issue of critical philosophy of race. So I have structured my presentation roughly following the structure of Kalyan's paper itself. I will first discuss what Kalyan has described in this paper as Dalit rage, and then speak a little about Ambedkar and Nietzsche, Manu and Nietzsche, and then return to the question of rage or anger at the end. So let me start with a quotation from Ambedkar's 1943 speech titled Ranade, Gandhi and Jinnah, which was delivered in Pune. This quotation acts as an ideal preface or epigraph for my thoughts on Kalyan's discussion of Dalit rage in this paper. My title is also borrowed from this quote. So Ambedkar says in this speech, quote, "I want to tell my critics that I regard my feelings of hatred as a real force. They are only the reflex of the love I bear for the causes I believe in, and I am in no wise ashamed of it," end of quote. Although Ambedkar speaks of the feeling of hatred in this particular quotation, this quote is important for the purposes of discussing Kalyan's paper, because the sentiment of sincerity or lack of shame that Ambedkar wishes to project on his feelings of hatred are in some ways similar to the questions that Kalyan wishes to think about through his paper. There are some important differences as well, and I'll get to those differences towards the end of my presentation. So Kalyan asks us to keep a very important distinction about anger in mind throughout the paper. First, one can already find a prejudiced projection of Dalits as he discussed it angry, intolerant, uncivil, irrational, and stupid in the caste Hindu public sphere. This portrayal of Dalits as angry is discussed by Kalyan through citing a few instances of public controversies from the last decade or so, like the NCERT cartoon controversy, the publication of Navayana's annotated edition of Annihilation of Caste, and Ashish Nandi's comments at the Jaipur Literature Festival. So in all these controversies, there was a definite outpouring of anger from Dalit activists and writers, and there was a sense of projection that the angry responses of Dalits in these instances, which cited their hurt sentiments and made claims about the appropriation and colonization of Ambedkar, went against certain tenets of freedom of speech and expression. On the other hand, Kalyan points to the definite sense of anger and rage present in Dalit literature, a common and frequently encountered emotion or affect that defined Dalit literary production across various languages. So Kalyan discusses the literary work of Namdev Dhasad, Baburao Bagul, Sharan Kumar Limbade, and Manoranjan Vyapari to foreground the affect of anger or rage as forming what can be called, following Martin Heidegger, the fundamental mood or attunement of Dalit literature. This discussion of anger in Dalit literature is also accompanied with an analysis of Bell Hooks's reflections on anger, and Kalyan points out how natural it is to feel angry in an unequal society that is marked by the presence of exclusion, discrimination, and everyday violence. So in this context, the distinction that Kalyan wants us to keep in mind is the one between this prejudiced and dismissive portrayal of Dalits as angry on the one hand, and the revolutionary rage or anger experienced and expressed by Dhasad, Bagul, Vyapari in the Indian, and Bell Hooks in the American context. There is a qualitative difference, he writes, between the anger of the dominant and the anger of the dominated. Such a distinction is also helpful in thinking about the limitations of the one-sided tropes of civility and humanism, characteristic of theories of liberal modernity and modern Western political thought at large. That Dalit anger can be socially transformative and revolutionary is what I gather one of Kalyan's main arguments in this paper. While I broadly agree with Kalyan's first point about the caste Hindu portrayal of Dalits as being an angry and impatient group, I have some disagreements with regards to his analysis of anger in Dalit literature, specifically the work of Dhasad, Bagul, and Limbade. I think Kalyan overdetermines the affect or mood of anger or rage in Dalit literary production. Such an appraisal of Dalit literature is not, in this case, linked to the caste Hindu portrayal of Dalits as angry, but it is, in my mind, linked to the linked to the politics of production, selection, translation, and consumption of Dalit literature more broadly. By this, I mean that the commercialized processes of selection, translation, and consumption of Dalit literature, processes on which the Dalit writer often has no or little control, has discernible effects not only on the production of such literature, but also on its consumption and interpretation among scholars of Dalit literature. Upper caste sensibilities determining the selection, translation, and consumption of Dalit literature is as much to blame for anger becoming the fundamental or primary mood of Dalit literature in Maharashtra, to the exclusion of other affects such that they rarely make an appearance in our analysis of Dalit literature. If what gets selected, translated, and consumed are primarily poems of anger, because upper caste readers of Dalit poetry in Maharashtra could not recognize the Dalit if they were not angry, uncouth, and vulgar, it is not surprising that anger and rage would become the main filter through which Dalit poetry is read and analyzed by others. And this is just a footnote, and I don't want to essentialize anger or rage as if only men get angry. But this politics of selection, translation, consumption, and interpretation was definitely gendered, in that it was primarily the Dalit man, defined both in caste and class, that is working class terms, who was depicted as being quintessentially angry. So the twice-born consumers, and perhaps even some unsuspecting Dalit readers, could immediately recognize and resonate with a poem like Tyanchi Sanatan Daya, Their Eternal Pity, by Dhasad, one of arguably most famous poems of Dhasad, which begins with the often quoted lines, "Their eternal pity is no taller than the pimps of Falkland Road." But this audience could not recognize a Dhasad who was not angry. They could not resonate with a more meditative Dhasad, who could invoke Kabir and Nagarjuna and the Buddhist concept of non-self in his poems. For instance, in a poem called Anatmyacha Adbhut Jhad, or the non-self's amazing tree, which reads, Kabir's doha comes or is, after the universalism of truth, the shawl of life, ever small and delicate, and the void maker Nagarjuna. The unpopularity and lack of interest in the latter kind of Dhasad, in a Dhasad who was not angry and abusive, is evident from the fact that this poem, the non-self's amazing tree, has not even been translated in any of the several selections and anthologies of Dalit poetry published in the English language. To my mind, all the writers analyzed by Kalyan wrote equally, if not more, about emotions of love, solitude, abandonment, suffering, hope, and even forgiveness. Incidentally, such poems have been somewhat forgotten or remain unsold or unpopular even within Maharashtra. Limbade had compiled and edited an entire anthology titled Dalit Prem Kavita. Dhasad wrote so many poems laced with Buddhist themes of suffering, solitude, shunyata or nothingness, and Bagul's most famous short story, Jeva Mi Jaat Chorli Hoti, concludes with the unnamed protagonist, who was heavily thrashed after his upper caste colleagues got to know that he was hiding the fact of being a mahar, refusing to go to the police station to file a complaint against those who beat him, almost stoically expressing that it is not his colleagues but Manu himself who thrashed him. So there was no point in them being punished. Now, I'm not saying that the feelings of anger and rage are not present in Dalit literature, and that anger and rage cannot coexist with other emotions in a single story, novel, or poem. I'm merely pointing towards the overdetermination of Dalit literature as a literature of anger, which does an injustice, to my mind, to the affective, aesthetic, and political character of Dalit literature as a whole. More on this point towards the end of my presentation. So, moving to the next section. This section of Kalyan's paper, titled Ambedkar Contra Nietzsche, ? Begins with these lines. Quote, "The word contra, placed between the two proper nouns Ambedkar and Nietzsche, is utterly incapable of capturing the complex nuances with which the former reads the latter." End of quote. A minor quibble, but the Latin word contra in Nietzsche much like the word contradiction or Widerspruch in Hegel, does not mean a simple opposition. The etymology of the word contra also suggests that it means in comparison with. And in the instances where Nietzsche himself uses the word contra to indicate his philosophical affinities and enmities, like in his short tract Nietzsche contra Wagner, it does not refer to any simple-minded opposition. Nietzsche contra Wagner is as much about not only Nietzsche's, but an entire European generation's intellectual debt towards Richard Wagner. An attempt of expressing the great hope represented by Wagner's music towards the revival of a truly aristocratic and cosmopolitan sensibility in Europe, and how that potential was squandered by Wagner in his aesthetic pandering to both the masses and the political rulers via his feelings of nationalism. So the word contra is not utterly incapable of capturing nuance, neither in the case of Nietzsche's relationship with Wagner, nor in the case of Ambedkar's relationship with Nietzsche. Having said that, I agree with Kalyan's assessment of the complexity of Ambedkar's reading of Nietzsche. It is not a case of simple dismissal or wholesale criticism. Kalyan closely reads Ambedkar's unpublished and incomplete fragment Philosophy of Hinduism to show how skillfully Ambedkar reads Nietzsche and how he corrects Nietzsche's adulatory interpretation of the Manuskriti on the one hand and distinguishes the twice-born men of Manu's caste order from the Übermensch of Nietzsche on the other. Kalyan then goes on to make a fascinating argument connecting Nietzsche and Manu on the question of ressentiment. Resentiment, I'll not be doing the French pronunciation, it gets tedious after a point. He writes, quote, "What connects Manu to Nietzsche, in my estimation, is an apparent disdain for resentment and anger," end of quote. But he also makes a very important distinction between Manu and Nietzsche, writing, despite their apparent love for a morality of breeding as opposed to a morality of taming, and this apparent disdain for anger and resentment, Nietzsche is more apprehensive about resentment, and in contradistinction with this, Manu is primarily apprehensive about anger. Now, why is this distinction between anger and resentment important? Kalyan clarifies, it is perhaps possible to think of anger as a moment of possible alternative morality, a morality of change and rebellion, question mark, and resentment as a morally sickening emotive mess, end of quote. So, keeping this important distinction in mind, Kalyan then refers to the 91st verse of the first chapter of the Manuskriti to further discuss the problem of anger and resentment. The verse reads in Georg Bühler's translation, "One occupation only the Lord prescribed to the Shudra, to serve meekly even these other three castes," end of quote. The crucial term in this verse is anasuya, which Bühler translates as meekly, Wendy Doniger and Brian Smith translate as without resentment, and Patrick Olivelle translates as ungrudging. Kalyan's argument is that being angry is the opposite of meekness, and Manu, in a way, preempts the anger, resentment, and grudges of the Shudra as they are assigned the occupation of meek service to the twice-born classes. And anger is, in this sense, a sign of rebellion against the expectation of meekness from the dominated class of the Shudras and the Chandalas, both in the scriptural imagination of the Manuskriti and the everyday consciousness of caste Hindu society. Nietzsche, as Kalyan notes as well, completely misses out on how the Manuskriti actually defies his praise of constituting a morality of breeding by attempting to tame the moral and emotional outlook of the majority of the population, women, Shudras, and Atishudras. I agree with most of the claims in this section and just wish to add something of value to it by mentioning that Ambedkar, even if indirectly, captures this oversight of Nietzsche's reading of the Manuskriti very well. And this is relevant for the discussion of anger in Kalyan's paper as well. So what Manu is essentially prescribing for the Shudra is servility, and where the servant happily, without any complaints or desires of their own, serves their masters. Ambedkar identifies servility or slavery as the root cause of the mentalities produced by caste. This is reflected in Ambedkar's own struggles in identifying the oppositional affects of the caste system. Consequently, two marginally different definitions of graded hierarchy or inequality can be found in his works. So, the first definition comes in 1930. It reads, "The gradation of castes in India, founded as it is in theology, forms an ascending scale of reverence and a descending scale of contempt," end of quote. The second definition can be found in his works in the year 1956, which reads, Castes are not equal in their status, they are standing one above another, they are jealous of one another. It is an ascending scale of hatred and a descending scale of contempt, end of quote. You might have noticed some difference between both the definitions. The difference in these two definitions from 1930 and 1956 is subtle but foundational to how Ambedkar understood the caste system. A theologically informed view of caste, as found in the Manusmriti, for example, would entail that the lower castes display reverence towards the superior castes. However, in Ambedkar's second definition, it is hatred and not reverence that is more starkly demonstrated in the lower castes' orientation towards the twice-born castes. The implication of such a shift in Ambedkar's definitions reveal a more experientially faithful rendering of the reactive feelings that characterize the caste system. Brahmins would like Dalits to revere them, but all they get in return is hatred. And such is the inconsistency of the caste system. And since there is inconsistency, there is some scope for politics as well. So Ambedkar is acutely aware that reverence for one's oppressors or desire for voluntary servitude is one of the fundamental ways in which Brahmanism legitimizes itself in the bodies and minds of the oppressed. However, the element of servility is not limited to the mentalities of the low castes, nor is the emotion of anger. With all the ascetic grandstanding performed by Manu in disavowing anger as a vice for the twice-born, there are instances where even Manu acknowledges the irreducible presence and threatening power of Brahmin anger. So verse 313 in the 9th chapter of the Manusmriti says, quote, "Let him not," the him is the king, "let the king not, though fallen into the deepest distress, provoke Brahmanas to anger," prakopyate is the word used, "for they, when angered, could instantly destroy him together with his army and his vehicles," end of quote. This verse confirms Ambedkar's shift of definitions between reverence and hatred in suggesting that the adherents and advocates, as well as the practitioners and victims of Brahminism, do not remain untouched by the generic orientation of reactive feelings that characterize the graded system of caste as a whole. One cannot continue to remain meek or reverential if all one gets in return is contempt. So assuming that the feelings of anger, resentment, and hatred share something with each other in being reactive feelings, or what Spinoza would have called sad passions, it is important to ask what political projects can normatively result when we seek to rely on such emotions. I do think, and here I take a cue from Professor Gopal Guru's writings, that a preoccupation with what Guru calls negative language is necessary and unavoidable, but it is not sufficient. Just as Guru charts the epistemological movement, which is as much a linguistic movement, of the negative vocabulary of Bahishkrut Bharat in Ambedkar to the affirmative vocabulary of Prabuddha Bharat, I think it is important to ask whether Kalyan treats the emotion of anger or rage as if it is self-sufficient in inaugurating societal transformation. Recall Ambedkar's quote that I cited at the beginning of my presentation, where Ambedkar said that his hatred, as intense and forceful as it was still only a reflex of the love he bore for the causes he believes in. One may ask, what are the reflex emotions of anger and rage which might imbue or endow some faith, commitment, or if you like Badiou, fidelity in the causes we believe in? Can anger or rage act as a sufficient guarantee for generating this faith and commitment? This line of questioning makes me argue that the kind of epistemological and linguistic movement from negative language to an affirmative language, and we might call this movement a utopian movement as well, is present throughout Dalit thought. It is there in Phule, it is there in Ambedkar, it is there in Mukta Salve, Savitribai Phule, Baburao Bagul. It is certainly there in Namdev Dhasad, who is commonly portrayed as the poet of anger or rage. And I also think that it is there in the poetry of Chokha Meda, who is often and unjustly hated, in my opinion, for his alleged servility and meekness. So let me conclude. I think as scholars of critical philosophy of caste, race, and gender, it is crucial that we focus not only on diagnosing past and current experiences of sadness, anger, despair, humiliation, discrimination, exclusion, inequality, and injustice, but also try to imagine future joyful experiences to come. It is a difficult expectation, given the saturation of sad passions and reactive feelings that a caste society may and does generate among everyone, especially its most dominated subjects. But it is crucial to yearn for and concretely aim to achieve an experiential life that is free and liberated from these sad passions and reactive feelings in the here and now. Here, my point of inspiration is also Heidegger's exemplary reading of Nietzsche, who interprets Nietzsche not as a thinker of radical nihilism or as the philosopher of resentment, these are Kalyan's words, but as a thinker who sought what Heidegger called a freedom from revenge, stressing on Thus Spoke Zarathustra's famous passage where Nietzsche writes, and it's a favorite quote of mine, "For that man be delivered from revenge, that is the bridge to the highest hope for me and a rainbow after long storms," end of quote. So such a task of thinking about freedom from reactive feelings and sad passions would entail asking the following questions. When does rage, anger, resentment, dukkha, despair, humiliation, sadness become other than itself? That is, when do these reactive feelings and sad passions transform themselves into affirmative feelings and dispositions like maitri, karuna, compassion, pradnya, wisdom, care, joy, happiness, reason, thought? Here, one may follow Hegel and refer to this process whereby negative feelings are themselves negated as sublation or Aufhebung. Or one may follow Nietzsche, whose disposition towards all reactive feelings and towards life as such was one of self-overcoming, Selbstüberwindung. Or one may follow Ambedkar and simply refer to this process and project of becoming as a conversion or dharmantar. So I shall end there. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Ankit. I think I'll invite our speaker to respond to the respondent. Thank you. Very detailed response. Also gave people a picture of what's in the paper. And if you want to say.
Yeah. Thank you, Ankit, for that wonderful reading of my paper. And I'm not very good at summarizing arguments, especially if I write the paper. He did that on my behalf, so I'm eternally indebted to him. I completely agree with the primary point with which he begins on the question of overdetermination of anger, rage. I'm quite sensitive to the fact that this might be the trope through which most caste Hindus would love to read the literary texts. But that was the scope of my paper. I was just exploring the question of rage. I wish I could explore love and other dimensions. When I teach Dalit writings in my classroom, my students would definitely know. I talk about those other dimensions. In fact, I know that most of the readings that we are familiar with are reductive readings of the literary texts. A quick example of this would be how most Dalit narratives are read as rags to riches tale, and historian Gyanendra Pandey describing that kind of storytelling as something that subscribes to what he calls the common sense of the modern, and the universal prejudice. And I tell my students that the texts, if you read them deeply, you will realize that the texts are not just rags to riches tales at all, right? They are not texts that inadvertently fall into the trap of subscribing to modernity. They are much beyond that. But that was the scope, so that's my logistical excuse. Now, I'm so thankful to Ankit for referring to the Buddhist notion of no self or anatta. And I'm happy to tell Ankit and all of you that I have recently finished writing a longish essay, which was part of my PhD. So it's a long-standing work, not just a new thing that suddenly cropped up. I wrote that part of my PhD back in 2016-17, around the time I started exploring Nietzsche and Ambedkar. In that part of my PhD, and now that's a paper, I am exploring how Ambedkar's two important intellectual inheritances, American pragmatism and Buddhism, they can offer us a reading of Ambedkar beyond liberal modernity, which is my long-term obsession, it seems. So while doing that, I created a connection between the Buddhist notion, especially Nagarjuna's Madhyamaka philosophy's notion, anatta, as a kind of contestation of Advaita Vedantist obsession with the notion of self or Atma. And I argue in that part of my essay that Atta is something, is a trope through which, and Ambedkar talks about it in the preface to Buddha and his Dhamma, that Atta, the notion of self, a transcendental kind of self, the theory of afterbirth, for instance, these things can be used to legitimize the caste system, you know. And Ambedkar takes issues with those branches of Buddhist thought that subscribe to, in a very rough sense, the afterbirth theories of different kinds. So he once said, that's his Neo-Buddhism, if you can call it so. And he talks about things that are very similar to Madhyamika philosophy of Nagarjuna. And I realized that there is a substantial body of literature that create connections, people like Jean Y. Park, the Korean-American philosopher, who builds connections between Derrida's deconstruction and deconstruction's anxieties about Western metaphysics of presence and Buddhist notion of anatta in notions like pratyuta samutpada or dependent co-arising. So I'm absolutely on that side, right? And I have already explored it, and it's great to know. I wasn't aware of that particular poem because I do not have access to Marathi literature in the original Marathi vernacular. So I didn't have access to it, so it actually substantiates my conceptual framework. So thank you very much for that reference to Dhasal's poem on no self, which resonates with Nagarjuna's Madhyamaka philosophy. You said that you, of course, I agree with your reading of Contra. I mean, that goes without saying. That's the spirit in which I was trying to think of it. Although the contradiction part of Contra got highlighted more in my paper, you rightly pointed that out. But I'm not sure about how Ankit is, this is a question to you, Ankit, how you are bringing in Hegel's Aufhebung process, the process of sublation, in the context of my paper, because thanks to Ranajit Guha's History at the Limit of World History, we do know that the Hegelian philosophy based on Aufhebung is a deeply problematic lens to begin with, because it contributed, as Guha argues in the book, to the greater logic of colonial modernity. And that's also my reason why I take issues with Chatterjee's readings of Ambedkar. I don't think Ambedkar should be reduced to that essentialized template that Chatterjee uses to read Ambedkar as essentially a quintessentially modernity guy. I don't think Ambedkar is a quintessentially modernity person. Of course, he was born and brought up literally in the liberal humanist traditions. In Western education, he subscribed to liberal thoughts to a great extent. There is no denial of it. Christopher Bailey, in a book called Recovering Liberties, talks about that part of Ambedkar. But it's also important for us to recognize Ambedkar beyond that template of liberal modernity. If we do that, we must engage with Hegel, because Hegel seems to have contributed substantially to our construction of colonial modernity, not just in this part of the globe, but also Latin America and beyond, if you think of Latin American subaltern studies of Walter Mignolo and so on. So I have, I think, briefly responded to what Ankit said about my paper. And I also join Ankit in saying that my paper should have, it looks slightly lopsided because there isn't substantial reference to Dalit female autobiographical writings. If I had done that, I could certainly speak about karuna, mudita, joy, comic elements of life, other things that would have become an alternative, more enriching kind of ontological as well as epistemological template. For instance, Bama's Karuku gives us extremely funny episodes. Sangati also talks about some of. So you can talk about those things, but I am not very sure of how we can bring in Hegel here. I had some conversations with Robert Bernasconi on this issue, but I did not follow up. but I do teach Hegel, so I would be interested in knowing this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chair's prerogative. I get to say 2 or 3 things quickly because I don't want to, stand between you and between the speakers and the audience. But basically, I think a very important problem has been raised here, and since it's also part of my job to mediate 2 positions, I think, I imagine, there's a very interesting problem here, and let's just call it, for the time being, Nietzsche contra Heidegger, if you like. Because on the one hand, there is something in rage which falls back upon itself. It consumes itself. And therefore, there is a structure of ressentiment that is as structured as Nagarjuna's Anatta. There's a structuring of ressentiment, and it's a productive structuring of ressentiment, wherein something that should have inaugurated the world, or world history, or nation, actually falls back upon itself. And to that extent, to the extent that it is quote-unquote Christian, it has inaugurated a world in itself. But it's not a world that is out there. It's a world in which there is this internal bleeding, there's this gnawing, there's this there's this kind of suffering. And I think it says something important to be said about that, because on the other hand, you have the world, as you were saying, inaugurated by, in the Heideggerian idea of mood, and perhaps also in the Hegelian notion of world history, which in fact is a world in which the rage is exceeded and it is transformed into something else. And the reason why I feel that Nietzsche is more useful is because Nietzsche is deeply suspicious of all valorizations of any kind of moral category, right? So anything that we say, if we talk about charitability, if we talk about sympathy, if we talk about empathy, all these words which are sort of marked in various theological registers, he would be deeply suspicious of, right? So our problem is that if we were to move from ressentiment, which is to say Dalit rage, into that other experience, what would that other experience be? How would one access that experience without doing away with the Nietzschean transvaluation of values, Nietzschean critique, and so on, right? Because we can't possibly simply move from a deeply negative, deeply inward moment, productive in itself, to an affirmative moment, which would be unquestioning, right? So what would be the new terms and categories, new ethico-moral imperatives that would emerge when we emerge on the other side? And as Kalyan was saying, how would one save them or salvage them from the weight of nation and world history? How would we do that? So there is an interesting problem here. It's a very productive problem that has been raised between the one imperative, which is to go back into oneself. And I don't think that's another kind of politics. And on the other hand, the movement into the intersubjective, into the ethical, into the moral, and so on. But of course, the question would be, how would one revalue those values from a Dalit perspective? So that would be the fundamental question. In any case, that I just thought that I should point that out, and that is the very productive question that is raised between the paper and the respondents' response. So now we open the floor to questions from the audience, and I'm sure there are many questions. We have some time. We'll bundle 3 at a time, and please try and be brief so that we can give a chance to the others. Not too many. They'll emerge, I'm sure. Yes, please.
So this anger and rage aspect that you've been talking about, which is seen as reactive, but can be contemplative and meditative at the same time in the Dalit writing. I am thinking about an anger then that can also be a reversal or inverse upon a sort of self-inflicted anchor on whether it is a lack of agency or inability to express. I'll cite example from perhaps Premchand's Sadgati. So Premchand himself is not a Dalit writer, but the protagonist, for the lack of a better word, protagonist in the story, Dukhi Chamar, never expresses anger towards the Brahmin figure, the Ghasiram Ishwar. On the other hand, he is resentful and angry towards his own self. So how do you look at that kind of anger which is self-inflicted? Thank you.
Hello, sir. So yeah, my question is coming from that since this anger and though term has not been given, but the sublimation of this anger we can see in Nietzsche, as sir was talking about, and in Ambedkar it is turning out to be conversion as emancipation, and in Lacanian terms we can see it's a sublimation. But this sublimation is not easy to happen at a larger level. But my skepticism is coming from the skepticism that Bell Hooks is talking about in her prominent work, All About Love, where she's saying that in hating somebody, perhaps whether this hate is coming from for whatever reason, and this hatred and anger, there is a very dicey boundary between them. In this hating somebody, you end up losing a certain part of your own self, certain part of your own emotions, which you can never retrieve as such. So I want to understand your understanding that in the matter of caste, when this collective sublimation can be done through conversion as emancipation or some other method, I want to understand how in patriarchy, especially in the relation to man, this hatred, this anger is there, and how that they don't understand that in hating something, in hating somebody, they are losing an indispensable part of themselves. How that anger can be sublimated or converted into something or somewhat. So how to, I'm just puzzled there, that how to understand this conversion or sublimation there in the case of patriarchy. Thank you.
Hi, I had a very brief question for the discussant. So when you were sort of displaying the Namdeo Dasal's poem, so the question about void and which cannot be relegated to the register of anger, which is usually seen in Dasal, but towards the conclusion you also go sort of try to build an opposition between negative language and an affirmative language. If that void cannot be relegated to the register of anger or rage, can it really be relegated to the language, to the register of positive or affirmative language? Because in some sense it is an even deeper plane of negative language, which is questioning the sort of impossibility, sort of an impossibility. So will that really be translated towards an affirmation or even a further negation, which is at first seen in rage and then in the negation of the self? So, yeah.
Yeah, both of us can respond to the questions, I think. So the first question was on how it becomes a kind of self-torturing trope when you experience anger, and you cited Dukhi's example in Sadgati. I think my paper was actually trying to focus on that dimension of anger, when anger, for instance, Fanon's Black Skin, White Mask, if you look at the two prefaces to the Pluto Press edition of Black Skin, White Mask, one by Ziauddin Sardar and the other one by Homi Bhabha. Both of them are talking about the constructive healing rage in Fanon's writings. There is so much of anger, but it's a contemplative anger. But there is also perhaps another dimension of anger which can get transformed into hatred, jealousy, envy, and all kinds of things. And you start, when you don't let it be articulated towards the other, the dominating other or the oppressing other, it might get internalized in the process and you start inflicting pain upon yourself. You can do a lot of other things out of that. In my own experience of dealing with the caste question, especially in the context of Bengal, is that more often than not we talk about how we are victimized. There is a constant focus on how, as Dalits, as lower caste people, we are getting victimized. And there is this expectation of guilt, as it were, from the caste Hindu other, as that person will realize, will feel guilty about it. And I can squeeze out certain things out of that sense of guilt among the upper caste people. I don't think that's a very revolutionary kind of anti-caste politics. I think that kind of allocation of guilt or that intent might become counterproductive because the other person might not share your moral outlook, a point that I was trying to underline in my paper, and I briefly mentioned that in my presentation today. So this kind of self-torturing notion of anger is very much there. You're absolutely right. I mean, that anger is something that might lead us to, roughly speaking, I'm putting it somewhat crudely here, to the Nietzschean notion of ressentiment, although ressentiment is a much more complex issue, as Milind so rightly pointed out. But that's something for another day, maybe. But as of now, I can just tell you that it leads us to that notion of ressentiment. It's very difficult in real life situations to draw the demarcating line, and I get that. But that's what we are collectively trying to think through. There is no easy answer to that. How does one differentiate anger from ressentiment is a very difficult question to ponder over. And it is an impossible task for me or for anyone to come up with a solid, concrete answer. Maybe we don't need a solid, concrete answer. Let it be a muddied kind of ontology and think through that muddied ontology, right? The other question was on bell hooks is all about love, referred to that, patriarchy and anger. I'm not sure how exactly you were thinking about that question, but I have referred to in my paper, I have referred to bell hooks' other piece on killing rage. Both Ankit and me, we couldn't focus adequately on that part of my paper because the focus was on the caste question in our country. But I think bell hooks is an important thinker who constantly juggles between those moments of anger and her concerns about love, especially in that text that you referred to. I have read that text with a lot of love and care. So, but I don't know. My paper itself looks a bit lopsided and prejudiced because I don't sufficiently, and Ankit rightly pointed that out, I take that criticism with me today, that it doesn't adequately engage with female Dalit writers. What happens to the question of patriarchy if I do that? I'll probably do that in some later project, but I will definitely get back to that question of caste and patriarchy. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll first begin with the Hegel point, which is very, very interesting and fascinating. So of course, I'm sure everybody knows this already, but Hegel is a very difficult thinker. So like I also struggle with Hegel quite a lot. So like a nice tip from a grad student, Hegel is difficult, so read people like Robert Pippin and so on. The task of understanding Hegel gets a little easier. So I was mainly, borrowing from Pippin's analysis of, so basically there's also this received assumption of Nietzsche being an antagonist of Kant and Hegel, being an anti-enlightenment thinker in that sense, which is true in some aspects, but the kind of reading that somebody like Pippin provides there, and the point that I find really provocative and politically also quite productive, is how he connects Hegel's idea of sublation, Aufhebung, and Nietzsche's idea of self-overcoming or Selbstüberwindung. And Pippin has this argument that they're essentially the same idea, and both are proceeding from that assumption that change is the, like, okay, this is something that Ambedkar sort of mentioned. So let me like put in Ambedkar to, mediate Hegel and Nietzsche, that change is the law of life. And since that is the case, self-overcoming and progress also, since progress is a big part of, say, his lectures on the philosophy of history, that kind of an emphasis on constant overcoming and constant movement is sort of unavoidable, and I think, and one can have good sort of insights drawn from that sort of a comparison. If one follows and if one argues that self-overcoming is the fundamental idea of Nietzsche's metaphysics, and Aufhebung is the fundamental idea of Hegel's metaphysics. So yeah, that is something that could be said. Professor Wakankar's question and the question that came from there are very similar to an extent, and also perhaps the most difficult, because as Kalyan said, sometimes concrete answers and prescriptions for these kinds of questions are very difficult. So to the question, how is conversion possible from that sense of all-consuming rage towards becoming other than itself, or towards what might be called the emotions of, say, the morality of taming, or what Nietzsche himself calls slave morality. So where one valorizes pity, meekness, the Christian values that we usually associate with Nietzsche, with something that he criticizes. So how do we not end up into that sort of a valorization? So it's a very, very, very difficult question. And to my mind, let me give a very perhaps indirect sort of an answer. But in my reading, something happens every 20 years in Ambedkar's life. So you take 1916, where Ambedkar is writing the paper Castes in India, Their Mechanism, Genesis and Development in Columbia University, where he says something like, I may seem hard on Manu, but I think he uses the word anger there. My anger is not enough to vanquish his ghost. This is not the exact quote, but this is something that he says in the essay. So anger is an extremely powerful emotion that is present in Castes in India, which is his earliest student paper. 20 years later, 1936, Annihilation of Caste, where you have the same continuation of the exegesis of the Manusmriti in detail, where Ambedkar also makes the argument that it is the Shastras, the religion of the Shastras is what has to be destroyed if you want to do away with the system of, with the notion of caste in India. And the very reason that that text is titled Annihilation of Caste is extremely important and fundamental in terms of how we understand Ambedkar's intellectual trajectory. And then move on 20 years later, 1956 comes the Buddha and his Dhamma, where Manu, I think, is not mentioned by name, but it is my sense that Manusmriti is present as a subtext, as a subterranean presence throughout the Buddha and his Dhamma. And at one place, when Ambedkar is showing Buddha in debate with a particular Brahmin mendicant, the Brahmin mendicant is justifying the system of Chaturvarna to the Buddha, and the Buddha responds saying that if your Chaturvarna is so ideal, why is it not universal? So my indirect or perhaps imperfect answer to both these questions would be to think about universality in both our thought as well as praxis. So in as much as it is important to begin from anger, universality somewhere has to be on our horizon, and that is my reading of Ambedkar as well. And let me sort of wrap this discussion of the 20 years sort of transformation of Ambedkar's thinking by quoting something from Nietzsche's The Joyous Science, which is also translated as the Gay Science. So there he has a very nice quote, and I think that very much encapsulates what Ambedkar himself was trying to do with the term annihilation, where Ambedkar also mentions the term destruction of religion, right? So Nietzsche says that it is only as creators that we can destroy. So the only response here would be that it is only in the creation of a universalizable collective life where even the consequences of anger are shared between the ones on whose life the effects of anger are falling upon. So that sort of a universal horizon has to be the centerpiece of our thought and politics, I feel. And to the final question about void, it's an important concept also because there are several discussions of what might be called negative metaphysics. No, in Japanese philosophy, it's there. In Nietzsche, certainly it's there in his critique of nihilism. And Ambedkar also does very interesting things with shunyata in the Buddha and his Dhamma. So very quickly, two things can be said about that. First is that shunyata or void can be understood as, say, abyss or an absence. But Ambedkar does something very interesting there. He interprets this in terms of temporality or time. So he translates shunyata as impermanence, right? So if one adopts that sort of an approach towards understanding the self, then I think there's a lot of scope for the kind of politics that one wants to do, where one does not, foreground an essentialized notion of the self, and one understands that there is something impermanent to all our positings. When we posit the Dalit self, there is something impermanent about that as well. So it is through that idea of shunyata that I think one can, that Ambedkarite idea of shunyata, that I think one can productively approach the question of nihilism, void, the abyss, and so on and so forth. Yeah.
Yeah. No, Ankit, when I was expressing my anxieties about your references to Hegel, I wasn't really underscoring the fact that he is a great philosopher of the idea of change, right? And Ambedkar is, as you rightly pointed out, Ambedkar is also a great exponent of the idea of change. He's a philosopher of change for me. Ambedkar's 1936 Annihilation of Caste is talking about that idea of change. He's attacking the Sanatanists of India. He's talking about people who are talking about Sanatan Bharatvarsh, etc., and directly attacking them, and talks about the idea of change. When I was talking about Hegel's philosophy and the apparent problem of including Hegel in a discussion like this, I wasn't really referring to the idea of change. I was talking about how he talks about change that's not just the Hegelian metaphysics. The Hegelian metaphysics is also about a Hegelian metaphysics of presence. Ultimately, to arrive at Geist or spirit, that kind of metaphysics of presence. It's the classic story, Heraclitus, Parmenides, that conflict. One talking about change, one talking about permanence. Ultimately, you have Plato, who talks about change, but makes it subservient to permanence. And you ended up rightly on the note of sunyata as impermanence, right? So if we talk about a Buddhist, Ambedkarite, Neo-Buddhist notion of sunyata as impermanence, and I completely agree with you on that, how do we reconcile that with this Hegelian metaphysics of presence, right? That part was the ultimate point of contention. Thank you.
All right. Any more questions? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, paper. Thank you for responding. Next session.
Hello everyone, please be seated because we are directly going to start our next session. There's no break in between, so please be seated. The chair for our last session of the day is Dr. Amit Thorat, who is an assistant professor of economics at the Center for Study of Regional Development at the Jawaharlal Nehru University. His research has been on issues of poverty, income, educational and health inequalities in general and across social, ethnic and religious communities in particular, in the context of India. Currently, he is working on understanding people's beliefs around personal and social identity in India and its implication for social behavior, individual distress, and economic outcomes. So maybe we can start our session. The speaker for this session is Ravikant Kisana, who is an assistant professor of cultural studies at Voxen University in Hyderabad, India. He is interested in the politics of knowledge creation and the epistemic of caste. He is also involved with grassroots activism aimed at empowering youth from marginalized castes and tribal groups. And we also know him from Instagram as Buffalo Intellectual. And the discussant of today is Dr. Sumeet Mhaskar, who teaches. Professor Sumeet Mhaskar is a labor sociologist at the Jindal School of Government and Public Policy. He holds a research partner position at the Max Planck Institute for the Study of Religious and Ethnic Diversity in Germany. He is the recipient of the prestigious postdoctoral research award conferred by the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation in Germany. Professor Mhaskar's research explores the multifaceted vulnerabilities of workers experienced at the lower end of India's rising economy. His research interests are in deindustrialization, joblessness, return migration, the role of caste, religion, and gender in shaping occupational choices and urban spatial restructuring. So yes, we'll start our session now.
Thank you. Welcome everyone to the last session, and I think without any further delay, I would invite Ravikant to make his presentation.
अभी चलेगा थैंक यू Am I audible? Clearly I am. Jai Bhim, thank you everybody for being here. This is my first time in IIT Delhi. I feel really nice being in India's second best college in student suicides. No, it's truly impressive that we are able to have this conference here because 4 suicides in the last 1 year. It's impressive, but not really up to IIT Madras standards because they are at number 7. So they've really given us the numbers to catch up. So that's where I come from. First time I'm in IIT. I will say this, I'm seeing the auditorium for the first time. Great acoustics, great setting. I'm suitably impressed, but I still don't understand what the great hoopla is. I spoke to some people. Where's Aarushi? I think she must be somewhere, the first speaker today. Her laptop's still here. She was very excited that we are doing this conference here for the first time. And she's like, we're doing this conference on caste in IIT Delhi. And I asked, so? And I have not yet got a good answer to why this is so important, truly. And maybe I'm stupid, maybe I'm not very meritorious, but I truly don't understand the hype. This is the first time, because it's like, it's this whole idea that, oh, it's pushing discourse and it's bringing this discourse and so on. Like I said, 4 people are dead. I don't know how many more have to be. You can speak poetry in a garbage dump, and I'm not a literature person. Maybe like somebody will say like, poetry just makes everything better. I'm just dead inside, because if you speak poetry to me in a garbage dump, I'll still say it's a garbage dump. So kind of having a conversation on caste in IIT Delhi doesn't feel historic to me, feels very triggering to me. Okay, so if I'm coming across as a little combative, I apologize. I don't intend to be, you all are very sweet. I'm here to speak on this book review I wrote for this book that was written by Dr. Suraj Yengde and Dr. Anand Teltumbre. They were the editors. Academia is very interesting. It has a very great timeline, because I think the book was written in 2017, 18, 19. I started working on this in 2020. It got published in 2023. We are talking about it in 2024. So it's, as you can see, very urgent and very timely. And in this period, a lot of the interventions that the book was talking about have gone like a whole cycle around. I don't know if I would take up this project today, but I must also give you the context of how I got onto this project. Like in my introduction, they said that I'm Buffalo intellectual. When I started, there was no such thing as a Buffalo intellectual. I had written to Professor Divya because I was deeply suicidal, and I had written to her saying that, you know what, I'm done with academia. I'll forget that I've been teaching for 4 or 5 years. I just want to go do a second PhD or something. I can't go abroad, they'll not take me. You seem like a person that I can write to. Can you please just give me the space? She was kind enough, she spoke to me, and she said, oh, we are also doing this, would you be interested? That's how I kind of got on board here. Okay. Of course, I was in a private university. They're not that talented at killing students yet. They'll get there. Because if I was in IIT, I would have been a statistic by now. So there I was just like somebody on the cusp. But what really happened was when I got deep down into it and I wrote my piece about what my assessment of this project that Dr. Suraj and Dr. Teltumbre were doing. It's called The Radical in Ambedkar, that's the book. And the blurb says, the premise of this project is that somewhere along the way that the icon of Ambedkar has been made into a godhead. And the editors want to get the radical out of that godheadedness. It's a very ambitious project. And when I wrote about it, I pointed out some obvious blind spots in what they were doing. And I'll come to those in a minute. They are written, it's in the public domain, you can read it. What I'm now more interested 4 or 5 years down the road from this project is not so much what they were trying to do, is very much into the politics of knowledge production itself. Like why, like how does a book like that come about? The title of this conference, it's gone now, but it was here most of the day, which says Caste and Race. But we've only heard about the Dalit identity. That is not the entirety of the caste experience. I'm very interested in the Brahmin identity, the Kayastha identity, the Banya identity, and so on, the Savarna identity. I'm very interested in that project. I'm very interested in why in this book, which is supposed to bring out the radical in Ambedkar, from what the editors are saying, is a collection. They are saying that there's a sea of books which have been written about Baba Saheb, and most of those books are either politely critiquing him or gloriously sort of like, making him either a god or like whatever. Fine, let's assume that if that is the nature, then I want to know why in this project am I reading Anupama Rao, Partha Chatterjee, Rajesh Sampath. I'm seeing names like Desai, Sen Chaudhary. I mean, it's a curious question. I'm not critiquing any of these things. This is the other thing I've realized since I started talking about critical caste politics. The moment I go and say the slightest critical thing actually about somebody with the last name Spivak or Ranajit Guha or Kaviraj, people's brains literally melt. How can you, like that? So I think rather than the radical in Ambedkar, I think we need to work on a project which is the radical in Spivak. Can we talk about her? Because somewhere she has been deified, and I think we need to bring back the radical out from that. Where is that intellectual project? Who's doing that? Because when I look at this entire academic industry of glorious South Asian studies departments across the Western Hemisphere, I look at Brown University. You can do this. Like, I'm okay. I could be wrong also. I never claim to be right. Unlike Brahmins, I'm very happy to be wrong. I don't take it personally. I take it as a learning moment. I'm not going to come after you and try to destroy your life. I'll just be like, oh yeah, fancy that, I was wrong. But as per my latest very perfunctory look, if you go to Brown University, look at the South Asia Studies departments. Apart from language courses, they have courses on mystics of India and yoga. It's a Ivy League university. Columbia South Asia Studies is giving courses on Hindu goddesses. There's a course on Krishna. There's a course on Gandhi and his interlocutors. Credit to her, Anupama Rao is teaching a course called Race, Caste and University. Although, if you read the course list, caste is again Dalit. She's really not talking about the Brahmin knowledge systems. Harvard has only language courses. Cornell, I could be wrong, but like what I saw were courses like Gandhi's politics, Vinayas yoga, healing practices. Princeton has something called Time Through Time, reading in advances of Sanskrit. Credit to them, they also have a course called Race, Caste and Space. Apart from this, there are some courses on the city, and cinema. These are South Asian Studies departments which have been operating for 25 to 30 years, longer. Enough time for us to longitudinally ask the question, what is your collective contribution? What is this thing called decoloniality? What is this thing called subaltern studies? How do you worm your way into a project on Baba Sahib Ambedkar? More importantly, why? And why is it after 2015? She may be a very great scholar. I don't know her personally. I don't, But if I go to Anupama Rao's Columbia page, in the last 10 years, I look at all her publications. There's not a single publication where a co-author is a SC, ST or OBC person. I can try that with Partha Chatterjee also, but he's too senior. I don't think he updates or writes anymore. Maybe I could be wrong, but I haven't seen that either from him also. In my project, when I was doing the review, I discussed that can I write these things? And to be honest, I was told, yeah, you can. But I was still very timid. I did not know what that would mean. I think I'm still a little nervous saying this, right? Because this is actually the scarier project than bringing out the radical in Ambedkar, to actually bring out what is so radical about South Asian studies and all of these names. Why are these people always there? Who are they? What do they know about anything? Right? Rajesh Sampath and something on Derridian reading of Ambedkar, like, or something like that. It's such a densely written thing. It's also the language, which is so bizarrely incomprehensible to anybody like myself, whose English is the fourth language I've learned or fifth language I've learned. So the question that I asked in my book review was, if the project is that you want to bring out the radical in Ambedkar, so then the more important question needs to be asked is, who are you bringing it out for? Who's the audience? Because the radical in Baba Saheb Ambedkar has been found. One of my critiques of the book, and credit to Suraj Yengde, he has people are always growing. When he was writing the book sort of tends to claim that the Buddhist epistemology of the Ambedkarite or the Bahujan movement has largely not really worked. It's now in 2024, I think at least one of the two editors has significantly publicly writing in a very different way. And that is also what I want to kind of put forward, that when we define what the Buddhist arc is, I think a lot of Savarna academia truly doesn't understand. Because for many people, revolution still means coming to IIT and giving a speech. Or tanks will roll down JNU, or somebody will wave like a march like Che Guevara. What they don't understand is revolution is 25 years to build a Buddh Vihar in Bhimnagar in a slum. It's a generational project. It's like a glacier moving. You don't see it happen, but when it moves, it cuts out canyons and rift valleys. So that's the scale at which it is happening. It is happening in millions of different settlements, and there are people who found the radical in Ambedkar because they've devoted their entire lives doing this project. You're not going to hear about them because they're sitting in some rural part of Odisha, in Chhattisgarh, in Gujarat, in Rajasthan, in Telangana, in Karnataka. You'll not hear their names. They are in that slum, and their whole project is, their entire lifetime is just to build one statue of Baba Saheb or one statue of thing. And in closing, I'll just kind of summarize that up. There is this book, and a lot of the academic thing tends to dismiss this whole ideology or this power of Buddhist epistemology. And I will just say that as someone like myself who completely grew out of the outside the Ambedkarite movement, my mother is a Sikh scheduled caste. My father is OBC, but 40 kilometers from our village is the Himachal border. There we are ST. We are also in the Criminal Tribes Act, so I can say DNT also. I don't know. Constitutionality is not a very good index for how do we identify and place ourselves. For me, when I say Namo Buddhaya, when I say Jai Bhim, I feel I found myself. That for me is extremely radical. It gives me the power to come here, a site where 40 people can die, nothing will shift, and still say and call out some of the very powerful names in academia, and say and I'm not really calling them out. I'm just saying these are the courses in some of the top universities. You are running these departments. You don't write with SC/ST students. Why are you talking about Ambedkar? Talk about Sanskrit. No, talk about Manu. You used to talk about Gandhi. Go back there. Why are we pivoting, right? So I don't know how you will make sense of this, whatever I've just kind of put forward in front of you. It's a conference on caste and race. So I thought it could benefit from some conversation on caste, which is not looking at the Dalit identity, but looking up. Who are you all? That's my submission. That's the book. And like I said earlier, and I'll close with this line, more than the radical in Ambedkar, everyone's writing a book on it. Tharoor has written, there will be 5 more books on it, right? So let's look at now the radical in Spivak. I'll be happy if one of you can write it, educate me. I look forward to that project. Thank you very much. Jai Bhim.
Hello everyone. Yeah, this is the last session of the day, so I hope you can hold on for this discussion. I know Ravikant started with a slightly pessimist note, and I'm sure he has his reasons which he explained. But nonetheless, despite all the problems that are happening in the world and around us, we must also look necessarily at what is actually we are doing here. And I would like to first congratulate, Deacons Leonard, Yashpal, and Divya for actually making a very good start of discussing some very important themes on caste and race, which probably was never part of IIT's discourse. So on that note, we should definitely congratulate them, and it's a good beginning. It's late, but still it's better late than never, as they say. So therefore, I would say that it's definitely important. Some of the concerns that Ravikant raised here, I share with him about caste not being reduced to Dalit and race not being reduced to black. But nonetheless, that also does not mean that we should not talk about it. So there is a very thin line between what we should talk and what we should not talk, because there is also very great danger of erasing any Dalit experience when we say that okay, caste is not just about Dalits. So I think what he ended with is yes, caste is also about Dalits, caste is also about Brahmins, it's also about the Kshatriyas and the Baniyas. And it is necessary to focus on all of it. Like when we say race, it's not just about the blacks. Now there are brown Indians of upper caste background, there are brown Indians of Dalit background, tribal. So race does not necessarily limit to blacks. But nonetheless, we cannot just also let go of some important histories of oppression and response to those oppressions. Now, what I'm dealing here is Ravikant's review of Radical in Ambedkar. Now, I think this audience does not need an introduction, but Ambedkar is, he was born in the Markas, one of the untouchable communities in Maharashtra. He comes from a military family. His father was the Subedar in the military. And these facts are important because, I'll share some of the other stuff later, and that's the reason I'm actually reiterating some of the facts. And the most important part here is that he's one of the most important figures for the 20th century Indian history. He performed wide-ranging roles. He is a scholar, he's a teacher. He taught in Bombay colleges. He was the principal of the Government Law College. He was a parliamentarian, a jurist, lawmaker. He ran several newspapers, news magazines, started several social and political organizations. So you have a wide-ranging Ambedkar that we have before us. And what the academia has done is conveniently ignored this very important personality, without whose presence we would have had a very different India and probably a far more unjust and unequal one. Because just giving rights to Indian citizens, and this is, I'm going to talk somewhere else, is that 1950s inaugurated a new Republic of India which treated everybody equal, that everybody in social, political, economic and cultural sphere was equal. But the social sphere was not equal. And in order to make sure that each and every individual can access those rights, there were provisions for the protection of those rights. So therefore, as I said, I won't be able to go much into it, but this is a very important person that needs to be discussed. Now we are talking about Ambedkar in a context of two particular developments that are taking place. One is political development. You have the right-wing appropriation of Ambedkar, what is now largely talked about, but there is also left-wing appropriation of Ambedkar. And there is also Gandhian appropriation in some way of Ambedkar. So you have different appropriations of Ambedkar. Somehow we tend to only look at the right-wing appropriations, but there is also left-wing appropriations. So everybody is now trying to appropriate Ambedkar. Right-wing may have begun aggressively with it, and then later must have felt, my goodness, we are missing out on the rest, so let's join as well. So they are also not left behind anymore. The second part of the development is what we do in academia. So right now, as Ravikant rightly said, there is a massive flood of writings on Ambedkar. Now when there is a flood, obviously, there will be trashy writings on Ambedkar and there will be high quality writings on Ambedkar. It's like the production of movies. You have from A to C grade, D grade, whatever. So what has happened is there are several volumes on Ambedkar. Several memorial lectures on Ambedkar in Delhi and across the country. Interestingly, if you look at the scholars who are talking about Ambedkar, neither they have invested in Ambedkar as a scholar in terms of his writing, nor they have followed his political movement closely. In fact, several of these writings, if you look closely, these volumes are available in public domain, they don't even mention Ambedkar. And without mentioning his own writing, they're writing about Ambedkar. Of course, this tells a lot about those who are organizing such events and inviting such people. So both are complicit. In fact, I'm actually amazed that people who actually have not invested anything in Ambedkar or the overall caste politics or anti-caste movement actually have the courage to go and speak on the stage on that topic. So therefore, you have this broader context, and within which now you have this Radical Ambedkar project. And that, of course, project begins with, as Ravikant rightly said, and I agree, that of course there is this unreasonable Dalit subject, that person is unreasonable, they treat Ambedkar like a god, and therefore they don't have critical reasoning to think about Ambedkar. And therefore, what is needed is that Ambedkar needs to be looked at through a very reasoned lens. Okay? And therefore, you have this one kind of view. And largely what comes from an upper caste perspective is that we need to be critical of Ambedkar. You know, there is much like godlike celebration that is happening primarily from Dalits. This is their view. And now we need to be critical of Ambedkar, which borders pretty much to abuse his writings, and you selectively pick up his quotes. So that's the broader framework within which now we have this particular book, which has roughly 21 chapters with an introduction by the editors, both of whom are Dalits. Then there are wide-ranging contributors. There are contributors who are whites, there are upper caste men and women, then there are blacks. So to maybe just give a benefit of doubt to the volume, actually it has all kinds of shades into the volume as contributors, if the background of the contributors matter. But of course, like any other volume that actually exists in terms of knowledge production, it is not without any problems. What Ravikant does very interestingly, he frames this particular book in terms of the larger problems of inequalities, of caste, and as he has rightly said, caste does not necessarily mean Dalits, and race does not necessarily mean black. In fact, he's also correct in noting that the discussion centers pretty much around the race question and overlooks like the feminist and the queer question. Of course, I mean, there is no end to how many questions one can address, and one should address as much as possible. He also highlights the omission on the discussion on Mayavati, both from a feminist as well as a political kind of standpoints, and how they interpret Mayavati's project of taking Ambedkar further. And he also talks about the kind of social engineering that Mayavati was able to successfully do. But where I would disagree on this point here is to look at to overlook at Ambedkar's idea of within quote social engineering. To say that Ambedkar was not doing that in the 1930s is doing disservice to his whole project of independent labor party, his different kinds of organizations, his newspaper Janta, which he ran, which was also edited by Brahmins, whose social background was that of Brahmins. So in that sense, if one has to talk of social engineering in this sense, Ambedkar was probably the best social engineer. Now if we measure in terms of electoral successes, yes, 1937 elections, Independent Labour Party was a big success in the Bombay presidency. And he had people who were representing different castes and communities in his political party. So therefore, I would definitely add to that point that it's not just only recent kind of thing. But when we talk about feminism, we tend to only look at maybe one part of it, which is the political aspect of it. And Mayavati, of course, is one of the very interesting examples. But then we overlook, obviously, a wide-ranging feminists who are anti-caste. And then these could be Dalit feminists who are academics, both in English language as well as in vernaculars. And in fact, vernacular is something we tend to overlook all the time. Then there are Dalit feminists who are in the literary domain. Then there are Dalit feminists who are in the political, social, and cultural domain. So therefore, this is something that the volume could have, while reviewing, this is something I thought was missing. Ravikant is obviously correct on the other aspects in terms of arguing that it reproduces kind of social dominance of the upper caste. So it's partly correct as long as we look at certain backgrounds. But there are certain debates which actually Ravikant highlights, and where I thought that while he raises some points, he does not offer enough explanation or does not critically engages with those kind of aspects. So for example, there is one paper by Chandraya Gopani which talks about the intra-Dalit tensions. And this particular kind of discussion is now absolutely popular. And because it pertains to the present day debates on caste and reservations, I thought he could have done slightly more in terms of talking about it. So what the basic text here is that there is appropriation or cornering of certain kind of reservation benefits by certain Dalit castes and communities, and that is going to splinter the Dalit movement. He's absolutely right in saying that that itself is not necessarily the cause, and there are other movements of bringing together, such as Kanshiram's project of Bahujan, where he actually brought together very minor scheduled caste communities as well as the OBC communities together into the Bahujan fold. But this is where the engagement stopped, and I think this is what is missing in this review, is that this particular tension does not engages, I felt, enough in terms of this particular discourse empowering Dalits so much, as if all these castes and communities that have benefited from reservation are the most supreme powerful castes and communities, and they can just go and lay claim to those positions. It absolutely overlooks the fact that several of these castes and communities had to go through massive kind of challenges, even entering educational institutions or jobs or even different kind of political domains. And it overlooks that struggle. So what essentially is happening with this intra-Dalit kind of tension is reproducing an upper caste stereotype or a trope where they tend to blame these Dalit communities who are able to successfully claim the benefits which are provided by the Indian state. And I think this is a very important kind of argument which sometimes goes in rhetoric, that to say that somebody is cornering itself gives a massive power to that community. And if these communities are so powerful, why are they not able to implement reservation in all kinds of institutions? IIT is just beginning after 75 years of independence only to bring in now professors of Dalit background. And therefore, this whole appropriation argument is a very dangerous trope which overlooks two things. One is the privatization of higher education, and second thing is the shrinking of well-paid employment opportunities in the government sector. And therefore, the larger picture has to be taken into account. The second part here, the other part where I thought Ravikant slightly misses and falls into the trope about Ambedkar being born into a poor family, that is factually incorrect. One of my regular historian interlocutor is Prabodhan Pol, who is sitting at the back, and I reconfirmed with him. And in 1907, when Ambedkar's father sold their home in Satara, the person who bought it was for rupees 1,000. That is in 1907, more than 100 years ago. So to say that Ambedkar was born in poor family in 1907 would be little injustice to those 1,000 rupees that Ambedkar's father procured by selling that house. And then of course they moved to Mumbai. So that's a minor thing. Now the other part here is about knowledge production. And of course there is a politics of knowledge production as long as power thing is concerned. There are two aspects to knowledge production. One is who is producing the knowledge in terms of the social background we are interested here. Is if we talk about India, it's about the caste. So which castes are producing knowledge and what kind of knowledge? Who is producing that knowledge? And the second part is what kind of knowledge. Now, returning to Ambedkar here, is that who is writing about Ambedkar, which is of course important, and what are they writing about Ambedkar? So the point here is that as scholars, we can never stop anyone from writing about anything in the world. Okay, of course, one can be critical that one should have more empathy and one should be more democratic in being including people. But at the end of the day, we cannot stop anyone from writing. But as somebody who is interested in critical reasoning, one can actually critically engage with those writings. And that's where the second part is like, what exactly are they writing? What is the basis of those writings? Are they based on enough textual reading if it is about text, or is it about the particular kind of political social movement? And on the second front, of course, most of scholarship falls flat in terms of their engagement with Ambedkar. So we are yet to have, with few minor and respectable exceptions, by and large, academia has done injustice. So I'll leave the first part out of who is producing, that is widely known. I'm interested in what is being produced, and that needs to be really engaged with. As far as caste and race are concerned, obviously the problem is that of violence, then housing segregation, the issue of mobility, and these are mostly outcomes. So we are comparing the outcomes, and obviously therefore this whole problem of caste being same with race raises questions. So it's fine to compare outcomes, that if the outcomes are similar with the Jews or the blacks or Dalits or some other communities in Japan, it's absolutely fine, and that is the exercise that's how we made sense of inequalities. That the blacks made a sense of inequality by saying that there is something called caste and this is what's similar to inequality. I met a Mexican scholar in Berlin some years ago, and when they had to explain their students about inequality, they said, you know the caste? That's what I mean by inequality. So caste become a reference point for them. For us, the reference point could be race. So it's perfectly fine as long as we want to understand the larger language. The other part where the review slightly misses certain things, which is about talking about Dalit Panthers. So as I said, there are 21 chapters, and for any reviewer, including myself, I would not be able to do justice. But I'm just responding to what Ravikant has picked up. So Ravikant states that the Panthers movement was a product of leaderless and splintering of Dalit movement. And I don't agree with that kind of interpretations, because it was not necessarily about a leaderless kind of situation. It was more emerged out of the disappointment of the existing Dalit leadership that they are not raising the questions of Dalits, whether it is in terms of the atrocities against Dalits in the 1970s, or the question of landless laborers, or wide-ranging questions of student scholarships or education. So these are few questions to say, and of course, what is more important, that Panthers is a product of its time. This is the late 1960s and 70s, and across the world you have massive movement. There is a student movement in Europe, and all kinds of movements in Latin America and India are taking inspiration from each other. And much of these actually movements emerged out of the post-World War stagnation in the economy. So the World War is over, we are already in 15-20 years, the welfare state is in place, but there is stagnation in the economy by late 60s. And therefore much of these movements are also emerging out of that absolute frustration of the post-World War stagnation. So while Dalit Panther may have borrowed the name from the Black Panthers, they go back long in history in terms of anti-caste movement. So they don't constantly refer only to the Black Panther figures and that they are inspired. So one has to locate the emergence of Panthers in these kind of contexts. The other part where Ravikant makes a point that Dalit Panther used street agitation and defiance as a political tool was a revolutionary development in Dalit imagination, hitherto not used to such a direction. Again, I would say that as a student of history, one has to go back to 1920s, 30s. 30s is particularly the decade where, and because we are talking of Ambedkar and Ambedkar's own activities in the Bombay city, physical confrontation was definitely very much part of the Dalit movement. And there are several occasions one can actually cite. Of course, then Dalit Panthers, as Ravikant says, attempted to bring Marxist strain into the anti-caste movement. Ideas, yes. But as far as Dalit Panthers is concerned, they were also extremely critical of left. Ankit cited Namdev Dhasal's poem, but which is the most non-translated poem yet is Amcha Alitun Zatanna, when you walk from our alley. That is the most powerful criticism of the left movement at his time, and the words that he used are extremely powerful. So there is a long history also of engaging with Marxism and Marxist movement, going back to Ambedkar's periodical in Janta, where Marxist writings were translated in Janta magazine. So to say that, yeah, just 2 more points, and yeah, I'm done. Yeah. Oh, I have more. Okay, okay. I thought you said one. So Marxist engagement doesn't begin in 1970s, and therefore, as far as anti-caste politics is concerned. Now, as far as the editors are concerned, of course, we have Anil Tentubde, and who reproduce again a certain kind of trope in terms of his work on Buddhism. And of course, there are now figures. We have statistical figures about the Dalits who have converted to Buddhism are faring absolutely far better in terms of their education and other kinds of domains. And therefore, if at all one has to really pick up parameters, then obviously this argument that there is no material transformation for those who converted absolutely is a wrong kind of statement. And therefore, Anand pretty much, I would say, does not engages very thoroughly. Apart from his own personal lineages, that cannot be taken as criteria for his scholarship. So his scholarship is pretty bad when it comes to the questions of Buddhism and what Buddhists have done. In fact, what he ends up is reproducing the upper caste stereotype, particularly that of the leftist upper caste stereotypes. And if we look at the left, Dalits who were part of left movement, their engagement with Buddhism has been absolutely promising. So one of the persons which is now grown larger than life is Ramchandra Babaji More, and who himself welcomed Ambedkar's decision to convert to Buddhism. And so there are various kinds of, just because Dalits went to the left politics does not mean that they disowned Ambedkar's decision to Buddhism. They were very much at the forefront in such kind of activities. So therefore we need to also locate, and probably what Guru said, maybe I don't remember now whether he said it on the stage or off the stage, because that's the problem with Guru. Sometimes I remember what he said in the mess meeting, so it's mixing. But he said also that sign of lazy scholarship, to put it very simply. So we need some more investment. But what Ravikant has absolutely correctly analyzed, that the focus is constantly on the splintering of Dalit movement or Dalit politics, and not on the cohesive strands in Ambedkarite movement, that there are so many various strands within the OBC politics that they are claiming to be Ambedkarites. So it's a newer kind of development that is taking place. There are non-Mahar communities who are converting to Buddhism. So you have various developments that have taken in the last 70 years. And to only speak of splintering comes from this assumption that this is a movement that cannot last longer. And that actually needs to be questioned. And the other part obviously is about the international linkages. Now because Ambedkar, we have to talk about international linkages. And as far as Ambedkar himself is concerned, and I think Ravikant has rightly pointed out, that he also attempted to international linkages in terms of Buddhism. And he spoke to different kinds of scholarship, also different kinds of international groups. But one must understand the political economy of religion here. That without the support of the state, to any religion to prosper in all kinds of different domain is absolutely challenging. And without any state support, without any kind of financial resources or support from any big industrialist in this country, the fact that we have a thriving neo-Buddhist movement of all variations, if you look at Maharashtra, there are all kinds of variations and they always fight with each other. But nonetheless, nobody is disputing the neo-Buddhism part of it. So that is something, a very phenomenal development. And that needs to be appreciated, that without any state support or any kind of like capitalist support, a religious movement, a cultural movement assertion can actually thrive in this country, which also has its wide-ranging challenges. Now the last part here is about, the appropriation of Ambedkar is there. But much of this appropriation of Ambedkar has now come by delegitimizing Dalit writings on Ambedkar. And that is a very concerning situation. That one of the familiar kind of, statements that we see is that Dalits need to read Ambedkar now. So in order to understand Ambedkar, Dalits have to go and read, because the non-Dalits somehow have understood Ambedkar far better, what Ambedkar was. And that, of course, remains a larger problem. But the last point where I will actually wrap up, and this is something because we are academicians, we are scholars, and we talk in a particular language. And this language is not necessarily accessible to the wider part of the world, and which is also perfectly fine. Because lawyers speak in a particular language, and they can only speak to their lordships. And they have these stupid statements like whereas constantly. But that's the language, that's the code. And we can't, as a scholar, of course, I want my writings to be available to a wider audience, but there are limitations to that. Not every scholar in this world is able to reach out. And therefore, if this particular volume includes a Derridian reading of Ambedkar, one should welcome that, however complex it may be. Because not all writings of Ambedkar are also available to the wider audience, let's be honest. Even as scholars, we struggle with annihilation of caste. We need several rounds of readings of annihilation caste in order to make like the absolute sense of the text. And therefore, of course, do we need our ideas to go to the wider audience? The answer is yes. But at the same time, we are scholars. And these are our limitations. We write articles in journals which a very tiny minority of community reads. We also publish books in best of the presses, again a tiny minority audience reads. And then there are popular writers, okay, who write for the larger audience, and even that audience is still limited. We can never reach the best audience in the world. So what essentially then what will happen is to say that who is the audience of Ambedkar is to also challenge the capacity of the anti-caste Dalit politics or the Dalit movement, that they cannot really make a sense of it in some way. So we have to also be open that yes, you write on whatever you feel like and people will engage with it. And I think on that note, we should definitely be able to make a sense of radical in Ambedkar. And radical in Ambedkar can go from the absolute bottom to the absolute top. So the struggle is not just that Ambedkar should only be understood to somebody illiterate masses. There are also scholars, there are philosophers now emerging, and they also want to speak in a particular language which philosophers speak. So we can't enforce this one criteria that only and only if it reaches to the last person who actually is not educated, then only that contribution is added. I think that may not be fair, otherwise we would not be reading Hegel. And I think Ankit would agree with me that there are all kinds of translations available on Hegel, and yet people struggle to read Hegel. And that does not mean we give up Hegel, because it has also all kinds of interesting potentials to understand the world. On that note, I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sumeet.
Check. Thank you, Sumeet. You've done a much better job of summarizing my review than I did. So some very, you like very succinctly laid out what I was trying to say about different issues, about the different essays. You pointed out some of those things which I would also like to respond to. Some things like, number one, this idea that Baba Sahib did not come from a poor family. I feel that for a lot of the questions that you've raised, Dr. Teltumble and Dr. Suraj should be here because these are their words. I haven't written it. They've written it in their book. Multiple people have this idea that he comes from a poor family. So I'm just going from there. But you're right. I should have probably done more research and historically educated myself on that. Similarly, the book says the Dalit Panthers Broad Street agitation to this conflict. It's easy to understand why. I've mentioned in my review that Suraj is linearly close to the Dalit Panther movement. His father was in the movement. You yourself very correctly pointed out that Dr. Teltumble very close to the left. So there is this idea, they try to constantly, there is an intellectual project of trying to paint the Panthers as some kind of a Dalit working class anger, and there is an attempt to do that. So the book kind of makes that argument. When I said that there is it comes out of leaderless thing, I was referring to J.V. Pawar's autobiography of the Dalit Panther. It's something that he himself says that, after the loss of Baba Sahib, there is a major lack of leadership. But I think you very astutely pointed out that leaderless means there are no leaders, and that's different from disappointed in leaders, and that's a bad choice of word on my part. Point absolutely well taken. Another very interesting point that he has raised, and I think the discussion is richer for that. In one of my review critiques of the book, I had mentioned how when it's talking about different interpretations of Baba Sahib and how it is talking about gender, like, Mayavati, and I wrote about it, and he's very astutely pointed out, well, there are other imaginations of it. Truly speaking, when I wrote it, and like I think a year or so after that, I spent a year in Vidarbha, and to see the radical role of the Buddhist Mahila Mandals in that region, like, then you truly start understanding how gender unfolds, like, the power of that dimension. That is a very vital point to kind of make even about my review, because it brings the discussion. I wish I had known more about it while I was writing it. The point about, why I don't talk about, like Chandriya Gopani's article, you talked about intra-Dalit tension. Now, I must confess, this is a very sharp catch. It's a very sharp catch. There's a reason why I glossed over it, because the whole book, to put it very honestly, feels like talking about the issues with the Dalit movement. It felt to me like you also pointed out, that it doesn't talk about the icon of Baba Sahib and Buddha as something which brings together also different groups. Of course, there are tensions and all of that in Maharashtra itself between Mahar and Mang communities. I did some field work in Rajasthan recently. The Meghwal, the Raigar, the Valmiki Samaj. I'm very familiar with these tensions. But in a project which is not talking about all these cohesive aspects of the movement, and then to kind of talk about, oh look, these are all these tensions which are happening, like you very nicely pointed out, that it kind of gives the impression, ye nahi chalega, this is going to splinter out. So I sort of didn't want to focus on that. Like I was like, okay, I'm not going to talk about that part, so I kind of left that. But it's a very valid point, and that kind of also leads to the last point. Like I wanted to be polite to the editors. As simple as that. Like I don't have your academic rigor. You went there and you kind of spoke about what I should have probably written about Dr. Tumble. And while I was writing it, I think he was already in prison. I didn't want to kind of say that, look, man, your work isn't working. But in the body of my text, I had kind of written that in Dr. Tumble's text, he's saying that there is no material gain from the Buddhist conversion. And in the same book, Nicholas Jewell's article is literally pointing out what you said, that there are clear statistical differentiations. So I've put that in the body of the text, but I also kind of wanted to be aware of the fact that here is a book project which is put forward by Savarna publishers, a lot of Savarna writers, a lot of international writers, many of whom probably not as precarious when it comes to institutional or state accountability, especially when one of the editors is in prison. So I didn't want to kind of like throw him under the bus a little bit more, so I was a little polite on that part, but thank you for bringing that part out. Personally, I think I completely agree with your assessment of Dr. Tumbe in particular. Also kind of makes me very suspicious of how when I go to somebody's Savarna academics space, and the only book on caste, if I see Dr. Tumbe's book, like it immediately kind of makes me think like, okay, what's happening here in that sense. One thing, I think overall a great commentary on my review. You kind of like complimented a lot of the things that I did right and some of the things that I could have done better. One thing that I would like to push back a little bit is that comment on the language. You make me sound like a Stalinist, Okay, thou shalt not write in, like you can write. Of course, anyone can write in any language they choose, but I'm a little critical. I'm oriented in critical studies. I have a natural suspicion, dislike, allergy towards very postmodern obscurist prose, and there are people who really speak in that tone and will find my kind of prose a little brutalist, and that's fine. That's a complete academic argument. And of course, like, Derridian interpretation of Baba Sahib should be why only Derridian, Lacanian, or Foucauldian, whatever. Like, we should celebrate that. I'll do it. That's not the point. When I said that who's the audience, what I don't mean is that, oh, the language is too tough and poor people can't read it. That's not the connection I was trying to make. My point is the price of the book, the publisher, the author, the collection, collectively makes me ask the question, who are we interpreting it for? It's like also in slightly, because one thing I was also mindful of, about 4 or 5 years before the Radical in Ambedkar came out, the audience must be aware there was another book that I must mention. It's called The Introduction to the Annihilation of Caste, that was given an introduction by Arundhati Roy, and who wrote an introduction to it. And it was pushed back immensely by a very small section of Ambedkarites who asked a very important question: who are you introducing Ambedkar to? And Annihilation of Caste is available for 10 rupees in Chaitya Bhumi and all of these places, and people are putting it and translating it. There's incredible publishing plurality, and that is going on. So when you create a 500 rupee bound edition version printed by Navyana and put it out, I must ask the question, who are you introducing it to? And of course that project got a lot of pushback from Ambedkarites, and what we have seen now 10 years on, that is the retreat from Arundhati Roy from speaking on caste. Like, she's kind of like backed off a little bit after that. But almost immediately 3-4 years after that, we see the same publisher now bringing in, Suraj Yengde. And like now Radical in Ambedkar comes out, which is talking in again that similar language that, Baba Sahib has been made into a god. So I'm a little cognizant of that timeline, So that makes me kind of feel that this project has some other kind of thing. And almost 2 years after this project, the publisher launches a Dalit Studies Fellowship, where they go and get like some young students and incept them and give them some money and say like, write, and they'll pick like some 7-8 people. 4 or 5 of them will be SC, one or two will be OBC, but there'll be one, Savarna person snuck in. So I'm very cognizant of that. So in that context, I mean, like, who is this being done for? It's not in the sense of, oh, the language is tough. So that's just the only thing I would speak to. I didn't want to write all of this in the review because then it goes out and it's difficult to communicate. I probably should have. I was very polite. Yeah, so that's broadly my response, and over to you, Chair, sir.
Yeah. I think, thanks, Ravikant. I mean, this is very interesting also to read your take and now to understand your response. Of course, I mean, there are contexts within which we write, and sometimes we want to be kind to people if obviously they are in jail for some not so nice reasons. But at the end of the day, text is text, and it has been produced before, and one can be honest about it. So it's perfectly fine. And what I meant also, of course, price and all these political economy are different. And of course, we live in India where we don't worry much about what is it called, any kind of copyright thing. So while I respect your particular point, but I think one can overlook some of these things in terms of audience. And those who want to read, obviously there are libraries and one can borrow. And there is a long history of how people read. So that's why I'm trying to make a balance between what is written. And I think the reason the whole project failed, the Navayana project of Annihilation of Caste, is not because it was expensive. It failed because, because of the absolute misrepresentation of the text. And of course, Dalits have never objected to non-Dalits writing on Ambedkar or even on caste. The problem was about misrepresenting Ambedkar. And I think that's where it just went out of hand. And Arundhati Roy obviously has no history of investing in a particular issue where she can authoritatively talk about Ambedkar. And therefore, she was not able to make a defense. The second part is more about doing a favor to the community. And I think much of that kind of defense from Anand himself or even Arundhati came that, okay, we are taking Ambedkar to the internationals. And therefore, you should be grateful to us. And the problem itself stems from these one or two concerns. So yes, price and all one can discuss. Of course, there are limitations as author, and once you publish your own stuff, you will realize that there is little control you have as far as the price, deciding the price of the book is concerned. But yeah, nonetheless, thanks for your response.
Okay, how much time do we have? 15 minutes? Ten minutes. We'll take 4 or 5 questions.
Thank you very much, Ravikant. I think the things you said are precious for at least one immediate reason, which I think I, as the guest editor of the special issue, which we are using as a launching pad for discussions today, I must say, I think you executed precisely the gesture of criticism in the sense that I happened to mention in the morning, perhaps you weren't there, of criticism as the sense of criteria and the goals, the telos, with which to evaluate current academic practices and to forge, therefore, new types of academic practices. And I think you pointed to the malaise, or types of malaise in our current academic practices. The second point you made about caste and race appearing to be reduced to a discussion only of Dalits and blacks, while that may be an impression through a few of the sessions. Certainly that is not the case with the special issue and with other sessions, but I don't say this again as a corrective. I think I say this to take an opportunity to confess that our own special issue could not discuss certain other types of racisms, for instance, those experienced by people in the northeastern part of the subcontinent. And I think, again, the point is not only to make confessions about a project one has collectively undertaken, but to think what more we could be doing, which we are not yet doing. I do want to mention that this morning, Aarushi, also Yashpal, Professor Mishra, did something that you very rightly underscored. Again, if the sense is that it was done less or not done, at the risk of arrogating too much to the position of the editor, I must say, my own article, which will be discussed tomorrow, is precisely about the way in which the upper castes have represented themselves. That's what, for shortcut, we can call Aryan doctrine, and the enormous impact it has had. Besides Aarushi's work, I would just say Yashpal's forthcoming special issue of the J caste from Brandeis University, which includes several contributions, not to mention his own session today about why the culture of psychology as a discipline has been caste blind. And I think that's a metonymy of Savarna culture, if you like. Thank you.
Hello, sir. I'm Raghavan, PhD scholar, Central State of Gujarat. In your speech, you hinted institutional, student suicide. It is also known as, in several cases, it is known as the institutional murder. In the today's era, it is a national-wide issue, and in case of Rohit Vemula and Payal Tadvi, Supreme Court also told to UGC that make special provision and ensure implementation of that provision. They have implemented redressal and grievance and redressal act, but these acts are not implementing in practice. So what can be done?
Sumeet can reflect on this. It has been a long debate since Ambedkar's time that we can see Ambedkar was never considered philosopher, and he was not considered in the left politics and left academic writing also as a revolutionary. And we can see earlier writers also, like even Gail Ombet, while writing on 1930s, she is referring that period as a radical years in Ambedkar's movement. Again, we can see in these books, they are using radical. The term, instead of using revolutionary in Ambedkar, here the radical, the term is coming. Because in the Marxian terminology, the revolutionary has a different connotation and radical has a different connotation. So how do you see that using radical instead of revolutionary?
Maybe one more question and then.
Thank you so much for a very wonderful panel. And thank you, Ravikant sir, for calling the elephant in the room. I want to ask a question, since most of your work and your writings focus on reversing the gaze and focusing on the Savarna culture, their lives, and I do enjoy reading your articles every now and then. What I want to ask is that since I also study caste and education schooling, and so much of our pedagogy and curriculum, it does not like address questions of caste. So how do we really, make a pedagogy? And since you have been involved in that transformation, what kind of tools you can actually suggest to students starting from the very school to university level to bring that change in the academia as an academic scholar in our everyday lives? So my question is not just based on text, but it's also about, so since so much of your talk was focused on really like talking about so much of that is important, because a lot of us don't find a representation in these spaces. So thank you, and Jebi.
Okay, thank you. Ravikant, you.
Sorry, Professor Divya, I make for a very bad academic guest. I had no intent to kind of critique the conference. So, like, it was nice to hear you clarifying the good intent behind the conference, but I wasn't critiquing it. But, like, I understand where it comes from. Anything I say about IIT Delhi means IIT Delhi, not this conference. This conference is nice. Okay, everybody here is nice. हाँ जी, हाँ जी, यहाँ सब अच्छे हैं. What can be done about student suicides, and also Shanul's question? Actually, I was talking to Yashpal outside at tea, and I was kind of congratulating him because just yesterday I was giving a talk in Ashoka, and I hadn't planned it like that, but on Saturday I was at JNU. So I'm like doing all the Tirth Yatra of all the Delhi things. Somehow DU got left out this time. But what I said in JNU and Ashoka was, incidentally, that Savarna academia in India has sort of captured entire academic disciplines. As a result, what has happened is you can't even say that, oh, sociology in India has not responded, because I would go very radically to say this, and I like speaking in that kind of a hyperbole, so please don't like ask me what is a statistic and all that. I talk like this. My point is that there is no sociology in India, because what exists as that has been so deeply captured and compromised that many of these disciplines have actually not even created knowledge. And one of the examples that I was giving in these institutions was an example of psychology. And I was saying exactly this point, that, every time I get young SCST, OBC students coming and saying like, okay, I want to talk about critical caste and psychology intersections, what should I read, what should I study? And I really struggle, because there is no great body of work which has been created over the last 30 years, which I can say, okay, this is not the mainstream, it's a fringe, but it's there. It's just not there. And that's what you were responding to. I thought that was a great intervention. And because of that kind of a capture, to answer your question, much of this language is being birthed. It doesn't exist, in my opinion. And I know this is a controversial thing to say, because many people will say, no, it is, and no, it is to a degree, and it does, and all of those things. And all of those opinions are valid. Mine is just this, and anyone is welcome to disagree with it. I was in JNU, like I was telling them, I facetiously kind of joked that, you know what, JNU should be made into a mall now. And I was standing in front of the SSS building. I said, this should be especially inside that mall. It's a biodiverse, no, Aravali and everything. So biodiverse mall, and this SSS building should be made Haldirams. Because that way at least more oppressed people can come into this building, and at least they'll pay 20 rupees and get a kachori, and at least their stomach will be filled. They'll eat some tasty food. They'll get some benefit out of this. Because otherwise this is a very boutique gate-kept project. And the question then we are asking is, no, but inside this little chamber you've created, what about our representation? You know, in many which ways, IIT was also historically started like that. I talk about IIMs very frequently. Why were we creating IIMs in the 50s and 60s and 70s in a country where there was no private sector so to speak of, because till the 90s you had all of that. And when you read the history of how IIM Ahmedabad, Calcutta, and Bangalore was supposed to only deal with public sector units. They created it within 2 days. They were like, within 1 year, they were like, no, we are going to go not do this, right? So there has been a deep regulatory or a deep disciplinary, not regulatory, capture of many of these disciplines. To the point it becomes almost an act of epistemic violence to try and just resist that. Which is why I think I have now descended into the language of the troll and the provocateur. Because I have to do it. Like I have to go and say, but what about Spivak? Because I cannot have a decent conversation or like a reasoned conversation around it because of the totality of that. So I think we are in that very interesting moment. I think like even in bastions like this, when we have this conversation, in my thing I said, okay, but what's so important? Yes, that is there. But we are having this conversation, but we must also say why, because it's precisely the centrality of these institutions in that discourse which has created this problem, which is why I will come here also and I will say, so what's so good about it? Are you understanding? So we are trying to make this work. There's no real answer about it. I keep saying a lot of us are using social media, a lot of us are using language from other things. Like this Savarna gaze, this is not actually a caste movement, it's come from the feminist movement or what have you, right? So a lot of these different race, queer, feminist movements, we're taking these ideas and we're trying to find our vocabulary around. The words we need are not there yet. I hope we get there. That's my Jai Bhim.
Yeah, Amit says quickly, and I will try to be as quick as possible. I think, Santosh, thanks for the question. I think this, it's about the language and the categories as far as left is concerned, and that's the international left categories. So what revolution meant if you are a leftist, that remain across the world. And these kind of tropes are produced that the ones who do not fit into their kind of categories, they call Ambedkar a bourgeois or a pro-imperialist because it did not fit into their understanding of the path that is being taken for social and economic transformation. One of the interesting book I actually read is by my dear friend Ahmed Azhar, which title of the book is Revolution in Reform, and how actually communists would call themselves revolutionaries but others as a reformist. And that kind of tension remained everywhere. Now connected to this part is, of course, Gail Ombet also reproduces probably for similar reasons. It's about radical years as not revolutionary years. And my own reading of Radical in Ambedkar is that I don't think either Suraj or Anand Teltumbde actually invested at all in the project about thinking about Radical in Ambedkar in that way. It probably just happened that, okay, we need to fill up a gap, but it was not that there was massive brainstorming that went into thinking that whether it should be revolution in Ambedkar or radical in Ambedkar. And I think the only category that was available before Anil Tentumde was probably radical because of his own inclination towards the left philosophy or the movement. And probably that may be the reason that it actually fails the project pretty much. And this is my reading of the project. And last point here is that these categories were also interpreted according to the way they wanted. And the best example is that of lumpen proletariat. Now this is a Marxist category. What is translated in Marathi is a Mawali or a Dalit. But if you go back to the origins of lumpen proletariat, it's somebody who is actually, who has nothing in the absolute German language, who is absolutely, without any kind of resources or basic kind of livelihood thing. And that is somebody who is a lumpen. But somehow lumpen has become this gunda kind of character in the way we begin to see lumpen proletariat. And I think this is a problem with their understanding of it, and which remains even today the point that Ambedkar will still be seen as a bourgeois, and that kind of acceptance is not going to happen. So we have to admit that fact. Thank you.
Thank you. I have so many comments, but I will not indulge myself. I just want to make one point, is that I haven't read the book, and precisely because of this reason, that I read Caste Matters introduction and I realized I cannot read the book because it just wasn't there academically, and I'm an academic, and the general arguments I didn't agree with. And I sense the same coming from both of you. So, I mean, to make a point here, if you want to write a book, it has to be a serious work of engagement, and it's easy to bring in your biases and your ideologies into it. But I would say that you cannot stop anyone from writing or publishing, and this kind of work will come. And despite the fact that you think your access to people through media is much larger, I think it is extremely important for academics to also keep working, because that leads to policy reform. And when policy reform happens, eventually, as and when, it affects a lot of people. And Ambedkar also did the same thing. So we all need to do what we have to do very, very sincerely. Thank you, everyone, for this session. Thank you.